kit manufacturing, which I'm assuming also probably predates the entirety of my existence. I'm not sure what year that was in, but as long as it was pre-92, it was pre-Douglas. So the Airport Commission was created by the City Council for the same purpose the City Council creates all commissions. The City Council's tasked with undertaking the legislation of the city, and in doing that creates various boards and commissions to provide insight and context and advice and recommendations, things like that, to the council, so the council can undertake their responsibilities with all the information necessary to do that. The commission, like I said, was created by council, and then subsequently to that, the commission itself adopted bylaws which came through the City Council, and the City Council approved those, and that was in 2017. At least that was the last amendment to it, where the commission set out some clarity and additional roles and rules by which they would operate, et cetera. And at this point, the commission has begun to raise the question of exactly what the appropriate scope of their activity is, and wants insight from the City Council as to what the City Council believes the Airport Commission should be doing to best help serve the City Council. The City Council undertakes its responsibilities. So I understand that the Commission sent, by way of Councilman Stoddard, a list of questions that were at the time related to what the council believed the commission should be doing under their current bylaws, but at least part of the point of tonight is to take a fresh look at the Airport Commission's bylaws and the code governing the Airport Commission, and have the council weigh in and direct staff to help rescope, so the commission knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing and how they should be operating, and knows that that scope aligns one-to-one with what the council would like the commission to do, so that the commission can provide sort of maximum usefulness and maximize their time and staffs and the councils. So I'll start off just by reading the powers and duties out of the city code. This is section 022707. This is the city code that lists what the commission shall be obliged to do. It says it shall be the duty of the commission to recommend and make suggestions to council. 1, for the general use of all lands encompassed in the airport boundaries. 2, for the sale or lease of any lands for which requests are made to the city. 3, for capital improvements and construction on said airport lands, including plans for future development. 4, for the general maintenance and operation of the airport, including recommendations for the operating contract. And 5, for consideration of the construction of a county or regional airport on a participating basis, and any change of land in connection with the Caldwell Municipal Airport. So that is what the council set out years ago for the commission to do. Obviously, some of those are no longer relevant. There is an airport now. A regional county airport is not contemplated at this point, at least not to my knowledge, an additional one. And the commission has been operating under its rules and regulations and bylaws over the years. As is the case with every board and commission, they have obligations and responsibilities set out in the code, and then through practice, those their actual activities change based on the needs of the time. And for example, the bylaws oblige the commission to follow Robert's Rules of Order and Procedure, which they have not done, and it would certainly lengthen the meetings and reduce their productivity. So anyway, at this point, it seemed like a good opportunity to take these documents, reduce them down, put in the city code exactly what the council would like to see. There won't have to be any more wondering or question about what the commission ought to be doing, and council can set for the scope of what they think will be most beneficial. I'll stand for any questions.
Good, thank you so much, Mr. Waterman. Appreciate it. I think that's the gist of it, is really getting everybody on the same page. Really is what it boils down to, and especially with what we have in city code and what the bylaws are at the Airport Commission, because I know that I know of at least a few conflicting items where one says this and the other says something totally different. I know one thing that I know, for example, is number of commissioners. In one, I think it's in city code, it says 7, and in the Airport Commission, it says 8 commissioners on that. So obviously ours says 8, city code says 8, and I think there we don't even know which one says which, and the airport commission says 7. So there's a lot of those conflicts that we need to clean up, and look at. And so I think it's good to take a fresh look at it and kind of get the input of the council, for you to go back and kind of draft those and make sure that we're both on the same page, in that regard. So I may just kick it off with one, and then obviously open it up to the council. And it may be even good, I don't know if you have, so just one second. If you have, I should have asked for this sooner, and somebody here may have the differences where one says this and the other says that. Where are we in conflict with each other? I know one of those is what I just mentioned with the commission members, where one says 7 and the other says 8. I know my preference would be, it should be 7, I think. Odd or even numbers create issues when you're voting on things. That's why we have 6 council members, and then the mayor is the 7th if there is a tie vote. But if you only have 8 total commission members, then that issue comes up about tie votes and where does it go from there. So I would strongly support a 7 commission member. The only difference I would see is if our council liaison is Councilor Stodic. Let's say if he wasn't a voting member, then I could see maybe a council of 6, and then he would be the tiebreaker, but he votes, which I think is totally fine as a commission member. So that's where I think, and I don't know if that's where the confusion came from with the 8 versus 7, but I really believe that it should be a 7 commission member, so we don't have those tie votes, on that one, or on that one point of order on that one. So, but yeah, any questions for Mr. Waterman or discussion on that? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Waterman, just to be clear, I hear you clearly saying that the commission is an advisory board, that they are not a policy-making board or legislative board in any sense. Is that your understanding? Am I hearing you correctly?
So, Mayor and Council, yes, the commission can be delegated the authority that the council chooses to delegate it to it. There are boards and commissions that the council has delegated decision-making authority to. For example, Planning and Zoning Commission has a battery of things they make recommendations on. They also have certain things, I think variances and special use permits, that they are decision maker on. The Caldwell Historic Preservation Commission is generally advisory, but I believe they issue certificates of conformity with the Historic Preservation Plan for the Steunenberg District. In this instance, the powers and duties as enumerated in the code are that it shall be the duty of the commission to recommend and make suggestions to council considering the things I previously enumerated. So, yes, under the code, they make recommendations and suggestions based on those categories of things that the council asked.
Thank you, Mr. Waterman.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions for Mr. Waterman? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You'll be on standby, I'm sure, for more questions to come. So we kind of want to, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brent, if you want to say a few words, but we want to open this up to discussion on that. We'd like to limit it because I know we have several. Yes, Chairman Kahn, just a minute, we'll get right to you. So we have a lot of people here, I'm sure, that want to talk. So we would like to limit, if you can limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, so we can get through everybody, and then if there's time at the end, and we can get to some other of that on that. So, Chairman Kahn, if you want to come forward, we'll start with you.
So I had asked that in the agenda packet, you get a copy of the bylaws and the city code, which you've all gotten, as well as a letter from one of the commissioners, Dave Carson, with some questions. The role of the commission is really simple. There's like 4 sentences in each one, and I presume you've all read those, and he read them back to you just in case you haven't. There are some discontinuities, as the mayor pointed out, where the two are in conflict, the bylaws and the code, and I think correcting that's pretty simple. The key point to me is, what do you want the commission to do? And that's where I had hoped this whole discussion would be focused on. So you've appointed the last few commissioners. I assume you interviewed them, you selected them for a reason, and there was certain things that you thought they could bring to the city. So I think for us to hear what those are, and if we need to change the 4 sections of the bylaws and the code, to be sure we include those, I think that would be a good thing to accomplish in this rewrite. I also sent to you what several other cities have in their codes with respect to what the commissioners will do, and they're pretty similar, and in truth, they're all pretty broad. Right now, the documents say we'll report to the council, but other than my annual report to the council, what we actually do is work with might be one of the things we could incorporate in a revision to the bylaws and to the code. But to me, again, the key thing is, what do you want us to do? And what input do you value? And I think it's worth emphasizing that it isn't for the commission to go to staff and say, hey, you forgot to include this. I mean, this has to be in a cooperative, collaborative process where they'll say, gee, you guys are supposed to review the leases. We've got these brand new leases coming up for the farmhouse redevelopment, the northeast and northwest sections. What do you guys think about these leases and the draft documents? And I think that while we're not lawyers, most of us have had businesses, been involved in a number of leases, and have a lot to contribute. So anyway, those are my key comments. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, no, and I think you hit it spot on where, yeah, that's kind of, I think, just to find out what is the council's vision, as you could say, for the airport commission on that regards. And I don't know if the council wants to kind of go one at a time, and everybody just kind of take a few minutes, kind of what is your vision on that, or they kind of go in that direction?
And I assume this will be memorialized in the minutes?
What's that?
Whatever your comments are will be in the minutes?
So, so with it being a workshop, typically, yeah, not in that regards, but we can take notes for sure. So I know Brent's great at taking notes, so.
It'll also be memorialized on the live stream, Mayor, so it is recorded on the live
Okay.
stream, yeah.
So, sorry for the interruption.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Councilor Register?
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm looking over the City of McCall's, Airport Advisory Committee information. Do we have a residency requirement in Caldwell?
No.
So far, that's my only question.
So
But-
sorry.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
gonna ask, can you,
Well,
you have me hanging, Councilman.
I don't know. Because I don't know how many pilots are residents versus non-residents. Exactly.
I'm
I
not a
don't know
resident of Caldwell, but otherwise, I don't know the others.
Yeah, cause I'm just reading that it says no more than one member of the airport commission shall be a non-resident. I don't know if we have enough residents to make that happen. So I don't know.
Just, I'll just follow up to you, Councilman Register, so I'm just wanting to understand, does McCall have that in their
Yes.
bylaws?
That not one, or no more than one member of the airport commission shall be a non-resident of the city.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right. Nampa, it's Nampa.
Okay.
So I thought that was interesting, and I think that's important, but I don't know if we have the membership to do that.
Yeah, well, then you may have to just go and find it. So it's no more than one, right? So you can only have one
That's a
that's out of
non-resident.
city limits. So, and that's standard for a lot of our commissions, our planning and zoning commission. We're actually changing that. Right now, it says you can have one outside, but we're actually working on bringing to council about where they all have to be inside. Like on a planning and zoning commission, where they're making decisions of the city's growth, things like that. The thought is you should have to be in the city limits. Airport is a little different, because they're not making land use decisions, obviously, things like that, giving suggestions of the airport, things of that nature. So I could see allowing a certain number of out-of-city or non-residents as part of that, but I think it'd be important to have, at least a few should be live within the city limits of Caldwell.
I agree, especially when the reason why it's coming up for me, just to be honest, is we've been talking about these leases and these fees and all this kind of stuff, and I still have a concern about the leases and putting that on the back of the taxpayers, I'm not making any decision, I'm just saying that if it goes one way, then we're asking for our residents, the taxpayers, to pay for that. So in my opinion, I think it's better to at least have some residents on the airport commission who can see kind of both sides of that, I guess, for issues like that.
I think you have a fair concern about the lease rates, and when we get to that part of the agenda, I can offer some comments there as well.
Thank you.
All right, and maybe a question, I don't know, Chairman Khan, if you know, or Brent, how many currently commissioners are residents of the city of Caldwell? Do you know by chance?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't know how many members of the commission are residents of Caldwell. I do know that our statistic is roughly 10% of our stakeholder group, hangar owners, are residents of Caldwell.
Yeah, And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I know that number, to be true. So that's where I don't think we'd wanna mimic Nampa. I think saying no more than one, and I don't know Nampa's demographic as far as how many, pilots there, or hangar owners there, or leases, or residents of the city, if it's similar numbers. But it is an overly number of people that aren't residents out there. So one, I think we would need to be allow more than one on it, would just be my thoughts.
You do want to become a regional resource. And so I could see some logic to having people outside the city to broaden that appeal, but that's, I know you go through this on other boards and commissions, so you know more about that than I do.
Yeah, no, but I think it would be important to have more than one on that. Yeah, Councilor McGee?
Mr. Mayor, it occurs to me that, especially after, the comments that Councilman Register talked about when we're looking at other airports, because I think it is helpful in the decision-making process to look to what other communities are doing, not necessarily agree with them or abide by what they're doing, but at least get an example of what they're doing. And Mayor, you and I've been on the council and I don't want to put more work on the staff, and we don't have to do the Hayburn Airport or, the Preston Airport, but, taking a look at 5 or 6 comps, in terms of what their makeup looks like, maybe some key points on their board, makeup, just to, kind of like what we did with baseball when we were trying to make a decision on baseball.
Yeah.
So that we can kind of compare and contrast, and maybe that's out there, and I'm looking at Mr. Oates and looking at Mr. Orton, who I'm sure they're both saying, we don't want to do this, but, a tool like that would help me kind of get a better understanding of what's out there and what works and what doesn't work. So just an idea.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to know that. It's, like I said, not that we have to mimic it, but it's still smart to look and see what are others doing that are similar to us. I think of, I'm trying to think of what airports, maybe like Twin Falls. Idaho Falls is a lot different because they do a lot of commercial. We don't. I think Pocatello has commercial flying out of there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe like Twin Falls, Coeur d'Alene, that would be similar. And you, Chairman Khan and Brown and Rob would know much better than me, or probably any of us up here, which airports would be most similar to ours.
I did look at some others like Friedman, but it was more of a commercial operation and less of a GA operation, so I didn't include them here. And if there are other cities that you routinely compare yourself to for other metrics, certainly put those down. And it's pretty easy to go to the city codes of these cities and pick out the airport commission role.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just thinking like 4 or 5, and they're never going to be perfectly comparable, right? I mean, we're kind of unique, but 4 or 5 that are relatively comparable that we can just look down a Excel spreadsheet and say, okay, they do this, that sort of thing.
Yeah, very good. Anything else, Councilor Register, that caught your eye or wanted to
Not
discuss
yet.
on it? Not yet? Okay, very good. Councilor Stoddick, maybe jump to you.
I'm probably gonna pass the other councilman, because I wanna hear what they say, but I do wanna say one thing. I think the operative, word here, as far as a recommending body to the council for control of the airport, I think that's the operative word, and that could be what the leases look like, setting the agenda, what the grounds look like, weed control, putting in taxiways, what type of hangars should we have out there based on our customer base, those type of things. So to me, that's all inclusive of those type of things, which hasn't been done in the past, by the way. So, okay, I'll pass it to the rest of the.
Councilor Doty.
Well, I don't have much more to add other than, I share a concern, I think maybe the same as, Councilor Register, and that is, I think the reason it is advisory is the more folks that we don't have on the board making decisions about Caldwell taxpayer dollars, when you don't live in Caldwell, can create quite a conflict and cause concern for taxpayers that live here. So I think currently, as it sits, being an advisory board is definitely the way I would go. How that information gets relayed to us may need to be worked out, whether the chairman prepares a report for the manager, or he gets to give his own report, and the manager gets to give a report. I'm not sure what direction that is, but to give the commission authority to make decisions when it's not made up of residents of Caldwell does cause me to pause, so.
So, very good. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Khan, I don't believe we've ever met, so, forgive me for that, but, appreciate you being here today. I think the problem in my mind that needs to be clarified, you've already said, has already been said, and that's the question of control. And it seems as though communication has not been, best on all sides of this. And, frankly, if I could just take a moment to say, some of the communications I've received, I've not been appreciative of. And they only cause me more concern because it appears that there's a control issue. And so I think that as we devise the best consult for the commission so that they are clear on what their duties are, it needs to be in a way that they understand how they best serve us, since it ultimately ends up landing in our laps, what decision we have to make, and then we have to live with that. Obviously, just about any decision we make up here can be amended, changed, undone, redone, as we've proven. But it still comes down to our desk at the end of the day. I'm not a pilot. I work with a pilot. I've flown frequently as of late with that pilot. So I have some experience. But at the end of the day, I rely on experts. I trust implicitly our staff and their expertise, but we also want to rely on other expertise, which is the purpose of commissions, to give us insights. And I think that was one of the words that Mr. Waterman used, insights and context for the decisions that we make. And so I'm looking to see a commission that truly has at its core the idea of helping the council, because other than Councilor Register, none of us are pilots. Oh wait, she's not a pilot either, but we need your input indeed, but ultimately it will be our decision. And so I need to know that it is a helpful commission, and there just seems to be some conflict that is really not helpful in all aspects. And I've said before, it's a diamond. It has many facets, and I'm not going to sit up here and I hope this doesn't come across as lecturing. It's a dialogue. I'm not pointing any fingers right now. There is plenty of correction to be made in a lot of directions, but that's how problems are solved, by polishing that diamond on all of its facets, not just looking at one, not just trying to assign blame to one person or to one committee and make it all about that, but to see where we can improve and do better for the citizens of Caldwell. Do I believe we need our airport? Absolutely. I'd be remiss if the city of Caldwell didn't have our airport. But more and more, I'm coming to the conclusion that it doesn't appear to be a city-owned airport, and it indeed is. And so we need to continue to keep that in the forefront. And so I think clarity, perhaps training, instruction, could best help the commission. And so that's what I'm leaning towards. I don't think I've said anything really substantive, and so I apologize for that because I haven't given you an example, but that's my concern as someone who's kind of new to the process this year.
I think those were all good comments, and I think there have been perhaps too much negativity in some of the communications back and forth, and I'm hoping that's improving. I do think the communication and between the commission and the staff has gotten better. Our input was requested on commenting on the master plan drafts, on the RFPs that have been issued, on reviewing the proposals that were submitted. And I think staff valued that, and so I think that's all going in the right direction. You made some comments, Councilman Doty, about what you would like to hear from the commission in a report, and I am on the agenda for the December meeting to make one of the December meetings to make my annual report. And if there's anything you would like covered in that, I'd really, really like to hear it, so I hit on the points of most importance to you. Virtually all of our communication is through staff, and except for my annual report, none to you. So if there's a vehicle or a method or a frequency with which you would like us to give you feedback, I'd really like to know what that is so we can do what you want.
That's a good question, and I'd have to weigh that carefully because tonight, especially, the agenda looks so full.
Right.
To commit to you 3 times a year or 4 times a year or anything like that. But let me be clear. Some of it comes from the community itself, that communication I'm referring to, that isn't helpful, that doesn't contribute, that isn't a conciliatory tone.
Right.
And perhaps one of the roles the commission could best play is that liaison back to the flying community as a voice of, hey, we discussed this in our commission, and even though this might not have ended up a decision the council made in a way you would have liked, this is how we got there, this is why we're there, this is how we're gonna live with it. Because we have a lot of people that are trying to be the voice of the airport, and, that doesn't help.
All good.
But I appreciate you being here tonight, thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks so much. And yes, thank you, great comments. I know, even I'm confused. I loved that. I think you said it perfectly, of the voice of the airport. Because there's a lot of voices, and so it's like, who's the official voice? Who do we listen to? Is this the commission? Is it a different group? And so it does become, and at least for me, confusing of where is this information coming from? Is this, from the commission being voted on, being portrayed forward, or is it, a different group? So I think those are some great comments. I appreciate that. Councilor McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with most of the things that have been said and articulated already. A couple of additional thoughts. Clearly, a rewrite of the bylaws is in order, even what Mr. Waterman was talking about. There's a lot of antiquated language in there, so this is really the time to do it. It seems ripe to take that on, so I appreciate the staff and others working on that. I like what Councilman Doty said, in that, most of the commissions that we have in this community are advisory in nature. I serve on a couple of them, and they don't set policy. They make recommendations when it's, when they're asked or when it's appropriate. And it's just like any other legislative body. And Mayor, you served in the legislature, as did I. There were lots of people who were advisory committees and lots of commissions, but those commissions and committees didn't set policy. They made recommendations, for sure, but they weren't setting policy. And so I think as we go forward, I think we need to do so with that in mind. I'll mention one more time that a simple spreadsheet would help me make some simple comparisons and some contrasting. It doesn't not have to be every airport in Idaho by any stretch, just a simple 4 or 5. And then I think we can discuss whether it's a reality or a perception, but there's definitely a perception amongst many people that communicate to me that we are supplementing people to use the airport, that we are, paying the way for people to use the airport. And whether or not that's perception or reality, that is out there. And so I'm hopeful through this process that whatever the case may be, maybe it's a little bit of both, but whatever the case may be, if we can start to make that more clear and more transparent, I think the people that we report to, the citizens of Caldwell, are going to be appreciative of that. So that's what I've got, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Councilman, I don't know if you were here for my January 18th presentation, but I did point out what the airport generates in the way of revenue and jobs for the city of Caldwell. And these are numbers developed by the Idaho Department of Transportation and their aeronautics division. So the numbers they gave are about 341 jobs that this airport has generated, about 1.6 million local tax revenue and fees, some $14 million in payrolls and earnings that go to employees, and on down. And if you would like, I can touch on that again in my December annual report.
Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. And I don't mean to keep going back to the legislature during this meeting, but I chaired the Senate Transportation Committee, which oversaw that division. And so I'm familiar with how, and I think that's why it's so important to me, and I can't speak for everyone at this rostrum, but that's why it's so important for me to get this right, because it is such an important economic engine for the city. In fact, I think, and I've talked to Mr. Oates about this several times, to me, we are positioned in a unique way, more so than any other community in the Treasure Valley, with what we can do at our airport. And that is a valuable asset that other communities don't have. If Steve Jenkins was here, I think he'd tell you the exact same thing. We're uniquely positioned. As councilmen, I think that it's part of our duty to make sure that we are protecting that asset and we are leveraging that asset to the best of our abilities. And so that as we move through this process, I think that's another thing that we need to focus on, is understanding what an asset that is and then leveraging, that the best we can.
So before we let you go, if you don't mind, I would love to hear, as the chairman of the airport commission, I think you have a keen insight on that, maybe just a few things that you think the commission and the city are doing good, or doing right, and a few things that maybe the commission and the city could do better at. Do you mind? And bluntness and being very frank in your response is appreciated. We don't mind brutal honesty. So just your opinion, what's going good on both sides and what could we do better on both sides?
Well, one of the roles that Rob said the airport commission could support him in was implementing the master plan. And I think that, they've asked us, as I mentioned earlier, to review RFPs, and I think we'll have the opportunity to review draft development agreements and those sorts of things. And I think that's a positive development. I think that the comments we've offered on those documents have been incorporated and have been, valuable. I think that there are some airport users that feel that they want to speak to commissioners and have us take the message to management rather than going directly to management for one reason or another. And so I think we do pretty well at that. So maybe I'm being too broad, I don't know. I think, again, I don't know how we should report to you. I know how we interact with management. I would like to feel that management comes to us a little bit more often and not just us going to management. This lease issue that's been developed, I did suggest to Brent that I could help them develop an Excel file that would have all 300-something leases and the key date on each lease so that you could extract renewal dates, you could automatically calculate what the billing would be, and a range of other things that I sent to him. And I think we'll move ahead with that. So I think that's a positive use of our skill sets, and maybe he probably didn't know we could do that. So I think this working together and helping, I don't know, is that enough?
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate it. It's a great starting point. So thank you so much. So what I'd like to do, because I see at least one airport commission member here. So I would like to hear from the airport commission members that are here, kind of the same question. Kind of what do you see? So I don't know, Mr. Neary, if you don't mind coming up. So he's one of our airport commission members, one of the newest ones. So if you don't mind, maybe just a few things you see that have been going right on both sides, and maybe some things we could do better on both sides.
So Randy Neary, I'm a hangar owner. I own several hangars out there. I'm also developing the east end, or the east end that was approved about a year ago. I'm born and raised in Caldwell. I don't currently live in Caldwell, so to answer your question, I'm not a Caldwell, but I'm 51 years old, spent 48 years in the city of Caldwell, but I also do own several hangars on the airport. So I feel I have a right to put forth some information. What I think we're doing right, I agree with Chairman Khan about with the RFPs. They've included us very well. One disconnect I did see is as we moved forward as a builder developer, I felt I had a pretty good purpose in that meeting. And I said, if number one drops out and number two comes forward, I think we need to readdress a few things. And then that information didn't get put forward to the council. And so there is a little bit of a disconnect between commission and staff, as you allude to. There's some tension there. I'm hoping we can bridge that as well as work together in some uniformity, right? That's the best for the airport, best for the commission, best for you. My biggest question that I have asked the few short months that I've been on this commission is, who do we report to? And that's what I would like to know. Is that 3 times, 4 times a year to you guys through our chairperson? Is it through staff? I want to know who we report to, so I know who to hold accountable for some of those little details of if this number one falls through, an example of the RFPs, if this number one falls through, before we automatically move to number 2, there were some concerns that need to be addressed from a developer's point of view that you guys are not. Not saying you don't understand that, because you do, because you deal with it all the time for the city, but particular to that property. I've been on that airport for 13 years. I see its growing pains. I've had the opportunity to talk to Councilman McGee and Councilman Stoddick at length as to what I see out there. I think that's kind of why I was put forth into this position. But so I think the communication can be better with staff. although I think it is good, but it can always get better. Again, there's a little disconnect on some details. I think the commission is moving in a proper direction. I do like to see who is the voice, because there are a lot of voices, we all hear a lot of static, and that's no good. I've been the blunt of a lot of that static. That is not good or helpful for anybody. And as being on this commission, I just want to put static behind us, move forward. I'm a believer in this city, born and raised here. I'm a believer in this airport to the tune of about a $10 million project on the east end. I believe in all that. And so I want to see it move forward in the direction that I think we all do. I mean, I 100% agree with Councilman McGee. It is a huge asset, not a subsidized tax burden. It is an asset that is a legitimate thing that we need to protect and nurture and stuff. I know I talked in circles. But
No, I appreciate that. You have
So-
some great points, and just trying to, and I think this will be clarified as we go through this and redo, you know, what we have in our city code as well as the bylaws for the airport commission of, you know, who do you report to? So I go back to my expertise of planning and zoning. So I know planning and zoning commission, Mr. Steve Foltz is who they report to, not to the city council. So if they have issues or questions, those planning and zoning commission members should be calling Mr. Foltz. Then he can relay, you know, kind of weed through that and relay what needs to come to council before us. Because obviously we have multiple commissions.
Sure.
And as Mr. Williams was kind of mentioning earlier, we would be just bogged down consistently if all those issues came to us. So I would say the airport commission should be reporting to the airport manager. And then that would filter through to the public works director to city council, should be the way, ideally, at least in my opinion, of how that should work. And it sounds like we need to clarify that and work on some communication between the commission and the staff, so there's an open dialogue, it feels like, between the two, respect between the two on that, so that we can make sure that we have those. Because I get it that maybe if they're feeling that it's falling on deaf ears, then okay, now where do we go to? Where do we step to? Or vice versa, the other way also. If, you know, the airport manager feels that he's trying to give direction and lead to the commission and it's falling on deaf ears, now where does that go? So it's a two-way street, I think, on both of those.
And again, to what extent leases come up? Do we have input on leases as an airport commission? As a commission member and as a hangar owner, no, I don't see we have any input on that, other than verbiage in the lease. And now that we're faced with this 28%, my numbers could be a little off, 28% of the leases can have this council rate adjustment, 72% can't. That verbiage might have been caught had it gone through the commission. But do I want my lease renewal or any future leases or any of the hangars I'm selling to go through the commission and it be a do I like him or not like him situation? No, I don't want that either. Quite honestly, I might not have had a lease because when I bought my first hangar out there, I wasn't a pilot. And so I might have got denied, right? And so I don't want that, because I don't want any future movement to be dependent upon a voluntary commission. You guys set the policy, like you've said eloquently, it falls on your desk. If you say no, it's a no, and that's where it ends. You live and die by that. I don't want that. I don't want to start having to worry about E&O insurance and stuff like that being on a voluntary commission. So what input do we have? Again, some clarification. I think we have some ideas. I know we've all talked a little bit about it. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
So.
excellent, awesome. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Any other members of the airport commission? Will you please come forward and state your name? And then kind of the same question, what do you see that's going well on both sides? What are some things we can improve on both sides?
My name is Vivian Firkin, and first off, I think that the reason for the commission is the fact that you don't know everything. You have so many different things going on. You can't be expected to know what's going on. That's why you have all these different commissions, to provide you with the information so that you can make intelligent decisions. So that's one of the main reasons why we need to have a commission. Now, I'm very sorry about what you've been going through, but I think what you're feeling is a lot of the frustration of people at the airport who don't have anywhere to go. And the commission needs to be that place to go. And we need to be the ones that are the liaisons. They should be coming to us, and we should be filtering it through. And if we feel that it's important enough or something that we can't handle, it should then go on to whomever. But that's what we should be there for. That's what we need to be, is standing there as a liaison between the stakeholders and yourselves. And providing information, for example, Councilman Register always asks questions that it's like, we need you to come out to the airport. Come out and visit us and come see exactly what it is that the stake is, so that you know what a wonderful place it is, or meet some of the people. You know, it's that sort of a thing that the commission needs to provide for you, because you're not out there. So I just feel that there's a frustration, and that the commission needs to be the intermediary of that frustration, where we can help filter it to you, or take care of it before it gets to you.
I have a question,
Did you have
question
a,
about
oh,
that.
sorry, yes.
Otherwise,
Sure.
it's the same as everybody else.
I'm curious, why do the pilots feel like they can't go to the commission?
They do come to the commission. I get it all the time. And, they call me, they come to me, I do understand. And I know they go to others. They go to others also. They do. But, I guess the thing is that why aren't they going to the management? Why do they come to us? Shouldn't they be going to the management first? I
think that's the
I
question
mean,
we're trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
And maybe,
And that's the thing, we need to get that squared away. We need to have people that are feeling these frustrations, they need to be sending information to the manager. And then if the manager can get with the commission and go, hey, we need to figure this out, and then we go from there. But there's a disconnect there.
can I throw something in there too, real quick?
Sure.
So could you give like an example of like what is coming to you or to the commission that you feel
Okay.
should go?
A perfect example is the AWAS. We have a
Sorry, what was it?
It's called an AWAS, an AWS. And what it is it's a radio weather, and it tells pilots on the ground and in their radio, in their aircraft, what is going on with the weather, with the winds, and this type of information, which is very important to each of us. Now, granted, if I should be able to call from home, find out what the winds are, what kind of, is it socked in? Is it all the way to the ground with clouds? I'm not gonna go out and fly like that. There's no reason for me to go. It gives me advanced information as far as weather. It's been out for 3 months. And I have heard from, and I have a safety at my shop. I have as a commissioner, I put this out that I have a tablet. Please write down any safety issues that you might see at the airport, and we'll discuss them at the commission meeting. That's been one of the big ones. How come the AWAS is out? So I did get in touch with Mr. Oates, and finally an airport news went out as to why we haven't had an AWAS for 3 months. But it's just, instead of them contacting him, it's been 3 months of just back and forth and trying to figure out what's going on. I wasn't aware it was out myself. I don't fly that often, so I wasn't aware, but it did start coming to me just recently. So I pursued it, and I got in touch with Mr. Oates. He explained to me what happened, and then we got an airport newsletter that explained it. But why wasn't that done 3 months ago when it went right out? When it was out, we should have known as pilots what was going on. That's a safety issue. So there's that disconnect and the frustration with this. We have, anyway, that's a perfect one.
Yeah, and you actually answered a question I've been meaning to ask Brent for a while. My weather app, when I go to Caldwell, it shows 60 degrees, and I think it's because that system's been out, because the daily is correct, but when you go to the actual, so I've actually had to go to Nampa, which I hate to do that, on my app to pretend I'm in Nampa to get the daily temperature, so that actually answered one of my questions. I've been trying to figure out why my weather app's off, now I know, so.
But these are some of the disconnects that are happening, and I think we need to come up with a better communication as far as a trust and a communication, and then it goes to us as commissioners, and then we can forward it to you if it's beyond our capability.
Okay.
So.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to keep this brief. Ms. Frickin, thank you for being here. Mr. Neary, thank you for coming tonight as well. I assure you, on my part, I'm not against correcting any facet of this diamond in any way to any extreme. But I will tell you this, I do have pilots that I contact directly for input because I appreciate their demeanor, their professionalism, their calm, their reasonableness when they interact, and I go to them because they're my voice of reason when I say, help me understand. And so my frustration isn't because I don't have good sources. I do. I don't want to name that pilot or those pilots because it just drags more into it. But it goes a long way when decorum is professional.
Correct.
And etiquette is correct in our communications. And so I just wanted to toss that out there as well.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Yes, Counselor Stoddard?
Commissioner, what do you think of the leases? I mean, have you been, over the years, informed of what they were, or, I mean, any,
The leases, yes,
your
you know.
opinion?
Yeah, as you know, the leases have, I've been there going on, I'll be 2 years in February, and we haven't done any leases. So, I believe at one point, there was a time when commissioners did do the leases. And as far as, I got in contact with someone at, at Napa, because I wanted to know how they did their leases. And they review every lease. They review it. It's not, and then they defer it to their lawyer, to the they don't take responsibility. They say, okay, this sounds good, this doesn't sound, and it doesn't have to do with, and I can see Randy's point, but we can't be that way as a commission. We can't be going, well, I don't like Randy or whatever, and so I'm not gonna give him a lease. It should never be that way. We need to be looking at how is this affecting the airport, and is it the right thing to do? And most leases are just, they're renewals, or they're, this guy sold it to this guy, and so now we need to move it on. And if it gets too complicated for us, then we can go from there as far as leases. But we haven't been doing any leases, so I've never done a lease, so I wouldn't have,
Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to do it.
So you don't know the pricing structure or anything then about
Right.
leases? Okay.
Right, I don't know.
I would like to have Mr. Khan's opinion
Yes, I
too
would,
on
yeah.
leases, what he feels.
Yeah,
Do you mind coming up to the mic so they can hear you on the?
Because it'll help us make a better decision down the
I do have a
road.
number of comments on the leases, which I was gonna
Okay.
save until that section, but we haven't been asked to review the lease. I sort of agree with Randy that reviewing each lease as it comes up for renewal, I don't think I'd have that much input on, but reviewing the template before it's put into use, I think that would be something that would be worth the commission doing. And then on these sort of one-off type leases and development agreements for the northeast, northwest parcel and the farmhouse, those are gonna be very non-standard, and I think the review there would be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Nearing, your opinion on leases? Microphone, please.
Yeah, I talk loud. Again, I kind of stated, I don't know. Do we need to review new leases? I could be persuaded either way. Show me the good, show me the bad. I don't have a stake in that. Do we need to review renewal leases? I don't think at all. Should we be involved in verbiage of the leases? I think we should, because we're not getting into it now, but this lease rate increase is a very hot topic. It's a very hot topic for me. I have a lot of input to say on that, haven't had a chance. But,
I think you will.
So I think some of this could be averted had we had some say. Somebody on that commission probably, obviously it's hindsight, could have maybe caught some of this discrepancy where that verbiage could have been called out and specified or clarified a little better. Yeah, that's kind of it. I could be persuaded on new leases. I don't have
Dog in the fight,
Yeah, I don't
huh?
have a dog in this fight.
Okay.
I can go either way,
Yeah.
if it's not a popularity contest.
Yeah. Very good. And maybe I'll just throw my 2 cents in, and that's gonna require obviously more discussion and when it comes before the council to decide how they wanna go. But I kind of agree with Chairman Khan. I can see some issues if, I think the template, yes, great, and the info, but approving all the leases, I don't know if that should be a commission, responsibility. That seems like that should be the airport manager, the staff on that. The template and the things that are coming up with, yes, definitely look at that and how it's presented, what's maybe looked at in those leases, but the actual approvals, I feel should be a staff level thing. And again, that's just my opinion on that. It'd ultimately be the council's decision on that, but, I apologize if there's other commission members that are here. We appreciate you coming, but grateful that we were able to get through 3 of you and for you being here tonight. I believe that was some great feedback and great information. So we'll turn that over to our, city attorney to work with Mr. Oates and with, Mr. Orton, and hopefully before too long, come back with a council item to discuss this, to decide on that, and have testimony at that time also, and present that, and kind of go through what the council wants to do, and what they want in there, and what they don't. So I imagine that will probably be a multi-meeting, will probably be continued a few times, as we work through it, but it'd be good to get that going. I know we're towards the end of the year, but by first of next year, get working on that and bring that to council for some hearings. So with that, we will end our workshop, and we appreciate everyone for being here for that, and we will take a quick 3-minute recess and be back for the beginning of our city council meeting. Very good. We're going to call this meeting to order. We appreciate everyone being here for our regularly scheduled city council meeting on this wonderful evening of November 15th. So we will begin this meeting with an invocation being offered by Pastor Jim Porter of the Caldwell Free Methodist Church. And then following that will be the Pledge of Allegiance. So you'd all please stand for the prayer and stay standing for the pledge.
Let's pray. Father God, during this season of Thanksgiving, we want to pause in this moment, give you thanks for the city of Caldwell, for how well it's led and governed. We thank you for giving us a privilege of establishing our lives here and our homes here and raising our families here. God, we appreciate that so much. As there's a heavy agenda tonight, Father, a long agenda, we pray that you would give us creativity and stamina and wisdom as these topics are discussed and debated. Father, may this be an evening that goes well and brings you glory. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Pastor Porter. We appreciate that. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Counselor McGee?
Here.
Counselor Williams?
Here.
Counselor Doty?
Here.
Counselor Sadi?
Here.
Counselor Register? Here.
Very good. So we have a quorum this evening. We are missing one councilman. Councilor Allgood is not able to be with us this evening, but we do have 5 councilors here and present. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any of the council members on any items on the agenda this evening? Okay, with that, we'll move on to our special presentations. We do have 3 of those this evening. So we begin with our update from our Library Board of Trustees. Do we have anybody here from the library? We have our wonderful librarian here. So it's great to see you, Lacey.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for having us this evening. It's been another fantastic year at the library, and I had a few highlights to share with you. But first, I wanted to recognize our current Board of Trustees. We have Bonnie Smith, our chair extraordinaire. We also have Larry Blackburn with us this evening, and Magda Ruano, Alec Drake, Rex Hansen, and our City Council liaison, John McGee. So just a fantastic group of folks to work with. Really fortunate to have them at the library. Okay, so there are a lot of good things happening at the library that I would love to talk about, all of them in great detail, but I've picked out just a few to share with you here this evening. The presentation highlights our programs, our outreach services, and library services specifically, just a few items from the items of note from the past year or so. All right. Let's go one more, please, friends. Thank you. All right. So in the past 3 years or so, our programming numbers have been all over the place, and that is due in part to the closures. We had to move to virtual programs for parts of 2020 and 2021. But now we're thrilled to see that our numbers are where they were prior to 2020, and even in some areas, the stats are eclipsing where we were in previous years. So this first slide here just is a breakdown of our program attendance from this past fiscal year. We had 11,244 total participants. The biggest chunk of that is outreach. That's the highest percentage, and that, of course, includes programs that happen off-site, so our school visits, community events, trips to our care centers, story times at the plaza, essentially any time we're taking our services on the road, if you will. And then the next chunk is followed by kids programming, adult programming, general, that's going to include family programming, all age programming, and then followed by teens. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. I wanted to talk just briefly about our volunteers. When speaking about programming, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all the assistance that our volunteers give us. We really wouldn't be able to do the work that we do without their support, so I wanted to highlight a few specific examples. First, we have under summer reading, our teen summer reading volunteers. This summer, we had 18 teen volunteers that gave 600 service hours to our summer reading program. Summer is, of course, our busiest time of the year, and it's not uncommon to see 1,000+ patrons that come to the library every day. So having these teen volunteers help with program prep, summer reading signups, helping at our info desk is really invaluable, and we couldn't do that without them. And then tech tutors, another new volunteer opportunity that we started came about through a grant and a partnership with Best Buy Foundation and Cyber Seniors. Best Buy and library staff train teen volunteers on how to best assist folks with technology skill building. The teens served as digital mentors and helped seniors in the community that needed assistance. So they would work with seniors to keep them socially connected, engaged, and embrace new technology skills. And that has been a fantastic multi-generational program that we hope to continue moving forward. And then finally, I wanted to acknowledge our Friends of the Library group. They raise money throughout the year and give us funds to use for special programs. They contribute to our collection, process book donations, and we rely heavily on their support throughout the year, which we appreciate. All right. Okay. And then next we'll move to outreach, talking specifically about the mobile makerspace and our outreach van, which we have pictures of both of those units on the screen there. We have had our mobile makerspace for a few years now, but we added an outreach van within the past year, which has made it much easier to get out and about within the community, and we were able to utilize grant funds to purchase that. I wanted to talk about our Laundromat Literacy Center. This is located at the Get the Funk Out Laundromat near the Ambassador RV Resort, and this was made possible through grant funding as well. And the intent with the space is to promote literacy outside of the library. There's a collection of books and activities for kids to look at while their adults are busy with their laundry, and we also have monthly story times at that location as well. So a unique opportunity that's worked out very well for us. Farmway Village, I wanted to mention the outreach efforts there. Those have been going very well and have been well received by the folks out at Farmway. We participated in story times with La Adelita Head Start kids. We brought our makerspace out there for different STEM activities, trunk or treats, just a bunch of different things, some unique opportunities for us programming-wise, which has gone very well. And then finally, I wanted to highlight our outreach efforts with some of our local schools. An example would be the Caldwell School District. We participate in their Book and a Bite program over the summer, parent nights, library card signups. We have a similar partnership with Valley View School District, and we offer library tours both at the library and off-site to local schools. Just this past month, we've had students from Elevate Academy, Mosaic Charter School, Caldwell Online Academy, and some various homeschool groups that have come in, or we have gone to them to talk about library resources. And this is just an example, this outreach map that you see of one of the tools we use to track where we have been and where we haven't been. We receive, as you can imagine, many requests to attend different events and programs, so we try to be really intentional, taking a look at where we have been and haven't been, and try to get out and about in the community as much as possible. All right, and then library services. So I'll share just briefly about some of our materials, technology, and our various collections. Next one. All right. So these are just a few statistics from the past fiscal year for reference. I won't go too deep into those, but as I mentioned, they continue to grow year to year, which is something that we are very encouraged to see, appreciate the support and the use from the community. All right, and then this is a breakdown of just a few notes on our services. So the first addresses library programs, how many programs we had during the last fiscal year, the average for the month. We also, as you're aware, have meeting room space, 2 meeting rooms that are available for public use that they're able to reserve. Computer sessions and Wi-Fi users, so that's going to include folks that use one of our library-issued devices or come to the library with their own device to use internet services, and then just highlighting how many websites visits we get in a year, in a week. All right. And another area that we try to highlight is that we are more than just books. We very much appreciate books, still have a lot of them, obviously, but the scope of what we have and what we do is much larger than the physical collection that you traditionally associate with the library. So I wanted to highlight just a few of those resources as well. Under online resources, we of course have digital content, ebooks, audiobooks, digital newspapers, resources for students, tutor.com, pronunciators, language learning, Freegal Music. We have a digitized historical collection. We have a significant number of items that are unique to Caldwell or unique to the state of Idaho, so we've been working specifically the last couple of years to get those digitized online and available to folks as well. We have a library of things, so just a bunch of unique non-book items that are available, sports equipment, board games, STEM kits. We have mobile hotspots. There's still folks in the community that struggle with getting reliable internet connectivity, so we make those available for checkout as well. And then finally, we have our community pantry. This was added this last year with grant funding, made possible for grant funding. And we, let's see, it's very similar, I guess, to the Blessing Box out here. That's how it functions. So we have groups, different organizations that donate food, hygiene items, diapers, and interview clothing specifically to those in the community that may need those resources. So that has been just a great use and a benefit to our patrons as well. And that was, in summary, the bright spots, I guess, of the last fiscal year that I wanted to share with you all. I don't know if Bonnie has anything else she'd like to add.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Bonnie Smith, board trustee members for about 12 years now, I think, and we have a great group working on the library board. Larry, also, I think, almost as long, and want to say a word of appreciation to our director, Lacey. We appreciate her leadership with her staff and her programming and daily operations at the library very much. Thank you, John, for helping us every month with our board meetings and being that representative from the council. We have a very blessed situation with an endowment at the library that was sitting for quite many decades. Larry is our expert on that endowment history, but just to point out that we have enjoyed using some of those funds. And recently, the past 2 years, starting with 2020 when our event was canceled, we postponed it to 21, and then this year again held an outdoor gala to help raise money to support that endowment without using endowment funds. So we're excited to see that keep going, and look forward again in the spring. We have an outdoor event in combination with indoor activities, but have enjoyed having some local food trucks come and feed everyone and enjoy an evening on the lawn at the library. I don't know, we might continue it outside. It's been well received, so. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate coming to talk to you tonight.
Yes, well, thank you so much to you and to your entire committee and to Lacey. You all do an amazing job, and that's one of the great things, as mayor, is getting to know more of our library and all those services that you offer. And I think that last column really hit it on that one about, you know, that you provide food and interview clothing, you know, things you just wouldn't think about from a library, but it really is kind of a community center, you know, where people come not just for books and to learn, but to be provided for when they need that, and you're there for that. And so that's so appreciative on doing those things. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I've
Yes.
got a question.
Yeah.
I get a lot of calls lately on the content of the books in the library. Parents are concerned about that. What are we doing, if anything, about that? Do we police that, or what are we doing?
We have always had a collection development policy. We share with folks if they're concerned about what's there, and there is a process, if they have concern about material or content, of a program or anything like that, that they can certainly bring, to me, and I can share with the board as well.
Okay.
We have conversations off and on, throughout the year, but there hasn't been really an uptick in anyone going through with that formal process, but it is in place if they have concerns.
And are we reaching a level that, you know, with the participation of folks that are moving into this area, any plans on expansion, and do you plan on building up or another library someplace?
I would love to discuss that, yes. Yeah, we've outgrown the space for sure as far as, the programming room especially. That's why you've seen the increase in outreach. We're trying to go more, out into the community to accommodate that. So we've had some discussions off and on, throughout the years, but yes, I think it's at a point where we really need to be intentional and thoughtful about that.
Do you see that as a mobile program, or just, expanding the current building that you have now?
We've talked about both. We are.
Satellite office?
Yes. We think what would likely make the most sense would be a satellite location.
Okay.
We are very fortunate to have the building that we have, but the last few years we've seen, an uptick in HVAC repairs. The brick needs to be repaired, some leaks, things like that. It's just showing its age, so I don't know that adding on, might unearth, you know, some things that need to be addressed, as well as repairs to the building. So we think satellite location would be the best way to go, but certainly open to hearing, you know, whatever the community thinks would work best. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, I think you made Lacey's night asking those questions.
Yeah.
So I know we've had some discussion as well as what we need to do to, yeah, continue to provide that, and increase that service to our community. So I'm sure we'll be more discussions on that this next budget cycle. So
Thank you.
thank you so
Appreciate it.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you again for being here. Our next, special presentation is our annual update from the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, our wonderful MIAC. And I know we have a few in the back, I see. So these are some of the members of our executive council. So if each of you would introduce yourself quickly or briefly, and what your role is, and then are you going to be the spokesperson?
I think we're all
Giselle?
going to say something.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So,
So my name is Giselle Wade. I am the chair of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. Yeah, like the mayor said, we're here to give our annual report, just on a couple events we've been doing, some things we're really thankful to have in our council this year. I'll let everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Hi, I'm Yulisa, but I go by Julie, and I'm the vice chair of the council.
I'm Evangeline Wade, and I'm the treasurer.
I'm Gladys, I'm the historian.
So last year when we came to give our presentation, I talked about how we had a pretty small council and that we didn't get a lot of stuff done that year because we didn't have like the people to be able to do a lot of the events that we wanted to. This year we are very fortunate to have a larger council. We've had a lot of help from Brian and the mayor on getting more kids to join us. We also added 8th graders to our council this year, which has been a big help in having more people and just being able to have more volunteers to get stuff done. So that's been super, super nice. And we're going to talk about some of our events that we've already done this year and then some upcoming events as well.
Yeah, so one of the events that we do every year is that we go to DC, and the exec committee usually does it. It's about 7 of us who go, and so we go and present a white paper, and so that white paper this year was formatted as a bill, and it's just on like an issue that we as a council vote on. That's something that we as youth want to see prioritized. And so what the council had voted for this year was to support any programs that helped first generation low income students go to college or any post secondary education. And so it was actually really neat because we got to meet with Senator Crapo's staff. And so he's actually the head caucus of the TRIO program, like on the federal level. And so TRIO is like a federally funded program for first generation low income students. So I think that fit really nicely. But I think it was just really cool being able to meet with the staff and being in that office and seeing like policy on the federal level. And I think for me it was really nice because I want to work into policy. And so being able to talk to the staff and see like, oh, how he got there, what he used to get there, and then him offering help to us if we ever want to get internships there, I think was really neat. And then for the other 4 days that we were at DC, we went to like museums and then monuments, and we just hit all of them. And so I think it was just a really nice opportunity that I'm like really grateful to the mayor for, because I know for a lot of us, like we wouldn't have had the opportunity to go to DC if not for that. Yeah.
Okay, so one of our main focuses in MIAC is obviously helping better our community, and we do a lot of that through community service. And one of our most recent community service projects was our Spooky Spot. Our Spooky Spot was held at the O'Connor Fieldhouse, where some of our MIAC members got together to decorate a hallway to scare people. We got to scare little kids, old people. We scared, I think it was the baseball team? Yeah. The baseball team from C of I. And everyone had a really great time putting it together and working it. And we gave out a lot of candy that night, and there was a huge turnout. And yeah, it was just a really good time for everyone, and it was very successful. So
One of the events that we do every year is an Adopt a Family event where we adopt a family for Christmas and we give them Christmas gifts, usually a dinner and clothes. And last year we did 2, and we gave the families gas cards as well. And we have not yet decided on a family, but we're still looking. And another event we do that's coming up is the gala dinner, and it is February 25th at C of I.
Obviously, we have not planned the rest of those details for that event yet, but that is coming up. We're super excited about that. That's where we get a lot of our funding to be able to do the events that we do throughout the year. So with us being the Mayor's Advisory Council, we would also like to give a happy birthday to the mayor today. And if anybody has any questions for us before we wrap up.
Any questions?
I think we should sing happy birthday to the mayor.
I don't know about that.
Join me in that. Sure. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear mayor. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you might get through the night without that, but thank you, I appreciate that very much. So, yes, it is I thought that's why everybody is here, was for my birthday tonight, but there must be something else on the agenda as well. So, just a shout out to these girls. They are absolutely amazing. If you ever have any doubt about the future of our country, of our city, come and hang out at Mayor's Youth Advisory Council a couple times, and you will quickly change your mind. We are in good hands with people like this that are going to be our leaders in the future. So I could not say enough good things about these young ladies. They amaze me every day in what they do and how they compose themselves and present themselves as representatives of our community and of our great city of Caldwell. So my heart goes out to them, just amazing, and I just look up to them so much. So thank you for all that you do. And a huge shout out to Brian, our photographer over here in the corner. He is a huge part of why MIAC is thriving as it is right now. We have, well over 50 kids that are attending our meetings, where it was, 5 to 10 if we were lucky. And Brian deserves a huge shout out. And I know these girls would agree with that 100% on getting that there. So we appreciate him. And yeah, it's one of the greatest things about being mayor is get to hang out with these, wonderful youth and, trying to be an example for them, and just excited to see where they go in the future. So they will achieve great things, I have no doubt. Any questions from any of the council members? Okay, very good. Thank you so much again for coming. And it feels good to be 30 again, so if anybody's wondering. So our last special presentation is for our senior produce program. So will you please come forward? Who is, right there. Very good. So thank you so much, Lindsay, for being here tonight. and we'll turn it over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Right, so there we are. Okay, so, good evening. My name is Lindsay McConnell-Soong. I am a program manager for University of Idaho Extension here in Caldwell. And I serve on the Caldwell Health Coalition, which is what I presented to you on earlier this year. And within that position, I have coordinated the senior produce program at our Caldwell Farm to Fork Market this past year. So we just completed our second market season in September, and I'm excited to present you with some of the outcomes and the impacts that we've seen thus far. So just to remind you, the City of Caldwell for this past year was one of our primary sponsors for the program, along with St. Luke's. $5,000 each was the contribution there, and that was the funding that we had to operate on this past year. So in partnership with Destination Caldwell, University of Idaho Extension, and the Caldwell Health Coalition, we provide the main coordination for that. I did want to also acknowledge the Idaho Farmers Market Association, as they did also provide some assistance for our marketing costs this past year. All right, so as I said, I referred to this program earlier this year, but I wanted to give just a brief refresher for you before we go into the data and the impacts about how the program works, just for a reminder on that. So we are fully staffed by volunteers. That's how we make this program work. We have our booth every week at the farmers market. Seniors come and they can sign up for their first week. They answer a few short survey questions, really basic. You know, why did you come to the market today? Was it because of the program? What city do you live in? Really, really simple things like that. And then we give them $6 in vouchers each week, and a return loyalty card, punch card there. As you can see, that person in the picture came every single week. We do limit it to one set of vouchers per household for 60 years and older. And so with that $10,000, we spread that over 16 weeks, which allowed us to give about $588 each week. So that in $6 voucher sets, that served 98 seniors each week. And more often than not, about at least 15 minutes before we were ever set up or the market began, we would have a line of seniors each week, and generally we would distribute all of those vouchers within the first hour, hour and a half, many weeks in 100-degree heat. So, all right, so I did provide the full set of data from our surveys for this year in the back of your packets there, but I'm just going to highlight a few of the main pieces that I want to point out for this year. So 481 seniors signed up for the program and participated at least 1 week during the season of the market. 1,658 sets of vouchers in $6 sets were given throughout the market season. And seniors could sign up continually all the way through the last week of the market, but on average we had 73 seniors returning each week who were not new seniors. So just putting that into perspective, we could give out 98 sets each week. 73 of those went to seniors who are coming back each week. So it helps us understand a little bit about how needed it was and how successful. And further on that, we were right at 90% for a redemption rate for those vouchers, which is phenomenal, I think, for a second year of our program. So that's $9,000 worth of fruits and vegetables that went to seniors' tables this summer, and also $9,000 in revenue that went to our local produce vendors that wouldn't have had it without that program. All right, so one of the questions we asked is why, what brought people to the market today if they came to the market because of the program, and 42% indicated that yes, they did come to the market because of the senior produce program. That's over 200 seniors that came to the market that might not have otherwise, that came and walked through the vendors, did their shopping, experienced what Tuesdays on the Creek are like, got to visit and socialize and get out and walk around the market. So it's pretty significant. The vast majority were Caldwell and Nampa residents, so certainly staying local. A handful of folks would sometimes be, visiting from out of state, but that was pretty few and far between, 61% and 23% respectively from Caldwell and Nampa. And then also 14% of our participants were Hispanic seniors, Obviously, that doesn't quite match, our population percentage, so that's something we're looking at, next year, is how we can improve the visibility and accessibility for our Hispanic seniors and make that more accessible. All right, in terms of volunteers, you might recognize, she's still here? She's not here. You might recognize the one in the top left from the, from the previous presentation. We could not do this without, the amazing volunteers who have stepped up and helped out, and I am thrilled to, report that 35% of our volunteers throughout those 4 months were youth. And not just coming once throughout the market. These were repeated, consistent, frequent volunteer hours that these youth gave. They had the opportunity to get to know the seniors, build a relationship, and just work with a population that they don't often get to. In terms of finances, we're looking at just over $3,000 in terms of the value of these volunteer hours that this program had. All right. So our University of Idaho Extension Well-Connected Communities team is doing a case study on this program. We'll be reporting that back to the National 4-H Council and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. That's the grant program that established the Caldwell Health Coalition several years ago. And so in the past month, we've held 2 different focus groups with our participants. So we met with the seniors, a small group of seniors, and then also a group of volunteers and vendors to get feedback and answer some questions and kind of pull out some themes about the impact of this program. And so I figured that I cannot say it any better than they already did. So I've broken it down in the next few slides to share with you some of their thoughts on each of these themes. So in terms of nutrition, I think my favorite quote is that I took pictures of the salads I made from the market produce, and I felt like I was living like a queen. I bought dressing from the market as well, and I have a chronicle of the meals I prepared. Our seniors also felt that they have no doubt that the market wants them to be healthy and wants them to keep coming back. As far as the physical aspects, we had seniors report that they really liked going out and watching others, experiencing the music, getting out there and dancing even. And others said that I often have trouble walking, but on Tuesdays I walk downtown, and that's in reference specifically to this program. Financially, obviously, $6 isn't a whole lot if you think about it, but also over 16 weeks, if somebody came every week, that's $96 that's added to their summer grocery budget. And they shared some really good points. That $6 helped me to have more money to spend on gas. I think we can all relate to that one. Another one said that she's lived in the Valley since 2013 and seen outrageous rent increases. I love spending my $6 every week. That's a lot of grocery money. Also interesting, I was so tired after a day of work, I wouldn't want to go anywhere, but that $6 was enough to get me to go to the market anyway. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but it was for some folks. Something that we saw, again, there's Julie, something that we saw that we hadn't quite thought of when we designed the program was how it would impact our youth volunteers. And so with a few of our high school students, they've actually integrated this program into their senior projects now and then are planning to in the future. So that's been really great. And then we've also heard them talk about how they've been recognizing their opportunity to network with the other adult volunteers from community agencies during the market at the booth and make connections that they might not otherwise have done. The social aspect of this was pretty big when we talked to our seniors in the focus group. One said, I've enjoyed meeting people and talking to the other seniors. It's difficult for me to socialize, but this expands my people beyond my partner and my neighbor. This next quote, my 12-year-old daughter looked at it. She said, I know who said that one. I bet you I can guess. It just gives you an idea of how much they've built relationships with the seniors over the summer. She said, it's a jivin' place. It really is kind of a one-stop place in Caldwell to have tremendous experiences. Thank you for showing up. And then a vendor shared about how they got to know some of the participants and have even become friends and now see each other outside of the market. By far, community and building a sense of community was most important to the seniors, the volunteers, and the vendors that we interviewed for this program. another one of my favorites. I loved the fact that my favorite vendors now know my name. It's like walking into the Cheers bar, but it's healthy. I felt sad on the last day, not just for missing the produce each week, but not seeing these same people until next spring. In reference to the volunteer booth, one lady said, "I enjoy going to the table where you ladies are first. It's the first warm greeting we get at the market. You feel like you've been officially welcomed and that people are happy we are there." And the next one, "Some people don't have anyone. I know it is a huge commitment out of your life, and I appreciate you all. The focus on senior citizens, we get lost in the translation. We appreciate being recognized." And finally, someone said, "This is the last vestige of community. The farmers market is like going down to the old general store." People liked that they get to share values and get to meet each other and validate the efforts of the farmers. We had some seniors who wanted to make very sure that the vendors were getting reimbursed for the funny money, or the monopoly money, as they would call it, when we give them their vouchers each week. They were very protective of the vendors and wanted to make sure that this was a legit program, which it is. But folks recognize that it just really creates a stronger sense of community, the most important thing we do. And with the youth, it felt good to be contributing to my community in a way that was so easy to see the benefit, and for a population of people that I don't often get to interact with or serve. So, as you can see, there have been layers and layers of positive impacts from this program just in the first 2 years of piloting and implementing. So once again, I just want to say thank you to both the current and previous city administrations for supporting this, for approving next year's support for the program as well. They do have a goal of increasing our funding for 2023 to $15,000, and I'm working on getting some extra community support for that. So anyone who wants to help out with that, you just let me know. And this is becoming quite the hot spot for local volunteering, so keep your eye out for the sign-up sheet. Spots will be filling up fast. I actually had to turn people away this year for volunteering, which is an excellent problem to have. So I really appreciate your time and your support for this program, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Very good. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Lindsay, forgive me for being biased, but I'm retired from the Simplot Company. I noticed there weren't any potatoes on the front page.
I will make a note, and make sure that my sponsors are well represented next year.
Seriously, do you get any cooperation from Simplot or even the Idaho Potato Commission to help your cause, or?
So far, when the program was brought to us, for the 2021 year, we already had the set of funding, provided from St. Luke's and Blue Cross of Idaho Foundation, and then the city stepped in and St. Luke's did as well. So we are now ready to expand and kind of go out for that. So they are actually on my list. Idaho Central Credit Union has been interested and tentatively approved some funding as well. So now that I've got the data together and have done my presentation, that's my next round of work.
Do you know Mike Thornton from University Extension Service at all?
Sorry, who?
Mike Thornton.
The name sounds familiar.
Okay,
I'm a little bit of a stepchild.
He's got a great
Extension.
relationship with Simplot because he's part of the expansion that they're having up at the University of Idaho up in Moscow in seed production.
Okay, great.
So he'd be a good contact for you.
That is fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I
And
appreciate it.
I have a feeling if they jump on, that might be all potatoes next year. That you're seeing.
It can be.
Very good. Any other questions from any council members? Very good, and thank you so much.
Yep.
I think that highlights, it goes well beyond the food. The food is so important, but it's the social aspect of it, the physical. So it's a great program.
Yeah.
So we're happy to support it.
I may just say one other thing. I thought it was interesting that we had the library and then the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, just because they were some of our volunteers, not all, but then also we heard from the seniors in our focus group as they were talking and socializing. They started talking about some of the programs that the library offered that they didn't realize, and so it was interesting just tonight to have the library present and then our youth volunteers here as well. So it all meshed perfectly.
Yeah. Well done, Ms. Geyer, on planning it that way. So she's amazing. Very good. Thank you so much. That concludes our special presentations. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to address the council on a matter that is not on the agenda this evening? Okay, very good. Okay. You have that on there. Very good. Okay, so that moves us on to our consent calendar. I believe we do have an amendment on that. Counselor McGee?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move to add consent calendar item number 23, move that consent calendar item number 23 to new business for further discussion, and remove new business item number 7. Additionally, Mr. Mayor, add item 1A under old business to read as followed. Action item, consider resolution number 405-22, authorizing approval of the city council to act in the place of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I can explain if I get a second, Mayor.
Yes.
A second to the motion,
Oh,
I should say.
sorry.
Second.
There we go.
Previously, the council approved ordinance number 3449 on September 15th, and that lacked clarity regarding the Caldwell City Council acting in place of the Planning and Zoning Commission on land use decisions. So, resolution number 405-22 provides authority to the City Council to act in full authority pursuant to Title 67 Idaho Code, Chapter 65.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we'll have more discussion when we get to that, but that has been discussed, just a temporary deal while we fix some conflicts we have with state code and things like that for that regards. But there'll be obviously more discussion on that when we get to that item. So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Stoddard for amendment of the agenda as discussed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Do we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the consent calendar as amended and add action item, old business item 1A.
Very good.
Second.
So we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended and a second the motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Stoddard. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Very good. So that motion passes. So that moves us on to old business. And so we will do old business action item number 1 first, and we'll roll into the 1A. So this is for official oath of office for the City of Caldwell Human Resources Director, Shelley. And I don't know if I've had it's bogey, correct? Boggy, that's right. So I'm a golfer, so I get lots of double and triple bogeys. So, but anyway, so Shelley is new to the department, or to the city. She's been here just about a week now and doing a fantastic job. I couldn't be more pleased with just her understanding and her background and everything, and she is just bringing a breath of fresh air to the Human Resources Department, and just so excited to have her back in Idaho and here at the City of Caldwell. So with that, we will go ahead and do that oath of office. So if you want to come forward. Perfect. Just repeat after me. I, Shelley Boggy. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution. Of the United States. Constitution of the State of Idaho. And the laws and ordinances. Of the City of Caldwell. And I will faithfully discharge. Duties as Human Resource Director. Of the City of Caldwell. In the County, Idaho. To the best of my ability. By continuance therein. Thank you so much, and we wish our former director nothing but the best. But as I mentioned, it's been wonderful having Shelley here, and it's just like I said, a new set of eyes and thoughts and perspective. We're very excited. So, and I know Mary Kay is beyond thrilled to have some help in the Human Resources Department. So, congratulations, and thank you again for being here. And I apologize, is this your husband? Husband, Stephen. So, very good. Thank you for being here. Good to meet you. So. Okay, so that moves us on to, and you are welcome to leave. You will not offend us one bit, trust me on that. So, moves us on to, I guess, the old business 1A then, correct? Okay. And this is, I do have a copy of that somewhere, don't I? So this is resolution number 405-22. Be it hereby resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, to elect to act in full authority and exercise all of the powers required and authorized by Title 67, Idaho Code, Chapter 65, in place of the Planning and Zoning Commission during such time as the Planning and Zoning Commission is not holding regular public hearings of the commission, effective immediately upon approval by the Caldwell City Council. Taylor.
Mayor and Council, so as Councilor McGee was alluding to previously, before you tonight is a resolution that was added very recently to the agenda. It's merely a housekeeping item that's adding a bit more clarification to the ordinance that was passed back in September. So ordinance 3449, I believe. And under subsection 1J, you'll see that it reads, the City Council may elect at any time that they deem necessary to act in full authority in place of the Planning and Zoning Commission. While there's clearly explicit authority in that ordinance, it doesn't say we're going to use that authority now. And so our office felt like a resolution would provide a bit more clarity to that. So, and to speak simply, the ordinance that was passed back in September kind of creates a lever or a button, and then this resolution tonight kind of says we're going to push the button, pull the lever. So again, housekeeping for some of the actions that are going to come before you tonight later on in the agenda. So I'll stand for any questions on that.
Very good. So I got a quick question. I know this is temporary. What's the hope, the goal to have the Planning and Zoning Commission up and functioning again at its full capacity?
And I think Steve Foltz would be better to answer that.
Mayor and City Council, excuse me, thank you. The idea at this point in time, we have been looking at a couple of things. First off, as the mayor alluded to earlier, there were some items in our ordinance that were not quite in compliance with the Local Land Use Planning Act. That's the state enabling act for us at the from the state level, as well as some training. We actually had some members that had been on the commission that actually their term had expired, and we had to take some action on that. So with that said, we've most recently hired a new senior planner, Elizabeth Allen, who is going to be working closely with our new commission as a trainer. And so what we're anticipating is, I think we have 2 other members that their terms expire at the end of this year. So we're working through that, and we're anticipating trying to get them back up and active probably in the first part of January at this point in time. Again, with the added training that Elizabeth will be providing, as well as bringing before you any correction ordinances that need to be corrected. So does that answer?
Yes, that does. And maybe just some clarification too, and there may be some other questions from council. So we have a hearing examiner, and they are authorized to hear certain cases, things of that nature, recommendations to the city council, final decision on special use permits. However, Idaho Code also states there are certain cases that must either be recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission or decided ultimately decided or go straight to the city council. So that's the reason for this. We can't just push everything to the hearing examiner. City or state code, which again we're trying to get in compliance with our code, says certain items have to go to your Planning and Zoning Commission. If you don't have it, then it goes straight to city council. So that's why we have to do this, even though we do have a hearing examiner.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Questions for Mr. Foltz?
Yes, Mr. Foltz, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So January is the target date. This is really vague, I know, but I love vague questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that you can foresee that would preclude January from being met? I guess what I'm looking for, Mr. Foltz, is do you have a high confidence that January is a good date, or is there something that you think might prevent that from coming to pass?
Mayor and Councilman, at this point in time, I don't see any hiccup to that, other than the fact we do have 2 people, like I said, mentioned that are going to be coming off that. Plus, we had one that has basically had expired. So I think maybe one of the challenges we might have is actually finding people to fill in those positions. We're shooting for a 5-member commission. I think we're probably going to be close to that, but what I might recommend to the mayor and city council, if you have some people that you have in mind that might be and serve as good commissioners, and with the city's interest at hand, please pass it on to us. But the only thing I would foresee delaying it past January would be that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, very
Thank you.
good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So I've already read the resolution. on that. So do we have any motions or any discussion on that resolution?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor McGee.
I move that the City Council adopt resolution number 405-22.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion from Counselor McGee and a second from Counselor Williams. Any discussion on the motion? And Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Very good. That approves that item and moves us on to old business, action item number 2, public hearing. This is for case number VAC 2201. If you remember, this is that item that has been continued for quite some time. Was discussed at the last meeting whether to just move on with it or allow it to be continued one last time. It was, and they're requesting a continuance again to December 20th. So my recommendation was for them to be here, which I believe they are. My recommendation was if we don't hear this tonight, it's done and it should start over again. So.
Yes, Mayor and City Council members, there were a few things that were listed that we have been working on this one, as you know, for quite some time. Some of these items that we had proposed or were concerned with, we have been able to resolve a few of those. One of the items that we looked at was the maintenance of the island landscaping on Enterprise Way and Thomas Jefferson. And conversations with City Engineer Rob McDonald, how we would look at that is that we would ask the organization that is in current ownership to remove those islands, to pave it to city standards, and then look at dedicating that as part of the public right-of-way. So I think that we're probably moving in that direction there. Everything seems to kind of center around the situation of the property owners. Not all the property owners have been notified regarding this process or have not responded to that, and that becomes a bit of a challenge that we're going to have to address. Once that is done and all the property owners have signed off an agreement to accept that, then that certainly will impact the plat through these transfers. So a couple of items such as that, but primarily the focus and the crux, if you will, seems to be on that collection of property owners within that area that would be transferred those powers or that property to those owners. And there is a representative, as stated, that is here for the organization, and I would, I guess, invite him to come and present to the council.
Okay, so if you'd please come forward. And if you don't mind stating your name, and I guess you're presenting on the reason to continue this another time. Is that correct?
My name is Bryce Ferris. I'm with Sawtooth Law, and we represent the applicant, Sky Ranch. Yeah, and as Mr. Foltz indicated, we've been working diligently to try to get the property owners to sign an agreement, which we worked with council to prepare and make sure it was satisfactory to council. If you recall, what we're trying to do is remove the plat notes that provide that these are common areas and then deed these over to the adjoining property owners. Council was concerned that we were going to force an obligation onto these adjoining property owners without their consent. And so we worked on this agreement to be able to provide consent of each property owner that will say they will agree to abide by whatever the rules are of the city of Caldwell as to this landscaping before we transfer them over to the property owners. There's about 13 different property owners we've had to work through. You know, if you know where Sky Ranch, they're all over the place as far as where they're at and tracking them down and getting them to sign off. And we've been getting these agreements notarized so that we can record them if it's necessary. It's just been a little bit more of a daunting task than we expected. At this point, we have 8 of the 13 to sign off. We're hoping to get the last 5, and that's where we're at, and that's why we're asking for a continuance. So,
again, and if I could just make a few comments, I think you had a question, Councilor McGee. So, so the concern that I have is when you continue an item, obviously it makes it more difficult because I know there was opposite, but when it gets continued, those people don't keep showing up, and they're not here tonight. And so that's a concern I have is it gets to a point where you just, in my opinion, you got to pull the plug and kind of start fresh and get new notices out, things like that. And I think this kind of highlights, I don't get a vote on this. There's five, if it does go forward, there's five here, so there's not gonna be a tie. But I think it highlights, in my opinion, as being a former planner, why we don't allow this in the first place. When you do a subdivision, your common lot is one lot. Not each property owner gets a piece of it because it's difficult to get a hold of them. You've obviously been hired to get a hold of them, and you've been trying for months and only got 8 of the 13. If we have, say, weed issues, then our staff, now they're gonna have to be the ones to try to get a hold of every single one of these individual property owners, rather than one property owner that maintains the entire common lot. So those are the concerns I have just with the request in and of itself, but also with the continuation. And I understand it, and I don't think you haven't been doing your part on that and trying to get to them. But as you've seen, it's a difficult thing, and so that kind of would then fall to staff if this was approved, or they would then have to, as code issues come up, to try to find each and every one of these individual properties. So those are kind of the concerns, I guess, issues I have in general and in regards to the continuation. So, sorry, Councilor McGee, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Paris, and maybe it's to Mr. Foltz as well. I think I was the one that was kind of grumpy about this at the last meeting. And I'm very close to the mayor's position on this. Here's what I'm hearing from Mr. Ferris tonight, is that they're over halfway in meeting with these different groups. And to me, that sounds like progress that was made from the last time that we got an update on this. Mr. Orton, you messed me up. Now I can't see the dates. That's fine. On October 20th. Thank you. Now, we've heard of this there's 4 times, but to me, the difference between July, August, September is now Mr. Ferris is here telling us that they're halfway home to doing this. Mr. Mayor, I sounded a lot like you at the last meeting, but here's where I am on this. I heard Mr. Foltz's comments as well, and I'm hearing Mr. Ferris, and I'm hearing that they're making progress. And I think now that Mr. Ferris is here and in front of us, I think my opinion would be that we give them one more chance. Here we are on 11/20, that by 12/20, if there's not a presentable action item for us, then it's over, right? I mean, the staff, according to the agenda, staff is requesting that this item be continued to the regularly scheduled council meeting on the 20th. And as tired as I am of reading about this action item on the agenda every 2 weeks, it sounds like progress is being made. And again, Mayor, I was exactly where you were 2 weeks ago or a month ago, whichever it was. So that's my opinion. I think that it sounds like they're making progress. I say give them one more shot till December 20th, and if they're unprepared on December 20th for an action item, I think it's probably done.
Okay. Other discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Williams?
Mr. Ferris, thank you for being here, and I greatly appreciate, I'm sure you've gone to lengths we can't even begin to know about, and I imagine it's a rather daunting task, especially given the fact that this is something that needs to be notarized, and with good reason. The concern I have, quite frankly, is the credibility of this council, that when we come in and say, this is your last chance, I have a problem personally with that not being our word, with that not being our resolve that we had at the last time that we heard this, to now come back and say, well, we didn't really mean it. And so I'm a little more reluctant than my colleague, Mr. McGee, is to grant that grace, even though some progress has been made. So I'm concerned.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
I've had some calls from some business folks out there that have been complaining about the weeds and everything else, so the sooner we get this done, the better.
Yeah.
So.
Any other questions for Mr. Ferris or for staff? Okay, very good, awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so then that is before council for their decision whether to approve that request to continue this item to December 20th of 2022. So any discussions or any motions?
Mr.
For or
Mayor,
against that, yes.
I'm gonna try a motion. I don't know what my colleague is going to think about this, but we'll find out. Mr. Mayor, I move that case number VAC-22-01 be continued until the next regularly scheduled council meeting on December 20th.
Very good. So we have a motion for continuation of old business action item number 2, case number VAC 22-01, to the next regular scheduled city council meeting to the scheduled city council meeting of December 20th, 2022. So do we have a second to that motion? Okay, and that motion dies for lack of a second, which means that the request for the continuation is denied, which means that that item would then be heard this evening in that regards, if I'm not mistaken. So, with that, do we have the sign-up sheet? Okay, so we do have 2 people signed up in favor. So, Mr. Moore, hope you didn't go too far away, so we're going to bring you back up. Was it Mr. Moore? I apologize, maybe it was not. So, we have 2 people signed up, Curtis Moore and Katie Vandenberg Van Leet. Is that correct? The 2 people signed up for this item? Is Curtis Moore signed up for this item, or did you sign up for the wrong one, maybe? Is Curtis Moore here? Yeah. Oh. Oh, was this from the last? Okay, I apologize. This was from the one from back in July, so that is why I apologize. So, we're good. So, so I guess the question then, since this was continued, I believe testimony was left open, so we should allow Mr. Ferris to come forward and present in that regards. Correct? Okay. Mr. Ferris, if you please come forward, and if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then the time is yours for your presentation for this request.
Again, Bryce Ferris, I'm with Sawtooth Law. My address is 2871 East Green Canyon Drive in Meridian, Idaho. I'm here on behalf of Sky Ranch Business Owners Association. And our request is pretty simple. It's to remove plat notes, not to amend or do anything else with the plat other than remove the notes that had language in them that said these areas were common areas. The Sky Ranch Business Association has been working on this for a long time, trying to address this issue where only certain properties within that Sky Ranch Business Park have been dedicated as common areas. This is before this current board, so I'm not trying to throw the prior developer under the bus, but I didn't represent the prior developer. I'm here on behalf of the current board of the association, which has essentially thrown up its hands and said, we're maintaining areas of these common areas that benefit other owners. It's a heavy expense for the owners that do maintain those. And so because of that, they've sought different ways to try to address that. And that includes conveying these common lots over to the adjoining property owners with their consent to let them landscape and do what they want with those properties. So we're asking and continue to ask that the council approve of the amendment to remove the plat notes so these common areas can be eventually, what we're planning to do is amend the CC&Rs to remove the obligations from the CC&Rs that provide that these are common areas, quit claim these common areas over to the adjoining property owners, and do lot line adjustments so that these will be all encompassed within whoever those adjoining property owners are. There won't be any problem finding that property owner. The property owner will own now the property and that little tiny strip of common area. The other thing to point out is a lot of this common area that we've been talking about is along 2026 that's going to be gobbled up as part of the ITT highway widening project. I think some of that already has happened. It's just dealing with some of the interior common areas and whatnot. At the request of this council, which then had concerns about conveying those over to adjoining property owners, we then went an extra task. So our initial application didn't suggest this, but we went an extra task of working with the attorney for the city, working out an agreement that would be signed off by each of these property owners. That agreement was to consent that they, agree to accept the transfer of the common lots. There were other conditions within there that provide that, we would do exactly what I said, amend the CCNRs, convey those over to the adjoining property owners, make sure they abide by whatever the city or state code as to the landscaping. There would be someone for the council or to look to for, the responsibility for the landscaping. It would just remove the obligation for the Business Owners Association altogether. It would just give all that right to those adjoining property owners. And like I say, we've gotten 8 of the 13 sign off. I think more than majority, I haven't myself heard of any opposition, that anyone has not been unwilling to sign it. It's just been a difficult time tracking them down to get them to sign it. So I think push came to shove. I think if it was approved, I think, and if there was a condition that we had to finalize that, we could get it done. So I guess I would, at this point, request that the council approve of the amendment that we're asking for.
Very good. So a few questions, and maybe Brent, can you zoom in, kind of show the properties that we're talking about, looking at right now?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I'm getting this all correct, but I believe there's a landscape strip along the frontage on 2026.
Correct.
And we're gonna see that now as Mr. Ferris mentioned, has already been transferred to the state, so that's gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's already been purchased for right of way. Frontages along Smead Parkway and possibly on some of the other streets that are just a little common lot that's isolated from. This is an example, Mr. Mayor. So you've just got this little margin of space that is
So there's there's 13 properties total. So just, is that on the east side? Is that Smead Parkway right there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Smead here.
And so the property is on the east side of Smead Parkway?
And I don't think it's isolated to that. I think there's also some on the west side of Smead.
It's a hodgepodge. It's on both sides of Smead, and it surrounds. That's part of the problem, is there's just these hodgepodge of little common areas. It's not a continuous common area that circles the entire lot or block or roadways. It's a hodgepodge.
So maybe a question, this maybe should have been asked at the very beginning of this. So this be for you, Mr. Foltz. Does our code allow that? I thought there was something in code that said you had to have a common lot on a subdivision along your frontages on that. So I guess, does the code even allow individual ownerships of those common lots abutting a subdivision?
Mr. Mayor and City Council, in all honesty, I don't know, but I do know that there was a development agreement as part of this setup, going back to, I think, when it was first established in 2003, 4, 5, whenever that was put into place, that would address that. I do want to kind of make a quick little comment about hodgepodge, and that is what you have on the west side is you do have an industrial park that is an enclave of Sky Ranch. So I think that's some of the breakup that you see, is that you had Skyway Industrial Park, and so I know that there's some discussion about that as well. But Mr. Mayor, I do apologize. I don't know right offhand if the code addresses that specifically. Another issue, by the way, we do have is that there's a question on one piece of property that is showing as ownership is currently in Urban Renewal Agency, and let's see, that's under Phase 3, Lot 1, Block 7, that we need to kind of work through, and with approval, potential approval or denial on this, that would be what we would work on is to getting that little piece cleared up as well, so. But again, I apologize, sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
No, I kind of
Yeah.
threw at you last minute, so I apologize. Like I said, it probably should have been one of the first questions asked. So looking up code 100708 is where I'm at. Is that where you're at, Brent? Street landscape buffers. So, and again, I don't know if this needs to be looked into further with legal or whatnot, but, so 100708(1)(b) says street landscape buffers shall be located within a platted common lot when the project is a platted subdivision. And, well, I guess that's for residential, so actually, this would be a commercial, so that would not apply. So, yeah, maybe it needs to be looked into further, but that is for residential, not for commercial. So, I think that kind of finishes my question. I know, like I said earlier, the concerns that I have, and obviously it's council's decision, on it, but, the difficulty for staff, being a former staff member of P&Z, and they could disagree with me, and I would respect that 100%, for our code enforcement, when there's one property owner that they need to go and submit, if there's weeds or things like that, even that sometimes is difficult. But if you're dividing that up amongst 13 property owners, now there's 13 letters going out. There's 13 cases. I guess if everybody has weeds, maybe everybody doesn't. But if they do like they do now, then again, trying to track down those 13 people. And then if they don't do it, then the city goes out and they have to abate those. And now you're sending out 13 abatement notices and 13 liens on 13 properties. So to me, the one is much simpler and easier. And I understand it, the request on that, trying to simplify it in that regards. And I feel bad because I do feel like it was dumped on this new property owner from the past. But those are concerns that I have, as a former planner, still a certified planner. But again, that's, just the viewpoint that I have in that regards. But it's totally up to you. And I respect, like I said, staff may disagree with me, respect them and you, and I still respect you, in that regards. But those would be my comments on that. Is there any questions for staff or for, Mr. Ferris? Yes, or Brent, yes, you have something you want to say, I can tell.
Oh, well, it's on, I just need to get closer. If you're willing, I appreciate, I think that one of the staff's perspective on this was getting this, where there has been some movement on the Business Owners Association side for a number of years to look at dissolving, which I don't know the status of that, and I'm not trying to opine on that, but I'll just tell you that I think our thought was that if these were in private ownership, then each lot owner would be responsible for them, would take ownership. We have a situation that will come in front of the council before long that is related. There is some landscape strip that is in the ownership of the Urban Renewal Board or the Urban Renewal, which they need to dispose of before the allocation area that covers this area sunsets. And our suggestion there is that the Urban Renewal dedicate it to the city of Caldwell as public right-of-way. And the reason for that is that in attempting to solve this problem before it arises as a problem, public right-of-way is required by Chapter 10 of the City Code to be maintained by the adjacent owner. And so we'd be attempting to address a similar problem in a different way by creating a public right-of-way where usually there's 5.5 feet of right-of-way in a typical city subdivision behind the sidewalk that is actually public right-of-way, where we can put water meters and street lights and fire hydrants and things like that. And so by suggesting that the Urban Renewal convert that to right-of-way, the adjacent owner will become responsible to maintain the landscaping to the back of sidewalk. And so, anyway, that was some of the staff mentality about why this might be a good idea for this, for these guys to try to get that into the private ownership of the adjacent folks. If they were to succeed in dissolving the Business Owners Association, obviously there's a big problem out there if you have some orphaned lot. Anyhow, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I have.
Yes, Councilor Register.
Yeah, so I appreciate all the work that you've put into this. My concern is that initially when this was first brought to council, it was almost presented like it was just kind of this formality so that, you could rewrite the CCRs or do whatever it was that you had to do, and that everybody was on board and everything was fine. And so we pushed it a little bit to get the signatures because we wanted to make sure we didn't run into a problem with who owned the property, who was going to maintain it, and to make sure that then, like the mayor said, that if we do have to send the city out there to take care of lots that have been abandoned or not taken care of, that we're not putting that back on the taxpayers to pay for a business that's not taking care of their lot. And I think it's kind of coming to fruition. You can't get a hold of everybody. So we have 8 out of 15. I'm more comfortable if we have 15 out of 15 saying, yep, we'll do it. And how that works, especially if they sell their property, does that follow along with it? But we can see how, like he was saying, how problematic it is to get a hold of an owner, and I don't particularly want to have to put that burden on our staff or on our taxpayers to go out there and take care of a lot that is now assigned to somebody when we can have one person or a business association taking care of it. And if, you know, maybe they can come up with something internally, but I'm not comfortable changing law through the council. That's my thing.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion or and the thing may be if there's any questions for Mr. Ferris before public testimony portion is closed, because once that's closed, then that's kind of done. So is there any questions for Mr. Ferris before we close the public testimony portion of this hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I just was curious whether Mr. McGee, under the circumstances with the added information we have, whether you'd withdraw your motion and give him time to get the other 5, and that would take the heartburn off of everybody.
Well, I don't.
Was that, so you're thinking a new motion to continue it to December 20th?
And that's the exact deadline period. They haven't got it done then.
So it'd be a new motion, sounds like, for that.
I would certainly be open to that, sure.
Okay.
If that's what you're suggesting, sure.
Okay. So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard to continue us to December 20th with public testimony portion still open. Is there a second? And a second from Councilor McGee. Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll. So this, again, what this is for is to continue the item to December 20th, 2022.
Yes.
Register? Yes.
McGee? Yes. Williams?
No.
Doty?
No.
So that motion does pass, 3-2. And so this item will be continued to December 20th, 2022. So not our next scheduled meeting, but the meeting after that. So we'll see you then. So, okay. That moves us on to, still in old business, action item number 3. This is an item that is also continued from November 1st to this evening for case number CPM 22-4 and Zone 22-4 for Dollar General. A request for a comprehensive plan map amendment from manufacturing and production to business and a rezone with an associated development agreement for M1 light industrial to C2 community commercial for the future development of a Dollar General store. Property is located at 404 North 5th Avenue. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff. So it's great to have you here, Elizabeth. Welcome to I believe this is your first time presenting to the council, correct?
Yes,
Oh,
thank
very
you.
good. Okay, so the time is yours.
Thank you. Elizabeth Allen, Senior Planner, 621 South Cleveland Boulevard. Before you this evening is Dollar General CPM 22-00004 and ZON 22-00004. And it's a comprehensive plan map amendment associated with Resolution 341-22 and a rezone with development agreement associated with Ordinance 3464. The documents that were provided to City Council had a typo on the resolution, and that's been corrected. It previously said 38722, and it's been corrected to 341-22. Do I have to point this at something? Oh, it went to, okay. So for general facts, the property is located on the northwest corner of Madison Street and Illinois Avenue. And it's a request by KM Engineering on behalf of Earl and Jeanne Gafford for a comprehensive plan map amendment from manufacturing and production to business. And concurrently, the applicant is requesting a rezone from M1 light industrial to C2 community commercial for the future development of a Dollar General store in the property.
Where did Brent go?
Maybe it needs a new battery. So for proposal details, the total acreage of the site is 1.61 acres. The proposed building footprint is 10,542 square feet. Access is proposed on Madison Street and Illinois Avenue. The applicant is proposing 2 ADA and 1 electric vehicle and 33 standard parking stalls. A pressurized irrigation is proposed to water the landscaping. A connection to city water is proposed via Madison Street. The city sewer connection is proposed via Lurie Lane. And then a storm drainage area is proposed in the southern corner of the site. To continue the proposal details, for landscaping on Illinois Avenue, the applicant is proposing a 20-foot minor arterial buffer consisting of deciduous trees, evergreen trees, shrubs, and turf sod. On Madison Street, they're proposing a 15-foot collector buffer consisting of deciduous trees, evergreen trees, shrubs, and turf sod. Along the R2 on that northwest side, they're proposing a 15-foot buffer consisting of deciduous trees, evergreen trees, shrubs, and turf sod. For the internal parking areas, we're proposing deciduous trees and perennials. And then they're proposing a 5-foot solid wood privacy fence along the northwest boundary. And the landscaping that they're proposing is consistent with the landscaping requirements in city code. Did I freeze it? Okay, so for existing conditions, zoning designations immediately surrounding the site include light industrial in the green, combined medium density residential in the yellow, neighborhood commercial in the orange, and multifamily high density residential in the purple. Uses in the immediate area include Boise Valley Monument, that's immediately to the north. Residential air now heating and cooling, extreme welding, Wilson's RV repair, Caldwell Street Department, and R&R Auto Mechanic. The image on the left for site context is looking northeast across Madison Street at the site, and then you can see the residential in the distance. Image on the right is looking north-northwest at the site. Image on the left is looking looking south from the site, and the image on the right is looking southwest from the site, and that's showing some of the manufacturing uses adjacent to the property. And continuing with the existing conditions, the city has an 8-inch water main in Madison Street and a 6-inch water main in Illinois Avenue. For sewer, there's an 8-inch sewer gravity main in Lurie Lane and Illinois Avenue, and then a drain line exists in Madison Street. For frontage, the property has approximately 380 feet of frontage along East Madison Street, which is a collector, and approximately 347 feet frontage along North Illinois Avenue, and that's a minor arterial. The site has an existing curb, gutter, and sidewalk along East Madison Street in North Illinois. For the 2040 City of Caldwell Comprehensive Plan, the future land use is designated as manufacturing and production. Properties within 1 mile of the property are designated as traditional neighborhood, public, manufacturing and production, high-density residential, environmentally sensitive, and low-density residential. And the subject property is located within a pocket designation of the manufacturing and production and is primarily surrounded by residential uses. And then the proposal aligns with 3 goals and 10 policies in the plan. For agency comments, we heard back from Idaho Transportation Department with no concerns. The property owners within 300 feet of the property were notified on October 14th. And then I'll summarize the comments we received. We received an opposition petition with concerns about noise, property value, hours of operation, traffic, loss of a visual amenity, disputes with the property, the business owners and the owners in the area, sewage problems and buffers. Jeff Allen provided comment requesting conditions be added requiring a privacy wall, dumpster location, xeriscaping or limited landscaping, downward facing lighting, sewer connections and store hours. Sue Sebastian commented in favor of the proposal and requested a different fencing material, down-shielded lighting, and a flashing pedestrian crossing across Indiana. For the staff analysis, staff found that the proposed designation of business is compatible with the residential designations in the area and can act as a buffer between the remaining manufacturing area and the residential uses in the area. And then although it doesn't align with the future land use map, it aligns with several goals and policies in the plan. For the rezone from M1 light industrial to C2 community commercial, we found that the use is compatible with the existing character of the area. As I mentioned, the primary use in the area is residential, which is not compatible with industrial uses. Introduce a compatible use and provide an amenity to residences and businesses in the area. Staff recommends approval of CPM 2022-00004 and ZON 22-00004 with the associated development agreement. I've provided the conditions of approval. Condition A, B, and C requires the development of the site to comply with city, agency, and state requirements. Condition D requires the development to be in compliance with their conceptual plan and landscape plan. Condition E requires the development to comply with conditions identified by the engineering department, and that's been added as an attachment. And those conditions that the engineering department identified address items such as easements, utilities, right-of-way dedications, and frontage improvements. And then I have the criteria listed for a comprehensive plan map amendment and a rezone for your reference if you want that, and then I'll stand for questions.
Very good, thank you so much. Any questions from any of the council?
I have a question.
Council Register.
Did the developers agree to what the residents had asked for, those changes? Mayor, council member, I didn't have any communication about the changing any of the conditions that we have proposed that would address the neighbors' concerns. So that'd be a good question for the applicant.
Very good. Council Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if the applicant's here, it'll be better that I ask them perhaps, but do we have elevations? Do we have an idea of what this store will look like, and will they present that to us? That's a key corridor there because that's the direct connect to Centennial, and a nice bypass really in a lot of ways. And I think it'd be important for us to kind of step that corner up a little bit, especially if we're going the direction that this is proposing rather than industrial and keeping the image up. So I'd be concerned about that.
Mayor, council member, so they did provide the landscape plan and conceptual site plan. I believe there were elevations, but I'm not finding them in the staff report, so I apologize if I missed that, and the applicant might have that in their presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we will begin with those signed up in favor of this request. So we have two people signed up in favor, Stephanie Hopkins and Jeff Allen. So Stephanie, I'm guessing that you are the representative on this. So if you please come forward, state your name and address, and then you will have 8 minutes for your presentation, and then any questions after that.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. I'm thrilled to be here this evening to discuss the Dollar General project that we are proposing here on behalf of our client, who's on line as well. He's on the East Coast, so he wasn't able to join us today. So we, as staff mentioned, she did a very thorough job of explaining our request, so I'll try to keep my presentation pithy. Project is located at the northwest corner of Madison and Illinois, currently zoned M1, which is a light industrial district. We're requesting a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the land use to align with the zoning designation that we're asking for, which is a C2 district, and that's a community business district. So this is the concept plan that we submitted for this application. The building is going to be about 10,500 square feet. There are over 30 parking spaces proposed, which will be in excess of code requirements, and we have buffers to the adjacent residential uses. 2 access points proposed. The access off of Madison is intended to be more of a public access, and that's the southern access point, and the access off of Illinois is intended for truck traffic. So Dollar General only has, you know, a limited number of deliveries a day, usually about one, and that's within business hours. That was a concern that was mentioned by neighbors. We did have a neighborhood meeting in preparation of this application, and there were a few folks in attendance, and we understand their concerns, and obviously have read through the testimony provided tonight too. So have had a chance to discuss a lot of their questions and thoughts with our client, and have started considering some mitigation options. And I'll probably let the public speak a little bit more to those concerns. I think there were several of them here tonight. So, but Dollar General specifically sought out this site because there was a deficit of services in this area. They have about 17,000 stores nationwide, and they specifically locate in rural communities to provide household items, personal things, groceries, and other types of things. And in this case, it'll be really close to existing residential uses, which will provide a nice service for folks in the area. Landscape plan, Elizabeth touched on, we're providing a variety of shrubs and trees in compliance with code. Stormwater will be retained on site. That's what that big kind of grassy area is at the corner of Madison and Illinois. And then we are providing a 15-foot buffer to the adjacent residential uses. And that's required based on the class of the use that we're proposing, to make sure that we're mitigating anything that might be impacting them. We are requesting a comprehensive plan map amendment. We feel that the manufacturing and production use that's currently on the site isn't as compatible as a business would be for the site, and so that's what we're requesting. That aligns well with the zoning district that we're requesting as well, which permits a retail store as a permitted use. This aligns with several comprehensive plan goals, economic development specifically by providing a commercial use that'll meet the needs of adjacent residential users as well as the community herein. So there are several commercial uses in manufacturing and production, as well as industrial uses in the area that would benefit from having services within walking distance, as well as obviously the residences that are nearby. And it supports the land use goal by encouraging the restoration and redevelopment of underutilized and neglected properties through infill development. So this property, from what I understand, talking to neighbors and just looking into the property before we started this project, was used to store vehicles and whatever else was the property owner used it for. So this would be an improvement. It would landscape what Councilman Williams has called kind of a gateway area, so it would really improve what's currently an unimproved site and maybe in some people's eyes an eyesore. So it'll be an improvement and an asset to this part of the community. As the staff report mentions, the proposed designation of business is also more compatible with the residential uses and will provide a nice buffer from existing manufacturing uses. And as mentioned, we are requesting a rezone from M1, which is light industrial, to the business commercial district. This would be more compatible with the residential uses and would allow for a retail store. So we really do believe this will be an asset to the community in this area. Driving out for the neighborhood meeting and being in this area, it's obvious that there's a need for services for folks, and I think it'll be a really nice asset for folks to be able to walk there. The land uses in the area are currently residential, and a lot of them show for high-density residential in the future. And I understand that there is potentially, I think, a fourplex project or something coming through as well to the east. So this would be a nice addition. With that, as I mentioned, our client's on the line, and he can answer any questions I can't. But appreciate your time, and I'll stand for questions.
Very good. So quick question. Could you go back to the landscape plan? So yeah, right there. So you had talked about your stormwater retention area in that grass area. Will that be a pond, or is there enough area there where it'll just be flat? So is it gonna be sunk in the ground, or will it appear to be just flat, level grass
I believe
area?
the intent is for it to be flat. I'd have to look at our plans, and we would coordinate with the engineering department to make sure that it complies with whatever is required.
Could you go to the one before this? Did it show any? I can't read that there, so that just says, I think it says proposed storm drainage. So the reason I ask is with that view shed, I think if it was like a storm pond right at the corner, it's not as, in my opinion, not as pleasant to look at as if it was just grass. But it looked like it was big enough where perhaps it could just be flat. Brent, did you have a?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. All I was gonna say is that if it's, that code would allow it to be unfenced if the slopes into the pond, presuming it's a pond, are 4 to 1 or less steep. You get to more steep than that, and it's required to be fenced, so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions from council?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Register.
This is like a dollar store, is that right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Register, it's more of a kind of a grocery, select grocery items and affordably priced items, so it wouldn't be dollars specifically. They range in price, but it's all meant to be affordable.
Okay, 'cause you were saying that the need for it here, I mean, we have $2 type stores and a, I don't know what you'd call it, a more affordable grocery type store, so I just thinking about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Register, I appreciate that comment, and we actually kind of discussed that with our client in preparation for this meeting, and they have a team of professionals that look specifically at areas in the United States to determine where would be the most usable place for this kind of store. So they did a fair amount of research, and they think that it would be really a great location and provide a nice asset to folks.
Yeah, well, I'm be interested to hear what the community members say there, but I'm kind of on the same page with Councilor Williams, where I think we're trying to, we're doing such good, big things in the city and elevating it so much that I'd like to see, if we're gonna use that for a business, something maybe that's a little bit more elevated that we don't already have 3 of.
Sure, thank you.
Councilor Williams, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Thank you for being here. Is there a standard storefront design, or is there some flexibility? I think during construction, it's always so much easier and more affordable than remodel. Is your client willing to make this into a nicer store? That's my first question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, I know that Dollar General has a specific architectural style that they try to mirror throughout every community they work in. But I believe that they'd be willing to work with city staff to determine what would be appropriate in this area and what would meet Caldwell's needs. So we didn't provide elevations, obviously, for this specific project, but in doing our due diligence, we did speak with staff and kind of understanding what the architectural requirements are for Caldwell, and we would continue that coordination.
Yeah, it would be my request that it'd be a nicer looking store than just a standard run-of-the-mill, and I don't mean to characterize anything of Dollar General. To Councilor Register's point, 0.8 miles from here is Bimart. That's pretty close, and a food store and multi-services. However, having said that, when you're walking an extra mile, especially in inclement weather, is a pretty good distance, and I don't mind the idea of a general store up there. We're gonna hear from some people, I think, because of their comments. Did you address the lighting question so that the lights are down? It's residents around there, but we need lighting in a parking lot. And what are the store hours?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, the store hours are typically anywhere from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. They adjust based on whatever the market requires. So it would likely be something more like 8 to 10 or something like that. But they usually kind of allow a little bit of flexibility there. As far as lighting, everything will be downlit, and we'll make sure that, I don't know if Caldwell has a requirement, but if required, we'd submit testing or any photometric tests that would be required to make sure there wasn't any nuisance onto the adjacent residences. And then they also only maintain the emergency lighting or security lighting after hours of operation. So that would include turning off like the pylon sign and any of the other signs that are on the site. They would just keep emergency access or emergency doors lit.
Sure.
So,
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, one more point, and Caldwell Police is here, as they are in our council meetings. I think the only other concern I would have is that the hours might be limited because that area of the city tends to have more attention toward activity that we don't like in those areas, and so I'd I still have a concern about hours of operation, and lighting is important to mitigate, unpleasant trees in those areas as well. So I have some concerns.
Yes, Counselor Stodic.
Mr. Mayor, just a question for staff. Memory isn't as good as it used to be. I remember a year or two ago that, when you go up 10th past Maverick there on the, I think it's the northwest side, they were having some severe irrigation district problems with broken pipes, and some of the lawns didn't get watered this past year because of that. Is this part of that, irrigation district?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stodic, I don't know for sure if this falls into, I believe, Golden Gate Irrigation District.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, I'm not sure. I
Okay.
do think that the problems that were being experienced, though, were more like, staff changeover kind of an issue there, possibly more than, infrastructure related, but.
Okay, can we make sure that gets corrected before this goes in, because our landscaping is mute if they don't have any water to water the trees and stuff, so.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stodic, good question. We'd be happy to check in on that. That is an independent irrigation district from the city,
Yeah.
so we don't have, authority over them per se, but we could sure check and see if things are looking up for them.
Well, some of the residents in that area told me that the district is interested in turning that whole thing over to the city, because they're having a heck of a time with broken pipes and everything else, so they don't wanna fix them, so. Okay.
Is it possible to pull up, since they didn't bring the elevations, pull up what a Dollar General looks like?
I'll pull that up.
Any other questions from any council members? Okay. Or did I interrupt the question as being answered?
I'm gonna bring it up so we can all see it. So that, I just want to confirm that, so this is, pretty much the theme of the Dollar General?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Register, yes, this is kind of the typical, architectural style that they use in other communities, and our client's on the line, so he might be able to address how they would, bring it more up to Caldwell standards too, so I don't know if, that's a discussion you want to have, or.
Yeah, and Brent's pulling up exactly what I've got on my, on my computer right now. There was a couple that looked really nice with some brick. One had some brick outside, one had some almost like farm style, looked like with some cross, designs in it that looked actually really nice, on that. So maybe we could pull those up too and have discussion on that, so.
Two down on the right.
And this one over here. Actually, I should just look here. Yeah, that's a different one. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we can pull some of those up and look and
Okay,
maybe
yeah.
reference those, if this does move forward, obviously. Any other questions from the council? Okay, very good. So we do have one other, is Jeff the one that's on the line, or is he another one that's here present? So Jeff Allen, signed up in favor? Okay, yes, if you want to come forward, and please state your name and address, for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your comments.
Yes, my name is Jeff Allen. I live at 1423 Lurie Lane. First of all, I'm okay with the dollar store going in, and I appreciate those that do not. I've shopped at many dollar stores around our nation in my travels. I do have photographs. I forgot to put them with the website, but I did print out copies, or I would like to pass those out to you if you'd like.
Yeah, well, that'd be great, so. So we will label this as a packet of pictures. So we will label this as Exhibit CC 1001. Does that work, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As you thumb through those pictures, all pictures are from the dollar store's own websites. And again, I've shopped at many of these places and driven by many others. Very noticeable things are the poor, actually terrible maintenance of the properties. Fencing, parking lots, dumpsters, recycling areas are all eyesores. Even the buildings are dirty. This reduces the value the city of Caldwell puts on continued beautification and attraction. Now I'm going to accelerate a little bit of my time, and I'm going to combine the first three items of the wall, fencing, the dumpster, and the landscaping. On the wall or fencing, it needs to be a textured, slick, 8-foot block wall with a rounded top. No chain link, and even with privacy slats, and no wood fence. The reason why? This nearly eliminates the tagging of the area that we're having right now is really bad and easy to clean and no maintenance. Dollar General has a horrible track record of property maintenance. Again, if you look at the pictures, look at the places and the dates. It shows a timeline. And you also see the ones in Alabama. And they're right in the backyard of who KM is representing right now, and they still aren't repaired. Look at the dates. They're even from this year. Better yet, I recommend move the wall to the other side of the buffer zone and either xeriscaping or eliminate the landscaping, trees and grass at the rear of the building next to the homes. This would save water and also eliminates places for transient homeless population to stay, camp out, and trash the landscaping. In the dumpsters, right now the dumpster's set to put right by our property line, right by our house. We need to move that to the other side by Madison Avenue. Again, why? Because it's next to our house. Also, the noise and trash trucks emptying the bins at all hours of the night. The stench, loose trash, flies, bugs, and other things that feed there, along with the transient homeless population leaving the lids off, and leaving the roofs and rooting through the bins, and the trash and the trash being blown by the wind. The landscaping, again, prefer moving the wall to the front of the buffer zone and there's gravel behind it, like for 3/4 road mix. No landscaping at the rear of the building, just gravel, no maintenance. Could entertain even the idea of the xeriscaping. Again, to save water, no maintenance of the fencing or chain link, no issue or maintenance of the sprinkler system or irrigation in the back of the building. That way there's no place for transient homeless population to stay, camp out, trash the landscape, and discard the drug paraphernalia, sleeping and eating trash. The first three conditions are to keep in mind is the transient homeless population will be there. The store is close to the on and off ramps. It's also quieter than the actual sleeping next to the freeway. These people are already at the new Maverick station on 10th Street and on the on and off ramps. You see them daily. The dollar store is just down the street. Now for lighting, again, like you had mentioned before, Councilman, is all the lighting needs to be downward facing and low emitting. Absolutely no bright lights, high pole lighting of any kind. Tall poles with security cameras with no lights are acceptable. And only $1 sign in front of the building. And I agree with the flashing lights, pedestrian crossings, because the traffic is really bad right there. A lot of pedestrians, and now you're gonna increase more of the pedestrians. And I want to confirm two issues. You will not hook up to the Lurie Lane sewer. It's a residential that we paid for, and please do not hook up with that, because it's not set up for commercial at all. And any utility work at all that you do on Lurie Lane will require the complete rebuilding of the lane, including the road apron and curb that was missed during the recent curb and sidewalk upgrades that was done just a few weeks ago. As far as store hours, 8 to 8. If you look at some of the pictures in there, you have a store hours, and some of them are 8 to 8. Make deliveries only 8 to 8 also. You can also see the dollar sign stores, how big they are and that kind of stuff, and low profile and whatnot. No overnight parking of any kind. No running trucks, idling, and diesel exhaust, stinking smell during and after delivery. That's all I have to conclude. Do you have any questions?
Very good. Any questions from council? I might just have a quick one. So you'd signed up in favor. So are you in favor if these conditions are implemented or required on this, is that correct, or are you opposed to this?
No, I'm in favor of it, and
Mhm.
I understand how business works,
Okay.
and that's okay with me, but they can meet these the conditions. And if you look through some of those, also, the pictures show the different types of buildings they have. And I know they have some nice ones. As you've seen the website, there's a lot of them on there also.
Yeah,
It
I
shows
think-
the different styles, not just one or two. When I drove around, there's 5, 6, or 7 different styles just between Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, Florida, and Tennessee, and Texas, where I've all seen those stores. I've shopped at those stores. I'm okay with it, so.
Yeah, and I think, like, this was a link I just sent to Brent with some different designs that show on it, so there are some different options it looks like that
Mhm.
they have on that, so in that regard, so. Okay, questions from council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quick, it's probably for Brent, but it is about, a concern that Mr. Allen had, and he mentioned, recommending not hooking up to the Lowry. I think I got that right.
Yeah, Lurie
sewer,
Lane, right.
because it's not set up for commercial. So, Mr. Orton, is that A, is that the plan? B, is what Mr. Allen suggesting, is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman McGee, I don't know if that's the plan, but here's the lane he's talking about. And I can appreciate the concern. Commercial businesses can generate fats, oils, and greases that can cause problems in sewer lines, so I presume that may be the concern. We do require interceptors, and we have a pretreatment team at the treatment plant now that vigilantly checks with our businesses to make sure they're being pumped to avoid having any kind of fats, oils, and greases played out in the sewer and cause problems to folks. So hopefully, if they did connect there, that interceptor we would be requiring frequent maintenance of that to make sure that it doesn't have a negative impact on other sewer users.
If I may.
Yes.
One thing you'll probably find is if you look at the sewer line, and this goes back to the elevation plan too, not only the ground itself, but also below, the sewer line is not that deep.
Is that the sewer line there, Mr. Orton?
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll pull this over to my screen so I can see it better, and I'll check those manhole depths and just show it to the council.
Very good. Any other questions for Mr. Allen?
I have a question.
Yes.
Have you already told the developer all this, or like at one of the neighborhood meetings or anything?
When we
like
had the initial meeting, I told them almost 80% of this.
And-
And the other stuff has been researched, but, coming to the meeting.
Right, so were they receptive to those things?
The KM, presenters were there listening, and the person from Alabama was on the phone. But it was, it was loud, and it was a traffic noise and a truck noise going by, so a lot of it got broken up, so. It was also 104 degrees outside.
Did they agree to any of it then?
They were gonna all look into it.
There's nothing that's been
Right.
agreed on yet?
Right, and as soon as I saw the stuff up in there, I knew, nothing's changed,
Yeah, okay,
so.
thank you.
And I believe we have somebody on the phone that we could talk to, the corporate, to look into that and see if they have any agreement.
Yes,
on that. So hold on one second.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can, but just give us 1 second on that. Any other questions for Mr. Allen? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, so yes, we do have somebody on the line, so if you would please, state your name and address, and then 5 minutes is yours, and then we stand for questions.
Sure. My name is Kirk Farrelly. I'm with Capital Growth Culture, 361 Summit Boulevard, Birmingham, Alabama, 35243. For having myself and Stephanie here tonight. Yes, we did have a neighborhood meeting. In all honesty, we felt that some of the requests to bring the building to the property line and eliminate the landscaping would be more aesthetically unpleasing than what we have before y'all tonight. And then as far as the question or comment about the fats, oils, and greases, we don't generate any of that. We don't have any cooking.
How about,
And if there's any other questions.
so there were some
I can
questions
certainly
about the design of the building. I'm not sure if you heard any of that, or if Grant can maybe pull up those pictures too. So,
I did.
so thoughts on that? What's your kind of plan? Are you looking at more just of the general type, or something more of like what's on the screen here with some brick or different design elements, or what's the, I guess, what is the plan for the design of the building, the elevations?
As of now, it's just a split face, concrete masonry units along the front and the side, and then the rest of the building is, vertical metal panels. We can and are happy to work with staff, for something that is.
So would that be the one that's up there? Can you see the one that's up there right now? With like the,
I'm just on the fence, and no, sir, I cannot.
oh, okay. And there was other questions? In the design or the layout, or, yes, Councilman
Mr. Mayor, I think, just from my opinion, I'd like to see a more permanent design on what those folks might be looking at in that neighborhood before I could decide on anything, so.
So some different elevations from the different views from each side?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from any council members for Kurt? Yes, Councilor McGee.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, and it's probably for the city attorney, what I'm kind of hearing from council members is a preference on what the outside of that building looks like. It's kind of tough to legislate perhaps exactly which one we would recommend, but maybe we could. If that were the case, is that, could we add that to the list of requirements before we agree to this? Could we take a screenshot or a web address and say, this is the city's preferred facade of this building?
Mayor and council, if I understand your question, you're asking if we could put a condition, or would it be agreeable to maybe just table this or reschedule it for a few more city council meetings, so that way they could present what, renderings or photos of what it's going to look like? Or would you like to give suggestions and make those conditions?
Well, I think you're leading me into a good decision here. Yeah, I would be curious just to know if we could make that a condition, but I think what you're suggesting, perhaps as we hear more discussion, that might be a wise approach as well.
Very good. Yes, Councilor
I was just gonna say, I'd really like to hear from the people who are here,
Yeah.
who are opposed to it, or who live in the area, whether they're for or against it, before we decide if we're tabling anything, because we might, depending on what they're saying, we might be able to make a vote.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, we'll get through all of that for sure. So, and yeah, I think kind of just reiterating the city attorney, you definitely can have conditions, and if it's continued, saying this is what we'd like to see, come back with drawings and pictures, show us how beautiful it's gonna be and what you're gonna add to it, and then make a decision from that. So, so Kurt, I also had Stephanie Hopkins on here. You mentioned she was there with you. Did she want to say anything? Oh, is she? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. So, yeah, right there. So, okay, very good. So that is all that is signed up in favor. So we have nobody signed up in neutral, and 2 people that have signed up in opposition. So Nancy Curry, if you'll please come forward, and you'll have 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Okay.
If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Nancy Curry, 918 North Illinois Avenue. In 1982, we chose to purchase our home in a quiet area of mostly seniors, and have owned our home on North Illinois for over 40 years. The proposed zone change, M1 Light Industrial, Manufacturing and Production, to the C2 Community Commercial does not ensure consistency and compatibility with the neighborhoods of residential use. Dollar General Store would not appropriately integrate with the surrounding residential area, and design is not compatible with the existing well-established single-family homes. The existing M1 zoning for light industrial is far less intrusive than the proposed community commercial C2 zoning. The light industrial businesses in our area have occasional traffic, not constant in and out traffic flow, with its additional noise, during operating hours with C2 commercial businesses. It is already dangerous for residents exiting their driveways onto North Illinois. Since the Maverick gas station expanded into a truck stop, our street has constant heavy traffic and has now become a truck route. Plus, we have extensive traffic to and from Sacagawea School. In addition, the proposed townhouse development on North Illinois could potentially add an additional 140-plus vehicles to the already heavy traffic. Was there a traffic impact study done? Why not, if it wasn't? The proposed store would have capacity, sorry, for 36-plus vehicles in the parking lot, which would greatly contribute to traffic congestion during operating hours. Not to mention the untold number of vehicles added to Illinois if Dollar General allows temporary or seasonal businesses to operate on the property, such as fireworks, coffee kiosks, flower, fruit stands, etc. We see that everywhere. Large delivery trucks on Illinois Avenue bring additional traffic congestion, extreme noise, and major vibrations inside local residences, even shaking items off the shelves. The proposed street and parking lot lighting and illuminated signage would glare into our homes. This store would be visually disruptive with commercial lighting, signage, banners, and constant in and out traffic. General welfare of the neighborhood would be severely negatively impacted, reducing quality of life for the residents. Unfortunately, nowadays, low-cost stores attract the homeless, bringing crime and drugs into our area, creating a potential homeless hangout. This business would crush property values for current homeowners' investments. Caldwell's 3 existing dollar stores have already oversaturated this small town. Also, there are currently at least 2 stores within easy walking distance of this location for food and miscellaneous. Maverick Convenience Store on North Illinois and the Buy Mart Discount Store on North 10th. This proposed commercial business will negatively impact the neighborhood, destroying our peaceful environment and threaten family security. We do not want community commercial zoning C2 in our area of well-established residences. We want our neighborhood to remain single-family homes only. Thank you.
Good. Any questions? So please refrain from that. Thank you so much. Did you have a question? So yeah, I think we might have one. So if you don't mind coming back.
Yeah, it's more clarification on a couple of the comments that Ms. Curry had, probably for staff, probably for Elizabeth. Was there, first of all, was there a traffic impact study done on this project? And then Brent, while she's answering that, Ms. Curry, you stated your address earlier. I was just trying to look at the map to see exactly where it was in reference to.
918.
Thank you. Brent, is there any way that we could see exactly where Ms. Curry's home is in relation to the?
And Brent may be actually the best one to answer about the traffic impact study.
We're right across from the corner of it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Up. I think, yep, right there. Is that correct? See where the mouse is hovering? Is that your property, ma'am?
I've got my reading glasses
Oh.
on. I can't believe it.
If you want to step, there's a TV right here, right in front of you. Okay, so it's down 3, Brent. Yep, right there. Oh.
Okay. All right, thank you.
There we go, right there.
Thank you.
Now
So,
we got it.
thank you, Mayor. And then, so the question for Brent, as you appropriately pointed out, Brent, traffic impact study on this project, could you give some insight?
Where
Councilman McGee. I'm not versed on the background of this, but I will tell you that what city code requires is, it requires a traffic study when 1,000 trips per day are expected to be generated, and that's based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual. Probably a store of the size wouldn't have triggered that, so.
That makes sense, thank you.
Does that mean the traffic on Illinois total? Because like I say, if that townhouse is put there, that's 416 vehicles added to the traffic flow there.
Yeah, so it would be what this development's gonna generate. So if this were to generate just by itself 1,000 trips or more a day, then it would trigger the traffic impact study. So, okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. Gerald Curry? So if you'd please state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Gerald. I'm Gerald Curry. I live at 918 North Illinois, and you already know where that is now. What I've got to address are, they've kind of been covered, but I want to reiterate them. The proposed street light indicated on the site plan at the corner of Madison, Illinois. I don't know if you want to bring that or not, but it's right down there, very near the point of the triangle of the property. Only 100 feet directly in front of our property. The strong lighting will shine unimpeded into our large picture windows of our living room and our front bedroom of our home, as well as significantly contribute to the light pollution in the immediate area. Golden Gate is the irrigation canal in the city of Caldwell that I have on-demand water rights from my address. We use a pump that requires sufficient volume and head pressure to operate properly. This plan indicates an concrete irrigation water box on the property. And from what I saw in the notes before, that it was going to be pressurized. Combined with the development at Nogales and First Avenue and the proposed townhouse complex at the 1100 block of Illinois, both of which will be using pressurized irrigation, the homeowners from the 800, 900 block and farther down the canal will have their on-demand water rights and volume severely restricted. We already have this problem when Luby Park diverts the water for their purposes. There will be insufficient resources to properly water my property. This past year, as you mentioned, we've had really hard difficulty getting water to the property. The proposed wooden fencing indicated on the site plan is inadequate. It is too short at 5 feet, unsubstantial, and will be an eyesore in just a few years due to weathering. Alternatively, a chain link fence would provide no sound barrier and be a poor substitute. An 8-foot concrete block wall would resolve these issues. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Very good. Are there any questions? I might have one question, Brent. Might be more for you. I would imagine there already should be a street light out there. Is there not a street light at that corner?
There is a street light now.
So are you
if you look at your site plan for this, you'll find it indicates another light, which would be right beside the thing, because it is on their master plan. And the one that's existing now is one of those low sodium, low glare lights. And then if you put another light right beside it, I don't know how much light you're gonna be coming down right through our windows.
You see that on there, Brent? Because if it's a street light, they should be evenly spaced. I don't know if we're looking at lighting within the parking lot, perhaps.
There's one on the upper end as well. That doesn't affect me. I'm talking about the one right near where he's pointing at now. There's an existing one. And the site plan, according to what they show on there, they're putting another one there. And that is an error.
Okay, and I know that they can, when they have rebuttal, they'll be able to address that if, on that, in that regard. So like, looks like there is the proposed streetlight, but I think that's an existing streetlight. But they can address that when they come back up for the rebuttal. Okay, thank you so much, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all that have signed up. Is there anybody else that did not sign up that was wanting to testify? Yes, please come on forward.
Good evening, Mayor.
Very good. So, Debbie's gonna have you put your name and address on there real quick.
Against it. Yes, and my name is Lucy Armenta.
Lucy, L-U-C-Y,
Right.
and you're spelling your last name?
Capital A-R-M-E-N-G-A.
T-A,
Mhm.
and your address?
1423 Lou Rye Private Lane.
What was it, New Rye?
Lou Rye,
And how you spell it?
capital L-U-R-Y, Private Lane, in Caldwell, Idaho, 83605.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. So if you'll just state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Okay, my name is Lucy Armenta. I live at 1423 Lou Rye Private Lane in Caldwell. Okay, my daughter and I, Cynthia, spent a lot of time this summer when the temperatures were way over 100, doing petitions, against this building. And, my daughter couldn't come tonight, so it's all up to me to do it. So bear with me. I'm here. Anyhow, I'm against it, and I have a lot of reasons as to why, which I already heard a lot of them this evening. And, I have lived in my home for so many years. I raised my 3 children there. And coming to see this approaching, thinking that it has to get done and passed to build, that is a sore eye for me. I had my squirrel tree there, and during the summer I would see all my squirrels going. I would feed them, my daughters would feed them. And so I'm totally against it. I've heard a lot about it, and for it to come so close to my property, that I say it is a no. Okay, and Mr. Allen already said a lot to help me out, and so I hope that I get my wish. So I thank you.
Very good. Hold on, see if you have any questions from council. Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes,
Pardon me,
hold
just
on.
one question for you.
Okay.
I think I'm familiar with your home. Do you not have a balcony on that side, that looks over that property, right? On
Yes.
on your house?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I just was trying to remember it. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay. And we have one last person signed up, in opposition, Carrie Smith. If you please state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Carrie Smith, 17741 Linden Lane, Caldwell, Idaho. I just figured I was here and I would give my input because Caldwell does deserve better than this store in this location. In general, I do have family that live on the hill and drive by this location quite often. The development agreement is very weak. And if you were going to approve it, I want you to think about this. 2 weeks ago in Ohio has 943 general dollar stores. Of those, they had a 16 to 88% error rate in charges of their prices. So what they told the consumer the price was, when they went to check out, the price was higher. And so this is considered a dry area for the residents in that area. They do have to travel quite a bit for public health, safety. It would be nice to have food. It's a food desert. It would be nice to have food in this area. However, this one's not an honest store for the residents that do need food. And so for that reason alone, I would encourage you to deny it. If you were going to approve it, I would encourage you
I was a part of the economic development team when we approved the Maverick. We encouraged them to improve the backside along Marble Front, of that building. This has two fronts. The store should have two beautiful fronts, at a minimum. You should table the decision until you have an improved facade design. Downward facing lights should absolutely be, required. You could drive by any of our dollar stores in this community and trash is a problem. Again, when I worked for the city, I tried to contact these stores. They are out of state. They are incredibly hard to get a hold of. The people that work there don't want to clean up the parking lots. They are a disaster. And so some type of plan that code enforcement can hold them to on keeping those parking lots clean should be required. Additional cans, should be provided. And with that, I would just encourage you to strongly look at those standards in that development agreement and either deny or increase those standards.
Very good. Thank you so much. Questions from council? Okay, I'm taking it easy on you, so. Okay, so that concludes all that have signed up in opposition and neutral. So we will return to our applicant for closing rebuttal testimony. So Stephanie, if you want to please come forward. And if you don't mind, just one more time, your name and address for the record.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery in Boise. Really appreciate the neighbors' comments on this. We met a few of them during our neighborhood meeting, and I remember their concerns and feedback at that time as well. And at the time, as one of Mr. Allen had mentioned, Kirk was on the line, and we were all kind of trying to discuss the fence request as well as the landscaping requests, and it was difficult to hear them at that point. But we have discussed internally, and it's just really, we feel that the buffer between the residential properties and this store would be a benefit to the neighbors, and it's in city code, I think, for a reason, to help kind of mitigate the impacts of more intensive uses to less intense uses. So on that specific point, our preference would be to keep the 15-foot buffer with landscaping, which would be irrigated through pressurized irrigation as required by the city. On the fence, we're proposing a 6-foot solid wood fence, so it's I don't know where the 5-foot came from, but 6 feet is what we're proposing, and I believe that's in compliance with commercial requirements. It would be easiest to maintain, and I think anything taller than that can sometimes be a burden on maintenance. A CMU wall or something that's sturdier, I think would be more industrial in look and may not really jive well with a commercial store abutting residential uses. So that's kind of our stance on that. I'll do my best to cover all of these items. Brent touched on the TIS, and that was our understanding as well, that when we did the due diligence, that anything over 1,000 average daily trips would not require a study, and so this store does not produce more than that a day. We do believe that the C2 district would be a really nice buffer to the existing manufacturing and industrial uses, to the traditional neighborhood use that's to the northwest. It's the variety of uses that could be possible under the M1 district are a lot more intense, and I think would impact neighbors a lot more than maybe they realize. And I think, having services next door would be incredibly convenient and really an asset to everyone that's in this area. I think it was mentioned that, a mile is a walk, and sometimes that's a deterrent for folks, and so something right next door will be nice if they want to grab, a gallon of milk or some toilet paper. I will let our client, Kirk, who's on the phone, touch on the architectural standards, and then I think he has some more comments on traffic as well, so he can fill in the gaps there. Lighting, we will comply with downlit lighting. I think that on the plan that we show, it does say proposed light fixture, and that is, I think, an error. It's an existing light fixture, so our plan is not to create another one right there. I can't really speak to the homeless population or how likely they would be to locate here. I think that would be, an enforcement issue more so, and something that the the police, Caldwell Police would kind of, need to manage. And, I don't have the studies or any, information on how certain uses maybe attract certain people. So I think that would be maybe something that our client could, touch on. But, I believe personally that developed property tends to, mitigate that type of behavior more than stuff that's vacant. So I think that, undeveloped land typically has more places to hide or places to hang out than a store that's maintained and has employees coming to and from every day. And on the water concerns, we'll coordinate with Public Works to make sure, and the irrigation district to make sure that we're, obviously, adequately irrigating the property as well as not impacting other folks' enjoyment of water. Carrie commented that the development agreement was weak in verbiage, and I think, our client's amenable to conditions if you feel that they're appropriate here. I know that the architectural style has been questioned and kind of talked about, and I think that they'd be amenable to a condition to work with staff to further refine those elevations and make sure that they're meeting your standard of quality. I know that they want it to be a store that they're proud of too. And so, that's a discussion I think that we'd love to have with staff. I don't know if we have design or architectural standards that the city requires, but that would be really helpful to kind of get some direction there. And I think hopefully I have covered everything. I don't know if Kirk wants to chime in with anything additional.
Kurt, do you have just a few comments you want to make, or?
Sure, yeah, and thank you, Stephanie, for outlining all that. Yeah, so she's correct on the trip generations. We do a lot of these throughout the country, and we do not usually trip any kind of traffic impact studies with state DOTs, or city DOTs for that matter. So typically, a store of this size will have about 33 trips in the morning, so that's in and out, and then 72 in the PM peak hour. And then Dollar General's own kind of analytics or data, they typically expect about 10 vehicles per hour in the hours of operation that they're open. And that is based on, all the stores that they've studied, and the traffic is fairly consistent throughout the day at their stores, and usually there's not more than 4 or 5 customers there at a time. There were some comments on the water, and we are a low water user. We only have male and female restroom, water fountains, and a mop sink, and that's it. And we'd be happy to provide any utility bills or anything to that effect that may help ease any concerns on that front. Usually it's 100 gallons per day or less for domestic water use. The wood fence comment, we would be happy to go up to 8 feet if council felt that was appropriate buffer. And there were some questions about, fireworks or fruit stands or coffee. We don't have any of that at this store or planned. And then I can be available for any other questions.
Very good. Any questions from council for either Stephanie or Kurt? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, with her. Yes.
Just a question for staff. I see Lieutenant Wright in the back there. Lieutenant, is there anything outstanding from a crime rate in that area that we need to be concerned about?
Mr. Wright, do you mind coming forward? I know it's a long walk, just so we can get you on the microphone.
He's probably been walking all day. Yeah.
Hope.
Good evening. I believe the council has already mentioned most of already the concerns. One of the things that they pointed out is they're gonna build a 6-foot fence. We already have a graffiti issue, and that's gonna be a prime target. We don't have a lot of high visibility areas in there, so it would increase calls for service. It would for that area.
I have a question.
Yes.
They had mentioned that, I don't remember her exact words, but that as far as the homeless problem, that unattended lots cause worse homeless problems than buildings. Do you have a homeless problem there now?
Currently, we do not.
Thank
Any other questions for Lieutenant Wright? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So that does conclude the public testimony portion of the hearing. Do we have a motion to close public testimony in a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council Williams and a second from Council Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. And staff is still fair game, just so you know. So if you do have questions for staff, we are still able to do that, discuss that. So, that moves us into discussion, deliberation, and motions. So if there's any discussion from any of the council members, any questions for staff, deliberations, or any motion? Yes.
Looking at another map, even closer than the Bimart is the Sacagawea Elementary School. It's just a half a mile from this location, almost directly across from Lurie Park, very close to the I-84 Motor Inn. I really think we've got a problem with this, that if we put a Dollar General store in there, we're in an area where we don't want to attract this kind of traffic any more than we already do. That area of town does already have a high demand for calls of service, and it's a difficult lot, and I feel conflicted in one sense, because I'd rather have something built on there than nothing. But at the same time, I'm really not inclined to grant the request, because I don't think this is the right project for that neighborhood. I think the Bimart is plenty close enough for people to get all of the things they need, and this just strikes me as inviting more challenges than solutions for our community on that corner.
Good, thank you. Other discussion?
I have some.
Council Register.
So I'm not conflicted at all. I'm against this very much. And part of that is that I feel like we want people who are coming into the city who are invested in our community and who want to continue the things that we're doing on Indian Creek and all of the stuff that we've been, that prior councils and us that we've been working on for years in the city. And I am unimpressed when somebody comes in that, like Commissioner Smith had said, without elevations, without a clear presentation of this is how great it's going to be, other than, well, we just target these rural areas and we figure you guys need one when we already have 3. So I don't think the research was done very well. I heard people talking about the concrete wall instead of a fence. That was not addressed by the developer when he spoke, just that he would make it an 8-foot fence. I absolutely think there will be a homeless problem there if we go with this. I think we're inviting that, especially so close to the freeway. I'm not opposed to putting in like a less invasive commercial something there that holds to our standards that Caldwell has now. But no, I'm those are the reasons that I'm opposed to it, and I don't know, I feel a little bit insulted for the city and for that neighborhood that they did not come in here with elevations and pictures and plans of how to make it fit right with the neighborhood, as opposed to making it seem like they're just gonna throw up a store and it'll be great because people won't have to walk.
Any other discussion? Okay. Are there any motions from any of the council members? And so just so you know, so this is for, so the request, I know is focused on what was going there, because with the rezone becomes an allowed use. So the request is for a comprehensive plan map amendment and a rezone. If the request is approved, then that moves us on to the next items of the resolution and the bill and ordinance. If denied, then the next 2 items would be moot at this point. And I can't make a motion, so it has to be one of you, so.
So just for clarification
Yes.
then, That the order of business or the order of decision is to approve it, so can we then make the motion to deny it?
You can, yes, you can make any motion you want. So you can make a motion to approve, a motion to deny, a motion to continue, so.
Okay, so
Yep.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna say it right, but I make a motion to deny.
There's a request?
Okay,
Yeah, yep. So no, that would work. So we have a motion from Council Register for denial of the request. And again, that request is for case number CPM 22-4 and zone 22-4. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council Register and a second from Councilor Doty, for denial of the requested, comprehensive plan map amendment and rezone. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll. Oh, we have the voting machine up now, sorry. So, yes vote is for denial, yes, to approve the motion to deny. So it is open for voting. And all the votes are in, so voting is locked, and that motion passes unanimously. So the motion for, or the request for the, rezone is denied, and just for that, if I'm understanding council correct, feel that it's the, wanted to see more detailed on the drawings for the design, more thought, implementation into the neighborhood, concerns of what was existing and the impacts that this would have on those existing residences, and the overall influence for that area in the neighborhood, and that there was also existing amenities in the vicinity. Okay, so that, as I mentioned, with that denial, then the action item number 4 and 5 are moot. Actually, sorry, 4 is moot, 5 is not, as I'm sure most of you are glad that that's not. So that does move us on to action item number 5, which is the public hearing legislative. And this was continued from September 15th and October 20th to consider approval of the airport fees and policy. So this is going to be a little different. Usually with continued items, testimony is not taken except for those that were at the original hearing. However, there has been changes to the proposed airport fees. So due to those changes, we are going to essentially start from the beginning with testimony. So anybody that wishes to testify on this item will have that opportunity. We are going to limit testimony to 5 minutes. If you're able to give it in less than that, it would be appreciated, as it's starting to get to be long already, and we aren't even to new business yet. So yes, so we're gonna, before we do start that, we're gonna take a short 5-minute recess, and we'll be back to continue with that item.
Oh, is that right? That's surprising. Yeah, yeah. I heard a lot of horror stories about Golden Gate irrigation. Yeah.
So we had that property on the, like above, where
Yeah.
he had a looked at that. A public hearing item, so I apologize on that. So I do need a motion to close the public hearing item, old business action item number 3.
So moved. Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Doty for that and a second from Councilor McGee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good, that passes. So then that closes that public hearing item. So now we are on to action item number 5 under old business. And as mentioned, this is to consider the approval of the airport fees and policy. So we do have a sign-up sheet. And let's start with staff, actually. So Mr. Orton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight on this, I guess. I'm just kidding. So the council gave several assignments to staff at the last meeting where this item was considered. And so I wanted to just give a report quickly back on those. First question, can a code change unilaterally alter existing legacy agreements to conform to to the council rate. We expressed to the council that we didn't know if that was legal, and if it was legal, if it was moral and ethical. Previously, Doug has analyzed that, and his analysis, he's provided tonight. There's a copy of it. I think it's been provided to each council member. And his analysis is that he does not believe there's an appropriate finding for that to be okay to do. So that remains out of reach. Next question, can we charge more for aeronautical businesses than we do for other users? And so Doug has also researched that for us. We do have that question into FAA as well and have not heard back. Gary Gates, we got a out of office notification from our airport engineer in Helena with the Helena district office. But Douglas Waterman did a lot of research, and he does believe that this is possible. A couple things to note is that our aeronautical businesses on field right now have existing leases, and so this is really a similar situation to that first question. We would be able to bring that into effect for new leases. So the the farmhouse RFP, once the development agreement's negotiated and stuff is happening there, that lease could potentially be subjected to a different rate there. The new stuff on the east side of the field, there's 2 RFPs over there. Those could be, it could be done there too. We would need a solid basis for this. Right now, our basis is land that's being used. You need a consistent basis so you can apply it uniformly and have it be fair for everyone. And so is that those hangars that have street side access and air side access, meaning you can get to it from the street side from the in a vehicle, and you can get to it with an aircraft on the other side. There are some folks who don't have street side access but are business related. Vivian's Hangar Aero Builders and their parts house, Warhawk Air Museum, and there are others that don't have actually street side access aside from a man gate. So that's Doug's guidance on that. We need to clearly define who would be affected and on what basis. Can we charge other fees? Fuel flowage fee is an example. Our belief is that we can charge a fuel flowage fee. We would need to negotiate a contract with those private entities that provide fuel on field now, and enter into that contract with them to collect that on our behalf. Obviously, the bills are paying through them. Higher tie down. So we did hear quite a bit about, both from stakeholders at the last or at the first hearing for this item, that higher tie down fees were something that folks felt that should happen. And so you'll find today that's one of the few modifications to the fee resolution that's been put in the packet today, as it actually proposes, that's $25 right now, plus or minus. We propose to increase it to $45, and as a result of the discussion and suggestions from commission members and stakeholders, we have proposed to increase that to $75 a month. Also, the council was expressed interest in maintaining a daily rate. The Airport Commission gave us some suggestions on how a daily rate might be collected. We have a little bit of a manpower issue to man that. The city of McCall, and it could be, we believe that it's managed by a fixed-based operator there at McCall Airport, does do a honor system tie down. We probably would want to get our hands on some tech for that, or see if we want to try to accommodate credit card purchases or app-based purchases, or if it would just be cash in like a Forest Service parking box, right? But that is a possibility. Landing fees. Landing fees are generally done by airports that have a tower, because every landing is registered there. But we could handle that in a similar way to an honor system tie down, right? Possibly with some tech, if there's some good tech out there that would help us. And we do have some tech options that may be possibilities that we've kind of learned about in looking at the need for a potential parking structure in the downtown, and with license plate readers and things like that. Is there something that we can do that would be in a similar vein? And maybe the answer to that is no, but the payment options would be nice. In my personal opinion, I think it really is valuable, if you're going to offer a service like that, to make it very convenient for the user. For instance, I could, if I was a pilot, I fly into Caldwell, I set up an app, and I just go in and say, yep, I'm parking my tie down for a day for my tie down, and the app could help me track it. Only have to set up your account once, connect a payment source. I feel the same way about parking in the downtown. That would be the way to go. And so landing fees are a possibility. We don't see anything that says that it's prohibited legally for us to charge landing fees. We have not really vetted that with the stakeholder group to learn if their feelings about it, but yes, that's a possibility amongst those things that have been suggested. And here are a few other suggestions we've received from stakeholders. There is an area on the ramp near the cafe building now called the hot ramp, and it's a box where some people refer to as an active movement box, and I'm not the FAA guru, so I don't really know what it's supposed to be called that way, but I can tell you that it is a box where the things we see happen there is a lot of staging of aircraft by Silverhawk with their helicopter school. And we also have visitors who park their jets and other aircraft that come and park in that area. So there's a suggestion that we received to charge a lease for that. There is an existing bulk ramp lease that has been adopted in the fees for a long time on the basis of users who came to the city of Caldwell and said, hey, we may want to lease some ramp space from you and set up our own tie downs and things like that. So we created a lease rate for that years ago, and it still exists. There's a currently adopted one, and it's also included in the proposal before you tonight with just a moderate increase. That might be an applicable thing. We did have some discussion that was shared with us between proponents of that idea, and Silverhawk had some concerns about it. They use it the most, probably, and there was concern from them, so there would need to be probably some, or advisably, there would be some discussion about that. And we do need a place for transient pilots to land, when I say land, I mean to park. We need a place for them to be able to park stuff, if not on a tie down, to be able to park and go visit the cafe and then come back out, which I think is typically what's happening there in the hot ramp area, is you have people that are making a short stop, and so they're not parking for a long period of time. Timothy Elroy, who is a commission member and an employee of Silverhawk, did comment in some of his communication that Silverhawk would gladly move aside for anyone who wants to use that space. Anyway, I think that's relevant only because it means probably there should be discussion on that idea. Another suggestion we received is shade hangers, and what a shade hanger is essentially just putting a cover over a tie down. We have received that suggestion from folks on the Airport Commission in years past. We like the idea. The thing about shade hangers is you can charge a lot more for that space. There's just a capital outlay to be done. And so if the city were going to do that, we would need to be able to put together some capital to build shade hangers, to go build covers over some of the tie downs. Another option would be we could place an RFP out there. I have had stakeholders tell me that they would be interested in proposing on an RFP for shade hangers. So that could be a possibility for helping generate more revenue. Now, if you did do an RFP for it, the developer's got to recoup his money first, right? So you'd have to set up a lease term with him that would give him the ability to recoup his capital outlay and make an appropriate profit before you would expect for the city to begin making additional revenue from shade hangers. But one way or the other, there's another suggestion we received. So with that, let me jump over. The council asked us to take to the Airport Commission the changes that were going to occur, or the findings, changes in findings. As we discovered that a number of our, what should have been council rate leases were actually still legacy leases. And this really is because we accidentally entered people into these different leases. So the lease is a legal document, that's okay, but that proportion is worse than we originally thought. The council asked us to take that back to the commission, which we did do. So that proportion is less favorable than we believed before. Another thing that we mentioned to the council, but I want to just bring up again, is that it's also come to light that in some instances, someone who's got a 2014 or a 2010 series lease, there's really three of them. There's 2010. In 2010, we changed the lease to synchronize with the council rate originally and then grow based on the CPI. In 2014, I miscommunicated in such a way that we ended up with a lease that did not stick to the council rate, but still more or less did the same thing as the 2010 with some refinements. in 2019 is when the standard lease document was generated that actually did away with growing on its own and tied it to the city council lease rate that's adopted. And so there's a number of those that we entered incorrectly. Now, another problem that we found is that in some instances, we honestly don't know how many at this point in time, we charge people as if they were on the council rate when their lease document itself called for a growth based on the CPI. And so there are instances in which we may have overcharged customers for that. What I told the city council last time is that as we get through that, it would probably be, the corrections would be, we would evaluate the entire life of the lease. And so if we had undercharged at some point, that would be a negative. If we had overcharged at some point, that would be a positive as far as the customer was concerned. And then we would look to do a credit to the account. One question that's been raised, and I don't know the answer, and we would look to the council for direction on this, is that in fixing that problem, this isn't like especially based on our current staffing level, this is not a 3-week-long project. It could take longer than that to get through every single lease and run the calculations for the life of the lease and make sure that the lease is either on trajectory or respond if it's not. Basically, I think there's 2 prominent options. One of them is to say, hey, this is going to be on a request basis. Come and request this if you have concerns that your lease may have been miscalculated and you'd like us to evaluate it. The other one is we just plan on doing it full stop, but it's going to take time, and so we'll just have to get through those as we can. As I look at how does that affect the resolution before you, it's not likely that what we're seeing the most of, and this is based on some stakeholders that have helped us, have done some research to assist us, and what we're seeing most of is that probably where we have charged the council lease rate and it was higher than what the CPI would have been. So I think in net, we're going to see that we owe money to users and not that we are owed more money. So that being the case, there is some cost to delaying our decision-making on this fee resolution. And so, because one notion that was suggested at the commission meeting was, well, we should sort that out, who's been overcharged or undercharged before we move forward with the fee resolution update. I would just put before you that the things to weigh are that you will have some loss of revenue that occurs. You will be entering people based on the old lease rate, et cetera, until the time that these are adopted. So there's some revenue loss to consider there. And at the same time, when we get through all those leases that have the potential for errors, unknown at this point how many that is, it's unlikely that that's going to mean that we should reduce the amount that we're charging because it's making a better scenario. I don't think we're going to be better off. I think at least what we're seeing so far is we're going to be worse off that way. And then finally, just an acknowledgement again, 42 cents is a lot. It's more or less doubling our lease rate. And that's challenging. I acknowledge it's challenging on the backs of the handful of folks who have council lease rates. It's not going to increase revenue a tremendous amount. It was about $20,000 it was going to increase revenue before. I guess the things that are very most important is that as the council considers changes to policies and even the ordinance, earlier tonight we workshopped on a possible change to the ordinance. It should be included in the ordinance that when a lease changes hands, that it must enter into a new standard lease, so that those folks come onto the standard lease and we start to sunset those legacy lease rates. I think that's all I have. I'd be happy to stand for your questions and then make way for folks who'd like to testify.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from council for Brent? Councilor Spaddock.
First of all, on the legacy leases, based on this new information we just got from Mr. Waterman and Taylor, I don't know if you got a copy of that, what the FAA said, but anyway, it's according to him, I just had a discussion with him at break time, and we can actually go back to those legacy leases and see if we can't get some relief from them. He said there's no problem with that. He said we can't dictate to them that we're going to raise the price right away, but we can go back and negotiate. And I can't help but think that those folks would be a little bit reasonable to renegotiate those contracts. And I've done a lot of negotiating contracts in the potato business, and I'd sure like to be on that staff, because I wanna remind those folks too that they do have an obligation to the city too, to make sure that, we're running this place right, and everybody is fairly equal relative to their costs are concerned, so. And the second thing, the CPIs, for instance, nobody knows that, consumer price indexes, if you don't know what the acronym for that is. And the other thing I think we need to concentrate on is we still have some property there that needs to be sold.
Mhm.
And that could be a bridge to make sure that we're whole on our budget every year, because that property is worth, what, $400,000 probably?
There's an appraisal in process now, and I presume it's worth at least what you're suggesting.
Okay.
Is that the hangar that you
Yeah,
were talking, okay,
yeah.
just want to make sure.
So I think we could, make sure we speed that up to make sure that we have that bridge there. And on the restaurant lease, I guess the question I had is, that thing's been there for I don't know how many years, and we haven't increased the lease on that. Why didn't we do that?
That's a great question, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stoddard. So, recently, I think that we just, the lease was, I'm not sure if it was because the lease terms were unfavorable towards doing that, but it was also, as I understand, a month-to-month lease, but it still also required 60 days notice. So, but I will speak to most recently. At the time that we determined that we were gonna seek RFPs and do something different, I asked that we not change that lease rate in order to give, the existing users, particularly the cafe, as much, bandwidth as possible for them to be able to reserve cash and have, survivability during the bridge between, when that building has to close and, when they're making their next move as a business.
Mm-hmm.
So we asked to keep that the same, just to make sure that they had, a good grace period, to be able to keep things survivable. So, and then to answer your other question, as far as, I totally agree that if legacy leaseholders were interested in negotiating, that'd be fantastic. Also, if we could, maybe there's, some brainstorming to be had, possibly with the commission's help on, is there an incentive that makes sense that we could offer to incentivize folks to change over to the standard lease? When we have considered this in the past, and our conclusion has always come to the same thing, that we can't legally do that. We can't just unilaterally change their leases. Obviously, if they're a willing party, we can make changes to leases.
Right.
And if, we believed that if we were going to attempt that, we'd need a heck of a public information campaign so that people would know what's going on and understand why we're asking. And so, anyway, I do think that's a good point, Councilman Stoddard, if the council's interested in us moving that direction.
Okay. Second question I had regarding the restaurant, and again, this is just hearsay. Is it Midvale Aviation that wants to redo that whole building? Is that what, or Midfield Aviation? Midfield? Okay. Anyway, what I understood is that they have somebody lined up, a pizza place out of Seattle and all that, to, on their plans to move in there. Why didn't we give a chance to the outfit that owns the restaurant right now first before we moved ahead with that? Now, that's just hearsay. I don't know if they have. They haven't. I haven't, the council hasn't seen anything on it, but my goodness, we should make sure that we take care of our own people first before we go outside and I don't know if we can do anything about that, or do you know anything about it?
Well, I do. So that was based on the request for proposals. So one of the things that we included in the request for proposal, with the idea of trying to protect the opportunity for that restaurant to persist, is that a restaurant was required in that space. All the other things were optional, fixed-based operation type services that could be. We can't tell a proposer that you will use, the airport cafe as your operator. But we wanted to make sure that the commission gave input on that. We wanted to make sure that a restaurant was included, so that opportunity would still be there. And then when they make their proposal, they assemble their team, and I do believe that the airport cafe worked with some of those folks as a potential operator for them, but we don't have control over if they propose them at the end of the day. So.
Okay, so we did notify the restaurant owners that, that they have an opportunity to bid on that, and they were in the meeting, and.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah,
so.
there wasn't a meeting per se about it, but Becky did attend many of the airport commission meetings, and we met with her and talked to her about how do we, in fact, I think it was the 21st of April in 2021 that we met with her and said, hey, this we think is coming, how do we keep you going? We looked at options and spent a few hours together looking at the terminal building plans, to see if we could set something up temporarily there. I guess our expectation at that time was that she would just need a place to be from the time until the new place was built. But again, we don't have control over that, and I don't know what Becky's plans are at this time. She is here, so she could, if she's signed up to speak, she could maybe answer that for you.
Good, I appreciate that. Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Okay, other questions from council members? For Brent?
Mr. Mayor, I just have some comments, but I think I'll wait until the end until we hear everyone else.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Orton. Okay, so we have, oh, yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us how many lease rates there are versus how many council rates then? Legacy leases
How many legacy leases there are?
versus the council rate leases?
We have that information. I don't have it on tap for the moment. I believe that it's more or less like 80-20, like 80% legacy leases, I think. But I do believe that the airport manager could answer that. I think he's got that exact number.
And then my other question was, how important is it to make all the corrections with whatever the errors were before changes in the lease rates?
I think the council's gonna have to judge that, but here's input I think you should consider in making that judgment call. From what we've seen so far, I think it would be, if we make an error and undercharge someone, we typically wouldn't ask to recover that, right? However, if someone wants their lease reevaluated, then we do need to consider that. More than that, though, I think we're gonna find that a number of the errors that have happened have been where we charged the council rate to someone because we had changeover in staff and our staff was new and they were doing their best and doing what they thought they were supposed to. And now I think we've got that honed in and we know what we're supposed to do that way. So you're gonna find, I believe, that when all is said and done, we're gonna owe customers money instead of being owed money. And the reason I think that's important to the question that you've got to make a judgment call on is if you wait to approve a fee resolution, the delay in time is gonna cost the city some money, it's gonna cost the airport some money. In that leases that will enter will still be entered at the old rate that's currently approved. Those leases, those elements of the fees that are proposed to be higher will stay at the currently approved rate. So there's some loss possibly there. And it will take some time for us to get through all the leases. And again, I would love the council's direction on, do you want us to just say, hey, we're gonna plan on going through every single lease? Maybe that's the right thing to do. Or if you want us to say, hey, customers, if you think your lease has got an error, please request and we'll do a life of the lease evaluation of your lease and credit your account if it's out of balance. But I don't think that it's really helping you any to have that end answer, because that end answer means, well, we probably owe people some money back. And so delaying the lease means we got less money to meet that different dividend with, and it also means that I don't know that there's a good corollary that says wait on approving fees. So.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Orton? Councilor Williams?
Perhaps this is better a question for legal here. I know from personal experience that sometimes government entities get exceptions when mistakes are made in good faith that were not intentional. How would that weigh on the lease matters because we goofed and so sorry, you've lost $3,000 or whatever the number may be?
Mayor and Councilman Williams, I apologize. Mr. Waterman, as we've referenced, has done most of the research on this specific issue. I don't, from catching up with his research, I've not been informed that there's any sort of maybe or any sort of good faith exception, but if I do uncover one or I'll ask him in the morning, I'll be sure to pass that along to you.
Okay, any other questions for Brent? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we have 3 people signed up to testify on this item. Mr. Stephen Kahn first. If you don't mind, please state your name and your address, and you will have 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you. Stephen Kahn, 12528 North Upper Ridge, Garden City. So the question is, that I want to address is the lease rate. The proposal is to go from about 22.7 cents to 42 cents on the leases that would allow that. And I don't know what that number is, but it sounds like it's not that large. A lot of the leases, such as mine, allow a CPI increase, which this year will be 8-point-something%, I assume. Also, I'm working off the June 2022 budget book for the 2023 fiscal year, and that showed that the shortfall in the budget was about $33,000. I don't want to minimize that, and I know you'd like to balance that budget, but I did say earlier about some of the other revenue streams that come into the city outside of the airport lease. So also, Councilman Static mentioned that this 5001 Airport Way building is hopefully going to be sold. That was discussed in May. There was some, I guess, back and forth questions as to who actually owned it and whether the money would go to the airport, but I think those have been resolved. Brent volunteered shortly after that to get this appraisal so there could be set a minimum bid rate for the auction. And so I guess now that's moving along. So somebody mentioned a figure of $400,000. That's going to do a lot more than just close a $33,000 budget gap. So I think that would be a way to solve it. And also add to the airport balance sheet. Then the farmhouse is going to be redeveloped. There's supposed to be a development agreement being drafted that would present to the winning firm, and 2 things would happen. We've been told by staff that that building now generates a net operating loss. So when that lease goes away, that loss will stop, and I don't know if it's been built into the current budget at a loss or not. So that'll help. And then also the new tenants will start to pay a lease rate at some point, and that would also help with the budget gap. Then the northeast and northwest parcels, the northwest section, a winner has been selected in that, and I'm not sure if it's been presented to the council yet. The northeast proposal, the proposals are in, they're being evaluated by the review committee, so that should be available soon. So it's going to take a while to get those development agreements negotiated and finalized, but that will be several new income streams to the city that I think are going to more than make up for this $33,000 gap. So I also think that if I get, let's say, an 8% increase in my 22-cent rate, it's going to take me maybe to 25, and others are going to 42, there's going to be these large disparities among hangar leasers for basically the same piece of property. And I'd rather see people on a more level basis. So, and I don't really have anything to say about the airport fees or tie-down fees or that, but I would like to see the lease rate increase kept to something like the CPI for everybody rather than differentiated.
Very good.
Any questions?
Yes. Is there any questions with council?
Yeah,
Councilor
Mr.
Williams.
Mayor. Mr. Khan, again, thank you for being here. So you have a council rate lease personally?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what the council rate, mine says that I can have an increase up to the maximum of a CPI.
Okay.
And I don't think that's what's referred to as a council rate.
So you don't have a legacy lease? Or do you know what your lease rate is?
Well, yeah, I know, it's 22 cents.
Okay.
At least I think. I didn't recalculate it before I came in here. I did look at what the escalator clause allowed, and it's a CPI increase. But
Okay, so, even at 8%, that might equate to under a penny more?
well, if I'm paying 22 cents, another 8% would be 2.5, 3 cents per.
Right, and then, final question, and I'd have to ask Mr. Orton then, where did you get your budget number from? Because the budget number we're hearing is a little different, than the budget number you're presenting, so I'd like to know what your source is for that.
Okay, it's this, general ledger. I pulled up the city's website, and it's the, airport fund budget, and it's dated, June 4th, 2022. So there've probably been several updates since then, but this is the one that I was working off of.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Orton, if you could address for us what the actual deficit is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams. And if you don't mind, I think Mr. Khan's lease is the 2014 species of lease, and it has, so what it had was that the lease would tie into the city council rate and grow with the city council rate up to a maximum of the CPI. Does that sound right, Steve?
Well, I know the maximum, I don't know the minimum.
Okay. Anyway, so I do believe that that's what's in those. It was kind of a branch step between, and that's what we landed on when I didn't do a good job communicating with our team that was helping us put those together. So, the next question, the budget shortfall. So that is, what that excludes is in the balance sheet there. It's the 2022 budget. Remember that when we put this together and we're trying to estimate what an appropriate lease rate would be, you can see it. It's based on the average match rate that we need to match the FAA's our capital improvement projects. So runway project happens, $2 million project, we've got to come up with 7.5% of that, because the FAA is going to pay 90%, and hopefully the Department of Aeronautics, the Division of Aeronautics with the state of Idaho will pay 2.5%. And so that could be correct for 2023. It's this average match rate, which varies widely. If we have a planning only year, then, which I think is what we have this year, like a design only year, then you're going to see a much lower, in fact, let me just show you those, the capital improvement plan layout here. So in fiscal year 2023, we only have a $500,000 outlay. So we're going to get 92.5% of that back, but that's what we have to outlay for capital improvements in the 2023 year. But then you've got a I can't quite read it there, I think 3.8 million or 3.4 million, can't read it from here, but so you see that varies widely. So we're averaging that out year to year to say, hey, what is our average match rate? What's that costing us on an annual basis on average? And so that's why you could see a shortfall that's less. The other thing is that there's discretionary funding from the city council in sales tax. You're putting some of the sales tax money in to help us balance this budget, which you could put somewhere else if you want to. You have the prerogative to. Lastly, if you don't mind, the question brings up something helpful. Stan Seward sent me a question about this because we had talked about the airport levy. I'm sorry for bouncing around here, but let me get to the right spot here. So this is the excerpt from state code, state statute that authorizes the city to levy a property tax levy for the airport. We're allowed to levy a maximum of 0.6 mils. And then that ends up rolled into the city's combined levy rate. Right now, thanks to Stan's question, we computed the city's at 0.54 mils right now is what we're levying. If we levied the whole 0.6 mils, then that would mean about a $20,000 difference.
So what do you show the budget shortfall as? I said 33 and you say?
Well, if you include the average match rate, this year we're going to be fine because the budget's balanced or close to balanced. But if you include that average match rate, right, then here's what that looks like.
But the approved and adopted budget for FY23, the budget for shortfall is?
My latest calculations are that the budget is $13,000 on the upside of the ground for 2023.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think some of the confusion is, and we've talked at length about this, Brent, is my concern is the amount of money the city is putting into it. So that it sounds great that it's ahead by 14,000, but the city out of the general fund, is that correct? I may not have the fund names correct. Can you explain the $300,000 number that sometimes pops up? And I think that might be where you're referring to as well is the city is still kicking in way more. So the budget's balanced, but by taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, good question. So the $300,000 bust, or in this instance, I believe that's, got my cheaters here. So there's a shortfall here of $226,000. And that is when you add in that average annual match, which is every year, on average, that's costing us $185,000 based on based on the capital improvement plan that's laid out before us right now. And so that's why you're seeing this shortfall. We do have to cover that cost. We have to cover that match rate. And so if we're trying to get on a steady basis where we're covering our expenses, then that's why, and that's if we made this council rate 42 cents. If we kept that at 20 and change, whatever it is, right now, then those numbers change some, right? That difference is obviously larger. But it's not making us a ton of money to make that big change in the lease right now. Let me show you.
You're referring to the match with the FAA funds, if I understand it correctly. And in my,
Do you mind getting on the microphone a little bit more so people can hear?
And if I'm talking out of turn,
Yeah.
tell me.
No, you're fine, so.
In my earlier presentation in January, I did point out that the master plan that you approved calls for some $43 million in spending over the next 20 years to improve the airport. And your share of that, which is I think what you're referring to, is 5%. So you'll have to spend about $2 million, and from the state and the feds, you're gonna get the other $41 million. So, you know, I understand you may prefer not to spend the two, but to me, that's a pretty good return. And, you know, I think your economic director does view this as a way to attract factories and other businesses, so just as a perspective on it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I respond to that, though?
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from as well. And, you know, when we talked about the leases, I think most of us heard folks laugh in the back about renegotiating those. It's great that we have some people that think that that can be accomplished. I think that'll be very difficult to do. I don't know my opinion is that that money could be spent in many other places besides at the airport for someone's hobby. I'll just be frank. We also draw people to our golf courses from out of the area. We don't give them a kickback for coming and golfing. We draw hunters from outside the area. We don't buy their hunting equipment. Okay, so you can see where I'm going with this. So,
Sure, I do.
So my point is, if you don't wanna, and not you specifically, if there's chuckles about the leases and everybody's great to get the 14 cents and doesn't wanna work through that and doesn't wanna renegotiate those, then we have a couple of options. One is go with the higher rate to try and, it's not just balance the budget, it's to take the burden off the taxpayer. 90% of the people that use the airport, based on some data I received from the city, are not from Caldwell. So 10% are, and so the taxpayers of Caldwell are funding this for people that live outside of our area for their hobby. So I'm trying to find a way to fill that gap so that that money, one, can either stay with the city or be used for other facilities that are just as important. Certainly it's important to draw in business. It's also important to build facilities to get our kids off gaming machines and into gyms and outside. And so I think the leases are too cumbersome with money, with attorneys, and getting everyone to negotiate. We just had earlier where an attorney was trying to find 15 people and get them to sign what he would call a simple document, I think. Right? So I think, though, that may happen in the future. It doesn't happen tomorrow. But one way that I see it is, and I think you mentioned it, Brent, well, I know you mentioned it, is landing and takeoff fees. There's plenty of technology out there. Again, from the data, there's 12,500 takeoff and landings a month. At $5 for each one of those makes $750,000. And I'm not saying that money shouldn't be put back into the airport and make it a better airport, but it would cover the $226,000 that we have, plus give additional funds to make the airport even better. I drive past the airport every day, almost coming to town because of the construction. It's a nice little cut through. and it could use some improvements. And if we're talking about how great our airport is, I think it could be even greater. So I'm not just talking about making the number to 0, but how do we make it an even better airport? And so on both sides of that token, it's great to have businesses flying in there and the city saying, yeah, we fund it because we gain money. We could do many things that also add money to the city. So fair enough, just my 2 cents.
Very good. Any other questions, Mr. Khan? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next on the list, Mr. Stan Seward, if you please come forward. If you state your name and address, and then you'll have 5 minutes to present your testimony.
This is starting to feel usual. Thank you once again for giving us an opportunity to talk. First of all, I want to, I think, address some concerns that folks have expressed.
Really quick name and address.
4003 Preston Avenue,
Very
Caldwell.
good. Thank
you. So, our Caldwell Aviation Association, we did a survey back in April and May, and in an attempt to be accurate and properly give attribution to what was said, we named some folks, Brent, and I know we, I think, Mayor, you felt like maybe we put Brent on the spot, but I will personally tell you that Brent is a friend, he's a neighbor. If he has a flat tire, I'm gonna stop. And the only thing our group is sharpening is pencils in our arguments. We believe in this process of discussion, and that's why we're here. I guess that out of the way, I'm gonna say you don't get a pass, okay? We have some real issues here, and I'm gonna say this lease, it is a wreck, and Councilman Williams, you asked about the public, a public entity possibly getting a pass because it was done in maybe good faith and it was just a mistake. That point was passed a year and a half ago. Okay, we have a pilot, Steve Murray, who has very publicly spoken out and said they went down this path with the city and got this sorted out on their lease a year and a half ago. Okay, so if this would have properly been addressed then, we would have a lot less confusion now. Excuse me. On this current, is there any questions about that?
Sure. Since you asked, just to clarify, the question to the attorney was in reference to the correction of the leases miscalculated, not to changing the leases.
Okay, and yes, I want to clarify that. Steve Murray brought up in June and July of 2021 that his lease was miscalculated. He hired an attorney. He went back and forth with the city. The city attorney said, you can't ignore CPI just because it says council rate in there. And this was corrected. Do I understand? Do I have the right?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Murray and I talked. I didn't know he had retained an attorney. That may well be the case.
Yeah.
But we fixed it when we saw that the
Yeah.
staff was not using the CPI.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So, and a question for you guys. We talked about residency, and I assume all of you are Caldwell residents, so you probably get a garbage bill, water bill, that kind of thing. If you pay that, and I'm sure you do, if you find out later that you've been overpaying, what would your expectation be of the city? That's a real question.
Well, actually, maybe what we could do is just continue with your testimony, and then we'll do the questions at the end.
Oh,
So,
okay.
if that works. So, yeah, so.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what you would say, and in this situation, we have somebody like your neighbor that found out that they were being overcharged. They asked the city to fix it, and the city did not apply it to everybody in that group, okay? It would have been an obvious thing to do, and we're here because it wasn't addressed a year and a half ago. With this particular lease, or this particular fee proposal, I would say the wording needs improvement. The revenue and expense categories require overhaul. And once those efforts are completed, I'd recommend a review by the Airport Commission and a knowledgeable auditor. A few things that I looked at, and Brent was very helpful in helping me understand the budget. I appreciate you sharing it, Brent. I think one of the things, I don't know how many departments Brent's in charge of, but like when I look at the budget, I'm an advocate for the airport, okay? And he has to advocate for, I'm sure, 5 or 10, I don't know how many departments. But as a farmer, one thing that caught my eye is we have about 100 acres of ag, and we're only getting maybe 6,000 in income. 100 acres would typically be 20,000 in income, okay? So advocating for the airport, I'm wondering where's that income off that ag land? Also jumped out at me, Pioneer Irrigation.
Okay, go ahead, if you wanna go ahead and take one more minute, just to wrap
Okay,
up.
Pioneer Irrigation, 85 an acre for irrigated land. The airport's paying 43,000. Okay, we have under 100 acres. It should be under 10,000. And I understand it's a water right and we pay for it, but if we're using that water in the parks, let the parks pay for the water. The airport doesn't need it. Abandon the water right. That's 30,000 right there that we might be able to pick up. Then just looking at some of the overhead, and I know the city has overhead, but I think it's over 20,000 to do payroll on 2 people. Like, really? That seems like a lot, you know? So there's things we can look at. There's, you know, put my MBA hat on here, and I'm like looking at this going, this is a budget that needs managed. It needs put in front of the Airport Commission. It needs questions asked, and I think we could make it a lot better. I do, the landing fees, it's kind of a scary topic for pilots, but one of the problems we have at Caldwell is,
Okay, perfect. So I'm sure there's gonna be some questions.
Okay.
So, and maybe even one on that last comment you're starting to make. So, we'll turn over to the council for questions.
Well, I wanna know why landing fees are scary.
I suppose they're scary because, you know, it's like one more fee, so we're paying to store our airplane, both with property tax and a ground lease. And just like, you know, when you get in your car, you know, you go and you drive somewhere and you don't think of, it's kind of like a toll road, you know, you get on a toll road and you pay a little bit. So it kind of raises eyebrows with pilots, but at the same time, personally, I'm going to speak personally here, rather than see lease rates continue to climb, I would rather see everybody that's got a registered airplane throw $100 in the kitty, in the city coffers, and that would take care of the first 100 operations. And for a lot of us, we're done for the year. You know, we're not even, you know, Brent and Rob, they don't even have to count, you know. But for the airplanes that get in the pattern and go around and around and around, I think the master plan numbers are 140,000 operations a year. Does that sound right? And, you know, so that might, the majority of that is probably 20 airplanes or 20 helicopters, you know, that are going around and around and around. And that would, if you think about an airport is really just two things. It's somewhere where you take off, you come back and you land and you store your airplane. And there's a lot of other things that happen at the airport, but fundamentally to have an airport, you gotta be able to take off and land and store it while you're not out flying. And we're very good at monetizing the storage part, property taxes, land lease, but this, the airplanes that are hanging out in the pattern, they're tying up the airport. There's times when people go out to try to, it's like if you wanted to leave your driveway and a parade was going by every weekend, that's what it's like sometimes. So I would love to see something like, I think Boise's looked into this, but smart parking meters that charge different rates based on what time of the day it is. Like if you could clear the pattern out just so people could get in and out, that would be wonderful. But, that's pretty high tech. But could you pull up like ADSB Exchange or FlightAware, one of those?
So I think, does that answer your question? Yes. Okay, let's see if we can go on to another. Is there another question from council members?
Could I comment on what my lease is?
Okay, yes, go ahead really quickly.
Okay, because there's a lot of curiosity about it. 80 of the leases from our public records requests are the council rate. So you guys are king, you decide what they are. And 176 are legacy, and there's different flavors of legacy leases. But, and that's leases. There's some leases that have 16 hangars in them, okay? And the hangar count we have is about 307. And that was
307 legacy.
No, 307 just hangars.
Just hangars. Okay.
That's from our public records. But some of the leases have 16 hangars in one lease. Okay. And Councilman Allgood's not here, but he asked about how quickly turnover will happen. Like if we just do those 80 and then new leases as they come on. And I looked at the existing leases from the perspective of turnover, and there's not much turnover for the next couple of years, and then maybe 3 or 4 years from now, the turnover picks up pretty well. So that's old leases renewing onto the new terms. And then I think there's 17 leases at 40 years and maybe one lease at 75. So there's minimal outliers. Perfect. That are really strange.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that information. Okay, we have one last person signed up to testify, Mr. Randy Neary. If you'll please come forward and state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
I'll talk fast. My name is Randy Neary. I live at 111 Ord Boulevard in Nampa. I am, to refresh your memory, I'm also an airport commission member. So I'll talk really fast. I feel that when I decided to come to this airport and build a hangar, that I entered into an agreement with the city. And in my line of work as a builder and a developer, I try to get everything down to yes or no questions. Do you want to spend $200,000 for a lot? Yes or no. Do you want me to build your house? Yes or no, right? Yes or no. I looked at 20 years of ownership building I have one of the largest hangars on the airport. I have the big brown hangar that everybody complains about. When I made that capital investment, I even put $60,000 in water, sewer, because I entered into an agreement with the city for buildable land that had no water and sewer on it. When I confronted the city about that, I was told, deal with it. I dealt with it. It was a yes or no question. I'm looking at you only for no reason. But anyway, just there. So when I decided in my 20 years of ownership of owning on a 20-year lease to own my hangar, it was yes or no. Now you're wanting to change that agreement, and literally 85% increase. That's a big increase. I would gladly sit down with Chuck. I hold a couple of leases. I lease a little over 20,000 square feet on the hangar, or on the airport. One lease is a 22, one lease is a 17. I would gladly look at renegotiating my lease to be somewhat equitable. Am I gonna agree to go 85% increase? No, not at all. But I do believe we need to pay for itself. As a builder, growth pays for itself. I believe in that. Chuck and I have had a lot of comments about impact fees. That's another topic. To talk to Councilman Doty about a hobbyist, our airport is not just hobbyists. Yes, I'm a hobbyist pilot. There's still a lot of business out there that's not hobbyist. The golf course is a comparison, but the golf course doesn't allow me to build a big brown hangar that I'm taxed a lot on with zero exemption. I knew that going into it. I said yes, I was willing to do that. The hunters don't build buildings that are property taxed on, that goes to the city. To whatever level that is, that's not my doing. I have no say in that. I still pay my property taxes. How that gets divvied up is amongst other people. It was a yes, no. But now I'm being told you have no choice. We're going to raise your rate. You have no choice. I've made the yes, and now I'm being told you have no choice. I think that's an unfair proposal on the city side. And Mr. Orton even says it doesn't even generate that much money, but yet we're going to create a lot of discontention, if that's the word, a disconnection with the users and what the purpose of the airport is by saying you have no choice but to do this. I will tell you, if it changes, I will sell my newer hangar, get rid of it, because I don't want to be paying. Because you're doing it now, in 5 years, are you going to do it again? And pretty soon I'm paying $1 a year. Now I'm paying $20,000 a year to be on the airport. That's a no to me, you know. And so I try to get everything down to that yes or no. I said yes, the city said yes, we moved forward, and now I'm being told that's changed. I think that covered everything. I tried to talk fast.
Very good. You did a good job. Okay, very good. Questions from council? Yes, Council Register.
So I appreciate the yes and no analogy. I like the black and white. But what's the solution? What's your solution then?
As a commission member, so this is another thing. As a commission member, I was unable to attend one of the workshops that showed the budget numbers. I've asked for them. We had another meeting a week ago. Brent showed up, Mr. Orton showed up. He didn't have the right PowerPoint presentation, I think. We didn't get to see the numbers, just like today the numbers are have ambiguity to them, and I don't know, what am I looking at? What is the deficit? What are we short? What are we not? I don't even know as a commission member. I would like to know as a commission member to say, hey, guys, yeah, let's do a rate increase. Landing fees, possibly. I don't fly a lot. That I'm with Stan. Stan and I agree on nothing. I agree with Stan on that. I'll kick in $100. That'll cover me for the year. I also think as we move forward with the RFPs on the north side, that rate can be at a different rate because it's a yes or no. When they come in and say, I'm going to just use 50 cents as your rate fee, it's a yes or no to them. If I was told it was 50 cents in 17, it would have been a yes and no. I still might have said yes, but it wasn't at the time. It was 17 or 18. Now it's 22, 25, whatever it's going to. It's a yes or no. I think we have the potential on the north side that's going to be, I looked at putting an RFP in, quite frankly. I mean, it's a $40 million project over there. It was a little out of my budget. But that shows you that the $2 million that Mr. Khan talked about out of the city for that capital improvement is what's bringing that $40 million to this airport. If it wasn't for the runway expansion, the possible tower, the new runway that got put in a couple years ago, that stuff wouldn't come. So we're looking at a wrong perspective. A $2 million investment is bringing $40 million worth of property taxes on that side, plus the improvement to the airport that's going to allow more to happen and more to happen. It's not just a hobby. It's not just taxpayers subsidizing an airport for a bunch of hobbyists that want to go fly.
Well, I think the problem I'm having is that we've talked about this, and then we postpone it, and then we talk about it, and we postpone it. So this is the answer that the city has come up with, right, to alleviate the burden from the taxpayers. So we've had all this time, so where's your answer? Like, what's the solution? I want to know, hold on.
No.
I want to know if anybody at the airport has got together, whether it's commission, pilots, whatever, and sat down and said, look, we don't agree with the rate increase, so let's propose this instead.
We did that a week ago, and it doesn't move. I mean, you guys don't move that fast. We don't move that fast. We have to have time to digest the question, come up and put it out there.
Right.
Let's come up with some solutions. That just happened. Our workshop just happened a week ago that you guys kicked it back a month ago, said kick it back to the city council. Let's see what the city council says. Or not the city council, I'm sorry, the airport commission. And that just happened a week ago.
So what'd you guys decide?
we had an hour-long meeting, just like our workshop today. Look what our workshop today, it was on the on the agenda to talk about today, but we didn't get to it. Our meetings are very similar. We just didn't have time. We need to digest into the north end. I brought that up. Can't the north end charge a different rate? Well, we know that FAA has a disparity, what's that term you use?
Financial discrimination.
Yes, but can we do that on the north side? Can that side be higher than the south side? And obviously it can, because you're wanting to put on 20% of the leaseholders, you're wanting a lease rate increase of 85% just on 20% of the leases out there.
Well, I just want to clarify something real quick. I don't want that
No, I'm
necessarily.
looking
So,
at you
I
'cause
mean,
you
I know,
asked the
but you keep
question.
saying you guys, and it's not really us guys. It's more the city trying to figure out how to take the burden off of the taxpayers, right? And how to make the airport self-sufficient. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so this is kind of the solution that the city has come up with, right? Okay, so now it's hit some roadblocks because is it, there's those questions, is it fair, is it this, is it that, whatever. So what I'm asking is if it's not fair, and because it doesn't feel fair to me, right? But we have to do something, so if this is our only choice, then you guys are leaving us with no choice.
Okay, so then my question back to you, and I know I'm not gonna make friends, and I apologize.
Well,
It's been a problem for more than a year,
Right,
more
which
than
is-
2 years. Why are we having to take care of it literally right now? Why are we not giving it some due diligence and try to come out with a
Well,
solution?
I think that
A couple of months isn't that.
Well, I think that there is a room to be reasonable with time. I understand that. But and I don't mean to like take over this conversation, but
Yeah, I
like,
don't
let's
either.
just call it out, okay? There's problems at the airport. You have problems with your management, your advisory, or I'm sorry, your commission has problems. There's a lot of problems. So I don't know how all of a sudden you guys are all supposed to come together now and figure something out when there's all of these already internal problems, right?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No, you're fair.
Okay.
I've only been
So-
on the commission a couple months. I'm really going at it hard.
Right, but I think there are just so many things going on where there's so much butting heads that it's very hard then to communicate. You just earlier at this meeting, you don't even know who you're supposed to talk to, right? So how are you supposed to come together with a plan if you don't even know where you're supposed to take it? So I'm just saying that it might behoove us to put this airport back together somehow, whatever that's gonna do, so that you guys can have those conversations and bring a solution, because at this point, unless you're gonna go with landing fees or whatever it is, I mean, everybody wants to be reasonable and wants to have the conversation and make everybody happy, then we're stuck with what we have, right?
I agree.
Okay.
I have no argument to that.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Neary? No? Okay, very good, appreciate it, thank you so much for being here. So that is everybody that's signed up to speak on this matter. So with that, I would send for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. In a second.
Second.
So that's a motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Okay, so that moves us into deliberation, questions for staff on that. And just to kind of clarify, so this is to consider the increase of fees proposed over 5% of that previously charged for the Caldwell Executive Airport. So maybe a couple questions as the council moves forward in this deliberation and this discussion and decision. Is that an all or nothing? So do they have to go with the 40 whatever cents or not, or can they kind of, if they decide to, and I don't know where this is gonna go, where they're at, I'm just trying to lay that out. Can it be okay, maybe that is too much, let's do 30 cents, or whatever it may be. Is it all or nothing, or can there be some compromise in there?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. This is totally the council's prerogative. The council could say, well, 42 cents is way too steep, it's way too fast, we're gonna spread this out over X number of years. The council has the prerogative to adjust this in any manner they see fit.
Okay, very good. That answers my question. Any other questions from?
Mr. Mayor? Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'd just like to make a comment, like we've talked about before, and Councilwoman Register talked on this. It's just, you can never, we all know this, you can't please everybody in the crowd, and it's just taking forever to get a resolution. My comments about landing fees and takeoff fees are to rectify the situation we have. I think you mentioned it, that it's been a year or whatever. I took 30 days to come up with a solution to the problem. This is what I came up with. It solves the problem. It solves the money the city's putting in. A takeoff and landing fee is easily accommodated with some technology. It covers all these gaps where we don't have to argue about leases and raising your rates and doing all of this stuff. And if we leave here today again without an answer, we're gonna come back in 2 weeks and not have an answer. Because you're not gonna want yours raised, and the folks that get the great deal aren't gonna want theirs raised either. They want the great deal. So we talk about leases. They argue that their lease is what it is, don't touch it. You're saying you entered into it and you wanted a yes or no. Well, when you signed your lease, it didn't say we couldn't raise the rate. So we can raise the rates on you, right? So I get how that argument hurts, but on the same token, the people that get the great deal don't want to compromise either. So my point was I came up with a solution that saves the taxpayers money and puts money back into the airport. Clearly, it has not been approved. I just approached the subject tonight. But with that, gives $750,000 back to the airport would be my suggestion, that the money doesn't come back out here. But what it does do is relieve the $200,000 variable each year that the city can use on maybe other projects that help other people in the community. I'm all for I get the investment of $2 million to make $50 million. Who wouldn't do that? I'm just saying, where does the $2 million come from? Should it come from the taxpayers of Caldwell that don't use the airport, 10%? Or should it come from the people that use the airport? That money is put back into the airport to accommodate the 2,000, which gets you to the 50,000. So I just want to be clear. I'm in full support of the airport. I'm just in support of those that use it to pay for it.
Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, the only comment I've got is that, and I would address this to the council and the mayor too, that, I don't have any problem with the landing fees and the tie-down fees and all that. I just think with the latest information that we got from Mr. Waterman regarding FAA rules and everything else, these legacy leases have been a bugaboo for me for a long time, since I've been there in January and found out a little bit about what was going on. And like I say, they should have been addressed long before now, but I would like to see us have a little bit more time to go over these leases and to determine what is fair and what isn't fair based on this new information that we have now, and then come back to the council with a solution. I mean, a solution, not just, well, let's delay it another month, but, 2 months, 3 months, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I think it's gonna take at least 2 months, because there's a lot of data to go over. And, again, with all due respect to our city staff, some of the numbers are ambiguous. I mean, it's hard to get down to exactly what it costs, and being a potato raw procurement man, I had to get down to that, otherwise I wouldn't have a job. So, I mean, we gotta get down to that number. And, so I would prefer that, we go ahead with Councilman Zodi's, request that, we do the tie downs and everything else, but I would ask that, we have some relief on the leases and give us some time to figure this out, and suggestions from Mr. Neary and Mr. Khan and the rest of the folks to see how we can make this thing fair. And meet with the legacy people, whoever the commission decides who should be on that panel. So that would be my recommendation.
Councilor Register?
I have a question for Counselor Doty. Is the idea that you have about the, landing fees, is that in lieu of doing anything with the leases? So we can drop the lease thing completely?
Well, I'm not so sure about if we could resolve that tonight, but there may be some issues about resolving that tonight and just adding that fee without a public hearing on that fee, right? But what I am saying is that even if we approve the 42 cents tonight, just like we've talked about, I can't remember who mentioned it, I think you did, about we can change it tonight so that we can get the ball rolling, and then that would really make folks come back with a solution to the problem, and then change it if we need to, back to a more reasonable rate, maybe not 85%. But if the landing fees were to pass and all that were to, I guess, be positively taken by the council, because I certainly can't say how people would vote, then I would be more than willing to do what you're suggesting, which is, or even lower, make everybody the exact, whatever's fair. On the point of returning money, absolutely. If you're overpaid, we should return your money, but that's my point. We can return your money all day long. We don't have to we don't have to mess with the leases if we just had a landing and takeoff fee. And that would give plenty of money to relieve the taxpayers of what they're paying, give money to put back into the airport. We can make the leases right, however long that takes, whether we decide people have to come in or not. We can look at yours and not adjust yours any higher. But we're not getting anywhere. If we don't make a decision on something, it doesn't trigger anything else. And so, I respect, Councilman Stoddard about the 2 months, but I have to tell you, my experience here on the council is nothing is gonna get done in the 2 months either. So, that's why I believe we're put in these positions, is to make decisions, to make things move forward, and not just sit stagnant where we're just spinning our wheels and nothing's moving forward. We can always make a decision which may not be favorable to some, but then come back and readjust that if we need to, based on other decisions we make and that are passed down the road. So,
Okay, thank you so much. Any other discussion?
I have more.
Yeah.
So you're not saying so I'm really hesitant, obviously, to raise the lease rates on only 20% of the people, right? Like, that's no shocker. And have them take responsibility for it. And so I understand what you're saying though, like about passing something now to kind of light the fire under the commission, maybe for another solution. But I guess my concern is if we raise it and we're only talking about 20% of the people that are being affected by it, will the other 80% even care anymore? You know what I mean? If they're not affected. So do you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Where if we're trying to sort of like push the commission to come together to make a better solution, will they, if they're not affected by the rate? Like, once it's done, okay, well, it's done now, and we're not gonna come up with something else.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So, a couple of comments on that. One is the 42 cents or whatever it is, the raise is not gonna balance it anyway. So I would still come forward with the landing and takeoff fees. If we're willing to wait the 2 months that Councilman Stoddard is talking about for some more discussion on the leases, then I would propose that at the next city council meeting, if that's how it works, with guidance from legal, that we put the landing and takeoff fees up for discussion and see where that discussion goes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be willing to wait the 2 months if, I guess, we have confirmation that we're gonna move forward with something to rectify this problem, at least that we can talk about at the next city council meeting, that is a step forward, because right now we're not stepping forward. There is no movement. We're just sitting here doing this meeting after meeting after meeting. So I'm proposing a solution that we put that on the agenda, that we get the takeoff and landing fees. If that comes to fruition and we vote takeoff and landing fees, then I'd be willing to even do more with the leases to make it might even benefit you even more. Meaning we make yours more equitable to everyone else's, and maybe even yours, sir. It might make yours go down too, and that's what I'm saying. So then we reverse that from the 33% or whatever it is that has the great lease to everybody getting the great lease, because there's enough money being made off the takeoff and landing fees to accommodate for that, plus to make improvements and investments in our airport.
Yeah.
So my goal also would be to ensure that that money stays at the airport and improve. I mean, it looks like a county jail right now when you drive past there, quite honestly. It's got the barbed wire up, the fence is torn down in half the spots where the prisoners escape, you know, and it could use some great improvements to make our airport even better. And so I'm not just saying, use all this money and punish you. That's not what I'm doing. Your money would be returned to you as well off a takeoff and landing fee and I'll still say it again, in the hobby that you do, but in support of that, your money would be going right back to you.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, any other discussion, Councilor McGee?
Quickly, Mr. Mayor, I'm intrigued by Councilman Doty's concept and this idea about takeoff and landing fees. I think there's some promise of some equity in a fee schedule like that. I need to know a little bit more. So I like the idea. I need to know a little bit more information. What could it be weight based? Could it be, you know, there's a few other factors I think that that I need to understand a little bit more before I say I would vote yes, let's do this. But I think it's an equitable enough idea that deserves some very serious consideration, especially with the complexity of this. I mean, goodness, as you mentioned, we've talked about this ad nauseum now. So what I'm hearing from both Councilman Stoddard and Doty is, this is definitely a path forward. I'm willing to go there. I would like to put a lid on this at some point soon, because it takes up a lot of our time, and we're in old business still, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, Councilman Doty, if your proposal is that the next meeting that we further examine what a takeoff and landing fee schedule might look like, I'm certainly in favor of that idea.
Mr. Mayor? I would say in regards to the leases, I'd still like to move forward with the fees that are suggested. And is that possible to go forward with the fees but not with the raising the leases? However, I think that open meeting will clearly, all those questions you asked, hopefully that will bring some public comment on those questions, as well as I'll try and, on my 7th job, get some answers for you in 2 weeks, since I'm the one that proposed it and opened my mouth. I'll get as much information as I can about that.
Wondering if you or somebody else could do research on the app idea that Brent was talking about, if you go downtown Boise to park,
Yeah.
you can park anywhere, it just comes up on your app.
Well, with the 750,000, you could do apps, you could do QR codes,
Right.
you could do Venmo, you could make several options to
However,
pay.
you're gonna start it initially, and then whether that's Venmo or whatever it is, and then moving forward, I think it's great.
Well, if we, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I say, and we definitely have staff that can look into that as well and try to find some answers and things like that to kind of see what, like I said, is it, do other airports do it weight-based, or how is it, and, how do you collect that money? What's the best way to do it on that? So just kind of clarifying, so it appears, so with what I have in front of me, this resolution, the lease rate, the lease proposal of 42 cents sounds like a no-go, but everything else a go-go. Does that sound kind of correct?
For tonight?
For tonight.
For tonight.
And then advertise for however we have to do that. I know you have to do a kind of a double whatever to get fees. You have to do like a whatever hearing, then it comes back for another real hearing. So start maybe making movement in that direction, come back for takeoff and landing fees. And then that gives time because that's going to be a couple weeks, month process on that, and it gives time for staff, along with Councilor Doty and whoever else wants to be involved, to start looking into that and bringing forward a proposal on that to have discussion.
Yeah,
I'll
Mr.
gather
Mayor,
as much
just,
information as I can. Sorry.
just one other comment that, this discussion now behooves the commission to move forward and make sure we have some solutions for these lease rates. So even if we have to hold meetings other than the doggone first Thursday of the month or whatever it is, and it lasts longer than an hour, we need to do that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so do we have so we have direction for staff to move forward with advertising, whatever, for fee increase of regards to takeoff and land, or I guess a new fee is what it would be for takeoff and landings at the airport. So that's gonna be started by staff, which will come forward, I think, in a couple weeks just for the advertisement, right, and then 2 weeks after that for the actual hearing. Is that how that works?
Yes, yeah, it'll put us to the second meeting in December to be able to meet the notification deadlines.
Okay, very good. And then that would leave up for a motion regarding this resolution tonight, if you're wanting to approve it without the lease rate or not.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna look at the city attorney and make sure that I get this right, because it's probably pretty important that we do. Mr. Mayor, I'll move that, that city council approve resolution 31822, authorizing approval of proposed airport fees with the exception of the section on increasing airport lease rate.
Okay, and that would be, on looking at the resolution, it's under labeled I, leased land, A, leased land of 42 cents. So that would be the exclusion on that, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Very good. So we have a motion for approval of the resolution, as stated, with the exception of the 42-cent proposal for leased land. Do we have a second for that motion? So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Doty. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. Then the voting tablet is open if you want to cast your vote. All votes are cast. It's closed, and that motion passes unanimously. So that approves the resolution number 31822 with the exception of the leased land rate increase of the 42 cents per square foot. And with the direction to staff that we will be coming forward to discuss a new potential fee for the airport. So we did.
And the app would be a great asset for those other ideas that we've heard about, who monitors that and who does that. If it's all on an app, then you can just pay on the app. So.
We might get an app too that can work with downtown parking if it goes to that.
Okay, so let's see, that was number 5. So that moves us. So our next item is actually regarding fire sprinklers in commercial buildings. I don't know if Mr. Neary wants to stick around for that or not, so since he is a builder. So, yeah, I think we keep trucking, so we've been here a long time. So action item number 7 under old business. This was continued from our last meeting. This is considered bill number 37, ordinance number 3431, amending chapter 8, article 13 of the Caldwell City Code concerning amendments of the International Fire Code. To request a move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. So I was the one that brought this forward to staff, so I'll go ahead and touch on the reason on that. I know Rob was gonna address, but that was the last one. I don't know if he updated you on that to make any type of a quick presentation as well. So like I said, I'll just kind of give a brief overview on this. So, this has come up several times in the past. So what this is Caldwell City Code, requires that any building over 5,000 square feet, commercial building, has to be fire sprinkled. So this was adopted in 2007. A former Fire Marshal Doug Brown brought this forward to the council. Was approved to council at that time. So I had experience with this quite a bit when I was the senior planner with Caldwell, when we meet with developers, builders. So this is above and beyond fire code. So we have the International Fire Code that we have to follow. The rules and regulations there. This is in addition to, regardless of what the fire code says, you will fire sprinkle if you're over 5,000 square feet. So Ms. Geyer has given you a couple letters that we've got. Most recently, what came up, Rocky Mountain Companies had reached out. They're building a car wash in Caldwell, and it's around 7,500 square feet. And this is very typical of people that come in we do the roundtable meetings as a city to kind of go over the requirements for a building. So typically your architect will come in, this one for example, 7,500 square foot building. Fire code says you do not have to fire sprinkle it, so they don't have that in there. They come in, meet with staff, and get informed that no, you will fire sprinkle it because it's over 5,000 square feet. As you can imagine, causes a lot of angst with the development community, the building community. There are different ways to kind of get around that. This one, if they were able to separate that extra 2,500 square feet, then they could avoid that. But to separate that, the type of design they wanted, sometimes you can just put up, sheetrock, a couple extra layers, but they have a lot of glazing in there. They wanted to have windows, kind of beautify it. It was going to be a considerable extra cost to do that. Actually, it was 6,500 square feet. So for that extra 1,500 square feet. Another example is that you'll have from the College of Idaho. They're looking at building a new hitting facility out at Wolffield. And same thing, they came in with their design and their plans. A 7,000 or so square foot building. Didn't have fire sprinklers because code doesn't require it. They came in and find out that Caldwell does. There's no other city that I'm aware of in the state that requires that. So they ended up doing what most people do, and they cut off 2,000 square feet of their building. Which means that they lost the team meeting facility and other offices for the coaches so that they wouldn't have to fire sprinkle it to be able to afford to construct the building. And typically, I saw that a lot. I know there's a lot of buildings that didn't get built because of that, others that got chopped off, lost 2,000 or so square feet. One building, maybe not a big deal, but after 10, 20, 30 buildings, you're losing a lot of taxable property, a lot of office space, things like that. Just to avoid that. So I think we have a lot of 5,000 square foot buildings in the city just for that reason. And again, I am not opposed to fire sprinklers. I actually, in my home, I put residential fire sprinklers in my home. I was not required to do so, but I wanted to do that. I felt it provided safety for my family, which I don't argue that they don't, because they do, but that was my choice. It was not mandated. It was up to me, and so I made the choice to do it and spend the money. This is a mandate on that, and so my proposal is that we just eliminate it and go with the code. You know, what the code says in regards, if you're gonna fire sprinkle it, you're gonna fire sprinkle it. If it says you don't have to, you don't have to. And I've met with the fire marshal and the fire chief, and I understand where they're at. They have concerns, obviously. You know, they're here for safety and life protection. And so I get it that it's difficult for them to draw back on that. And so there may be some differing opinions on that, and I respect them 100% and their viewpoint. I know we had some great discussions in that, and appreciate the opportunity to meet with them. And we'll provide them with some time to talk, and you can ask them any questions you want as well. But that's kind of where this is coming from. It's just, again, trying to get back to, you know, not being, you know, the only city in the state that requires this. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's bad. I think this is a bad one. I think we just need to follow the code. And so that's what we're looking at, what this proposal's for. I've probably talked too much, so I'll shut up and let Chief Frawley, do you want to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Rick Frawley, Fire Chief. Thank you for this opportunity to answer any questions about our initiatives and how we can address the issue of fire sprinklers. To the mayor's, point, in the fire department, we're always going to support sprinklers. We do understand that there are challenges for businesses as we grow and we expand, and that does present that growth pinch point that we do see in our community. However, the fire sprinkler piece, is a life safety issue. So it is something that I can respect and understand the need to work with our developers and with our businesses. But I think we're challenged when it comes to a safety piece and removing that a safety piece. So I do have respect for the mayor and his initiative to bring forth to council. Just to give you some data and some statistics, year to date, we've currently had 6,174 calls for service within our community. Of those, we have approximately 40% are calls for structure fires. Most of those are residential in nature, so this does not impact residential sprinklers because that's not something that's contained in this code. But 18.2% of our calls are commercial in nature. So that's approximately 1,123 calls for service that we've experienced so far this year. So that's a larger number as compared to the rest of the state. It makes us statistically the highest per capita in the state of Idaho. So we continue to have challenges. We are expanding our resources. We're hiring firefighters. In fact, we're doing firefighter interviews this week where we're hiring 8 additional firefighters. So we're making those inroads to success. However, it does present some challenges as fire sprinklers are, an important part of mitigating risk. And I stand for questions.
Any questions? Yes, Councilor Doty.
Well, I can answer really quickly. Thank you, Chief, for your explanation. Can you give me some history as to why the city of Caldwell chose to head in that direction to begin with? If based on the mayor's comments, it seems like if we're not the only city to have such a stringent piece of code regarding this, we're one of just a small amount. So why did we head in that direction originally, if you know?
I have anecdotal information. The mayor and I kind of talked about it, in our meetings. I believe some of it had to do with the need to address staffing within the fire department, and this was a way that we could then address our need to grow staffing and resources, because it does give you an advantage in attacking the seat of the fire before our fire resources arrive on scene. So when the sprinkler heads go off, it helps to suppress the fire in the incipient stages. That's my understanding, but it was 2007, so I'm kind of piecing the puzzle together.
Yes, Councilor Doty. Let's go with you.
I think we're all gonna talk, so it doesn't really matter what order.
I just remember in my tenure with the city council back in 2015, I mean, that was directly related to the budget. They told us that if we demanded the sprinklers, that it's gonna reduce cost, staffing, equipment and all that stuff, and that's why we passed the budget according to that. So if it doesn't, I guess it doesn't, but that's the reason we did, so.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions?
Just two quick ones.
Yeah.
But out of the 1,000 calls for service at the commercial businesses, those all weren't fires at the commercial businesses,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And then I just want to ensure, and this may sound like an obvious question, but I think the International Fire Code is well-respected publication or rules in regards to fire regulation.
That's
Do you agree
correct.
with that?
Yeah. And I should add, you know, the International Fire Code is, you know, does set that good standard. You know, what we're doing and what we've done is above and beyond that standard with the current ordinance with the 5,000 square feet plus for sprinklers. So it is above and beyond, and I think it's always going to be challenging for any fire chief to want to reduce that. So, but I do respect, you know, the issue and how we want to support growth within the community.
Very good. Any other, yes, Councilor Williams?
Chief, appreciate you so much, and it pains me to ask you these questions, but what troubles me is that builders are saying that in multiple states and jurisdictions, we're the only one. And it's not just this issue, and the mayor will recall, and I don't remember the details, another developer who came to me and said, we're the only jurisdiction, and this was a manufactured home, that requires fire sprinklers in a manufactured home, and no other jurisdiction requires that. And so what we're finding is people are choosing to go anywhere but Caldwell because of our rules that aren't up to the same standards as everybody else. And so it pains me that we have these extra layers for developers, and I appreciate the concern, and it's safety is always first. But if it's not accomplishing that goal that it was set out to do, and it's only limiting and restricting, is it something that you're still comfortable with? And obviously you're here testifying, but but isn't the international code enough? And can we not, especially in these cases where we've got a brick building that's got water all over the place, think that there might be a problem with the way we're running our code?
I would be more comfortable, when we talked in the budget process earlier in the year, and thank you to council for approving the budget and the growth that we're seeing in the fire department. I really want to extend my appreciation to that. But as we look forward in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years, and we grow and we build facilities and we add firefighters, I think we could get to a more comfortable place for me, when we get to those staffing levels that would address our population and our call volume. Because one of the challenges that we face when we compare ourselves apples to oranges are the staffing levels and the resources to run simultaneous calls for service. That's part of the compromise, I believe, and I think that's a point in the future that can address, you know, the need for a more stable and a more equitable, I think, ordinance once we get to that staffing level. And that's a work in progress that takes time.
And I appreciate that, and forgive me, Mayor, for continuing. I want to support you and our agency. Our firefighters are one of my highest priorities in sitting in this seat. But is there not a way, and I don't even know if this is possible, that we can make variances in some of these cases that it makes perfect sense for a batting facility that's brick and mortar? Why would we need to require fire sprinklers? Do we have to be so rigid, or can we have variances in these so that we can make exceptions, and can we be reasonable about it? Like I said, and it's a completely different subject, but this poor homeowner, anyway.
No, I agree, and I think the variance piece is something that I think is something that is worth pursuing, and I think it's a great conversation, because that's something that myself and Chief Perry talk about with the rest of the team in the city when we look at development that's coming into the community, are the ways that we can get to alternate means and methods within the International Fire Code, because we look with a common sense approach to ways that we could address issues, because we want to be open to the process. And I think that there's room definitely for case by case consideration. And I think one of the big challenges that we've also seen is if we do have a business that's expanding beyond the 5,000 square feet, and let's say they want to add 2,000 square feet to their footprint, we wanna work with them so that we can get to a point where we can potentially compartmentalize or limit the cost impact, because I think that we've got a good foundation, but sometimes the foundation can be adjusted to address the needs of the community.
And I think it's important, I'm sorry, I'm taking over here. I said to, the counselor earlier tonight, when our legal counsel advises us, we need to listen to them. And I feel strongly that when our chief of fire tells us something, we need to listen. But I also feel like, is there any way we can deal with this today? Because we're holding up this development right now. And I don't know, has the ship already sailed on College of Idaho? Can we
No.
deal with that?
Oh, it hasn't.
Is there
It
a
has
way
not.
we can, direct staff to make, if you would agree for these compromises and we could continue discussion further, is there a way we could deal with these right now and then come back to this down the road?
Well, so the city code as it stands doesn't give you any leeway, is that right?
Correct,
So
yeah.
the code, or the city code could be changed to give, people,
I mean, if you wanted,
I
I
don't
mean,
know
the-
words, but.
I would still, and I get that, and I said that 100% respect, but I think the code is the code, you know, are we now with the variances, the concern I have, well, why did they get a variance and we didn't get a variance? Does that bog down the system,
What
or
I'm-
is it just simpler to follow the code?
Curious about, and you guys have probably said it, but it's late. Our code says that over 5,000 square feet, you have to have the automatic sprinkler systems, right? What does the, international fire code call for?
Well, the International Fire Code isn't gonna call or mandate for the sprinklers. So this would, fall back on the other code requirements based on the type of structure, the use of the structure, and, those would be the parameters that we would use. So ultimately, we're going to be able to, the fire code's gonna give you a good foundation, and that's gonna give you a safe community. That's why it's the fire code. The ordinance as it sits in the city, code right now enhances that safety. And so it creates more of a safety challenge as a fire chief to reduce that.
Right.
But ultimately, the International Fire Code will give you a great foundation of safety in your
And-
community.
Really, the businesses can put them in if they want to.
Correct.
Any other questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate if I had called Mr. Nearing to the
Yeah,
podium?
oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, he's built a lot of, this guy's built a lot of I just want his opinion is all. No more than 5 minutes or anything.
Disclosure, I am a primary principal of a fire suppression company, so, I will speak to when I built my hangar. My hangar's 12,000 square foot. I fell in the 5,000. There was zero way around it. I can't partitionalize a hangar because we have these things called wings. I was against it, and then when you go to the fire code, so I'm gonna make enemies, I'm good at this. When you go to the fire code and you look at aviation hangars, you have to do fire foam systems, but your predecessor said, well, no, we're not doing that, we're only requiring this. And then I have to put in, and I'm gonna talk numbers, cause it's all about a numbers game, I had to put in a 3-hour firewall to the tune of $27,000 on my hangar. The hangar that I built next door to mine, I had to do it on both sides, so it was almost $50,000, plus $70,000 in fire suppression in the company that I own. So I'm sitting here looking, I'm in an all-steel building, which I know fails, I understand that, but with firewalls on both sides to the tune of $47,000 or whatever it was, and $70,000 in fire suppression in a steel building, when the fire code says it had to be fire foam, but his predecessor said it didn't. What am I supposed to say as a consumer as well as a builder? What am I doing? Show me the logic, and that's where I stand from it. Now, I will say the city of Star, I'm building an 11,000 square foot house over there, not for myself. I'm just the builder. I don't get to build that big for myself. But City of Star mandates fire suppression in anything, I believe, over 600 square or 400 square feet.
Oh, really?
Everything. That is that fire chief's mandate. I believe it's rolling into Middleton now. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that is a true statement. I actually, when I heard fire suppression, figured we were coming into Caldwell. It has become a way of what we have to deal with. As a past president of the BCA, Builder Contractor Association, we're against them for residential just because of the cost. I know for a fact Mr. Mayor did choose when he built his house. I know who built his house. I know he made it a conscious decision. I have had clients do that, but I've also had more clients that have had to say, I don't want them if I didn't have to have them.
Okay.
So I know that doesn't answer your question. That's just my,
I appreciate
with
it.
it.
Very good.
Did you say 400 square feet?
I think it's 400 square feet, with the exclusion of, I don't build shops, so I don't know, or not very often, but I believe if you had an ADU that was 400 square feet in Star, an auxiliary dwelling unit, it has to be fire suppressed. And I use fire suppression. I know there's some code differences. I don't know if I'm using the right term, but that's what we call it, the fire
Yeah.
suppression.
Very good.
So, sorry.
Any questions for Mr. Neary? No? Very good. And I think Mrs. Smith wanted to, I know Miss Smith, stick around. So maybe, and then Chief, you can come back up after. Does that work?
Sorry, this is why I hung out for 4 hours. Gosh. Okay, Carrie Smith, 17741 Linden Lane, Caldwell, Idaho, 83607. And, I will state for this one, I am a county commissioner, and one of our biggest issues is one fire department requires this and another fire department requires this, one highway district requires one. Your city code might require this many feet for a road. Our county code requires 20 feet for a road width. The highway district requires a maximum of 26. If you get to the fire code, they have leniency for roads over so many hundred feet to require over 28 or whatever they require. It like gets endless, is my point. And so I sit here and I listen to Randy's numbers. I listen to the reason why that code was passed. We would be better off to ask builders to help pay for more fire department employees than to continue having the burden of these. I completely agree with Mayor Wagner's sentiments. In my time in Caldwell for economic development, I saw multiple businesses that did not revitalize these old buildings because of this exact code. There are buildings that are still sitting in our downtown that are over this threshold and that they're not being improved because of this standard. We are a conservative community. I believe that we also have insurance that gives reduction in rates because of those sprinklers, and so it should be a business choice, and we should staff our department in ways that we do not have to require these excessive requirements for the one-offs. I don't remember who asked the question, but I was gonna state it. The medical calls versus fire calls it's real, like, most of the calls are medical calls. And so, I would encourage you not to delay this. I also respect them. However, these are just really high exorbitant standards. And, we should not keep assuming that we're smarter than all of the business community and telling them how to build their buildings and what things that we need to add. So, I would encourage you to approve this one. We should look at, the other standards that our fire department is requiring, that truly is hurting the pocketbooks of our community and not necessarily increasing the safety.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Your comment on builders ought to help pay for this, and Mr. Nearing should close his ears for the call impact fees, so.
I know. We don't have those in the county, but you do. Yeah.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Chief, any final comments? And then we can stand for a motion.
Yep, and Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks again for the opportunity. At the end of the day, we are here to work with our community members, work with our developers, to come up with reasonable, accommodations, within the International Fire Code. And, we always look for safety first. So that's always gonna be something that is, gonna be part of my initial, conversation, as any fire chief would. But we're here to serve the community, and we're proud to serve Caldwell. It's a great community, and they're great firefighters. And we're also willing to look at the best ways to provide that service. So, thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate it. Any motions? Any discussions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Doty.
I'd like to make a motion to consider bill number 37, ordinance number 3431, amending chapter 8, article 13, section 81309 of the Caldwell City Code concerning amendments of the International Fire Code with a request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Second.
Very good. So we have a motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor, Stoddard. Do I need to read? You've probably fallen asleep at the hour that it is, so I think we're almost all close to that. Okay, so, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council amending Chapter 8, Article 13, Section 813-9 of the Caldwell City Code concerning amendments to the International Fire Code, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. So we have a motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor, oh, sorry, it's getting late for me too, Stoddard, in regards to the adoption of this bill and ordinance. And it's open and voting is taking place. Very good. All votes are cast. Voting is closed, and the motion passes unanimously. So bill number 37, orders number 3431 has been adopted and approved by the city council. And real quick, since our chief is still here, just to let him know that he has my support, and I believe this full council's 100% support. He has made phenomenal changes in the department. It is a night to day difference, so this doesn't change that one bit. And I am ecstatic for January when we get to reappoint him for many years to come, to see the great things he's going to continue to do with our fire department. So I'm pretty confident you have the full support of this complete
I'll second that
board up here.
motion.
So, yes, there you go. So thank you so much for all you do. Whose birthday? Whose birthday is it? So. Okay, yes, happy birthday to me. It's only 10:38 p.m. and here I am at City Council.
Got an hour and a half left of your birthday.
Yeah, we're not even
We'll
done
be
with all the
here.
business. I might be 47 by the time we get done with this. My next birthday might be here. Okay, so that moves, hey, we are on to new business. Can you imagine that? So, okay, so our first item on new business is case number ANN 22-12 and SUP 22-14. A request, on behalf of TBC Land Holdings for annexation of approximately 8.5 acres with a proposed zoning designation of R3, high-density residential, to include approval of the accompanying development agreement located at the northwest corner of Indiana Avenue and Ustick Road. Applicant is currently requesting a special use permit for Richmond Heights multifamily consisting of 8 buildings with 156 units plus a clubhouse. Project is proposed to be completed in 2 phases.
I can do that.
Very good. Katie.
Yes.
Did I get it right?
Thank you. Yes.
I'm terrible.
Thank you, Mayor and
staff over there,
Council.
so. Okay, time is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Here in front of you today is Richmond Heights, an application for annexation of an 8.51 acre parcel and a special use permit to allow for multifamily development on that parcel. There will be approximately 156 units in accordance to the special use permit. That annexation would be a zone change from county low density residential to city high density residential. And then that parcel is located on the northwest corner of South Indiana Avenue and East Ustick Road. And again, it's about 8.51 acres right there. So once again, the proposal details for this, there's the annexation with the zone change from county to city, coming into the city as high-density residential. There is a direct path for annexation from the north and west parcels. And then that R3 zone is compatible with the surrounding zones, which you'll see later on in the presentation. And once again, the special use permit is for that multifamily development being allowed use with the approval of that special use permit. And then before you are the proposed development and landscape plans. They are proposing for 5 24-plex buildings and 3 12-plex buildings along with a clubhouse, pool, and a playground. The Dixie Drain will remain exposed for a majority of its route through the parcel, with an access road parallel to that. And then the proper easement is proposed along with an 8-foot pathway, which is also required by code. The internal roadway is proposed to go across that drain, which underneath that is where that drain will be piped through. There's ingress and egress on the north portion of the site to Indiana, and then the southern, kind of the southwest portion down there of USIC. The proposed setbacks and landscaping are all in compliance with the city zoning ordinances for the land use type for R3 high density residential zone. And code requirements for parking is 1.5 parking spaces per unit, which would require about 234 spaces, and they're proposing 248, also meeting the requirements for the electrical vehicle parking and ADA parking. They also meet the requirements for all of the bicycle parking necessary, required by code, and also they are providing 22% open space, which exceeds the 10% that's required by code. And then these are the proposed elevations for that 12-plex and that 24-plex. I do not have colored elevations at this time, but I do believe that the applicant will be providing that in their presentation. And then once again, for the existing conditions, as of now, it is county, low-density residential, and they're proposing to annex in as high-density residential with the city. The parcels to the north, there's one that still will be county, low-density residential, and then that orange piece that you see right there, that is C1, and that is within the city limits. And then to the west is R3 as well, which is, again, what they're planning on proposing as their zone when they planning, depending on get annexed in or not. And again, there are still county pieces down to the south and to the east of that. So this is just a photo. That green triangle is the vision triangle from where the photo was taken, looking down the Dixie Drain. You can kind of see a little bit in that north portion, a little bit of that single-family home that does exist to the northeast, and then that charter school over to the west. This is looking towards the northeast a little bit more specifically towards that single-family home. There will be a photo closer up in a few slides. And then this is looking from that west property line between the charter school and the subject parcel, looking to the east. And so then this is the parcel to the west and to the east, and then this is to the north and south. Again, the northwest parcel is where the YMCA parking lot is located, and then that northeast portion is that bottom picture, that's the single-family home. And then for the comprehensive plan designation, it is designated as of now high-density residential, which is suitable for multifamily housing such as apartments stated in the definition for high-density residential in the comp plan. Their proposed density will be about 18.3 dwelling units per acre, and the comp plan calls out less than 25. So that is in compliance with that. And then public services and utilities, city connection to water and sewer are located on and immediately adjacent to the subject parcel and will be connected to provide service for the development. The applicant does propose fire hydrant locations throughout the development. There is pressurized irrigation that will be provided to serve the site from Brothers Park over to the east. Is adequate road access for emergencies. Stormwater will be retained on site, and then there is a bus stop proposed as well. Agency comments, political subdivisions and public agencies providing services were notified of the request and asked to provide comments or concerns. The following agencies submitted comments, as you can see above: City of Caldwell Building Department, City of Caldwell Engineering Department, Caldwell Fire Department, and Compass. And none of them had any response showing any issues. But if they did provide any conditions, those will be shown in section 9 under the order of decision in the staff report. And then for public comment, staff did receive 2 written comments from Sorensen on the 3rd and 4th of November. And he is the property owner to the north of this site, that single-family home that I did show in some of those photos. And his main concerns were that his private driveway right now is actually located on the subject parcel. So he's hoping that there could be some way that the city and county could work to get access on his property. Sorensen also is hoping that the applicant would be able to provide some type of visual privacy to his property. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot privacy vinyl fence and some landscaping to kind of block that area that does overlap looking into his property. But staff does not know how adequate that would be at this time. And there's also concern about storm water runoff on his property and how that'll be affected by the development. And then Sorensen also plans to eventually hopefully connect to city sewer and would like the applicant to provide sewer stub for his family to eventually use. And for staff analysis, staff finds the following. The land is contiguous with the city limits. The R3 proposed zone is compatible with the surrounding zones. The R3 zone is consistent with the Caldwell 2040 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map. The proposed land use, multifamily residential, is an allowed use with the approval of a special use permit. The proposed design will meet all the required setbacks, parking, landscaping, and building height requirements. The proposed is in harmony and consistent with 5 goals and 6 policies of the Caldwell 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and there are no objections from public agencies. On the screen is the criteria for the annexation for your reference, and then now the criteria for the special use permit as well. And then staff recommendation, staff does request the removal of condition 8 due to talking with the applicants and looking that over again. It is not applicable to this project at this time. And then staff does recommend approval subject to the conditions as specified in section 9 of the staff report with the removal of condition 8. And then these next few slides are the conditions for your reference, and I stand for questions.
Very good. So, real quick.
Yeah.
Any discussion about, improvements continuing up to where they end just north of Mr. Sorensen's property so that we could get curb gutter, sidewalk, street widening along the entire stretch and not leaving out that little piece right there?
There has not been any discussion at this time, at least, through the planning and zoning department. I don't know if engineering has discussed any of that.
We gotcha. We gotcha.
Got
So-
the prescription my doctors gave me.
So just if there'd been any discussion about, because we're basically gonna have 100-foot whatever stretch there of no sidewalk with no real possibility of extending that in the future. Any discussion with this developer to see about the possibility of just continuing that sidewalk, those improvements up to where they end at the YMCA along Mr. Sorensen's property?
Oh, actually, Mr. Mayor, that is something that we have typically asked developers. What we've typically done is said, we'll attempt to acquire the right-of-way for that, if they'll make the improvements on those out parcels. So that's been done successfully numerous times. In the old days, we used to tell developers, you need to go get the right-of-way and that's not very feasible for them if a customer, or they may make an attempt to make the customer, the out parcel owner not want to do it.
Yeah.
So we typically go negotiate with that owner for the right of way and then would ask the developer to make those improvements.
Yeah, and I believe the property owner is here, so we can discuss that. And it would be, it would make it really easy to move that driveway as well, because you just put your curb cut to that new sidewalk and you're set on that. So, are you Mr. Swanson? Okay, we'll get to you in just one second. We're gonna kind of go through this. We got to get you on the microphone too, so sorry about that. So just in case those listening at home or for the recording. So, okay, any questions for staff?
Yeah, follow-up question to that, Brent. Sorry. The roundabout, we have plans to improve that roundabout, don't we?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Williams, yes, that is meant to have at least meant to have an additional lane added. It was originally designed to be a two-lane roundabout.
So remind me when that is scheduled?
I am not remembering I know for sure we're doing the leg adjacent to Sisters Park, Brothers Park there, the northeast corner. I can't remember if we were attempting to do the other corners now or not. I think the whole thing's going, but that was our original plan, was just to get that first corner done.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, quick question, Mayor. Thank you, Katie. It's probably for Mr. Orton as well. If you, of course, that's Heritage Charter School that's adjacent to this development. It's my understanding, based on the presentation, there's no bridge per se that goes over the canal, but the Cougar Pathway, I'd like to rename it the Falcon Pathway, but that's a whole different story. But the Cougar Pathway will take, if I read this correctly, will go adjacent along that property, and so any students who lived in that development could easily just cut in front of the school along the pathway. Is that, or maybe it is a question for you, Katie, but Brent, do I have that right?
I don't know. I hope Katie can answer that one, sorry.
Unfortunately, at this time, I do not know it either.
There is a pathway that connects up to the Y, I know,
Mhm.
so.
And I think
on that.
yeah, Mayor, I think Mr. McDonald had mentioned that this will go next to, which would allow for the students to access it more easily. If we don't know the answer, that's okay. I think Rob has answered it for me.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilman McGee, the applicant's ready. He knows the answer. He'll be able to answer.
Very good. Well, then let's move on to the applicant. So thank you so much, Katie. So,
Thank you.
nobody signed up in neutral opposition, so we'll start with the applicant, and I promise, Mr. Sorensen, we will get to you. So we're gonna save the best for last, so that'll be you. So Becky, if you please come forward, state your name and address, and we will give you, if you need it, 8 minutes, for your testimony.
Mine too. My name is Becky Izagari, 2471 South Titanium Place, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. All right. Richmond Heights is a multifamily community designed for those looking for a place-based lifestyle. So Richmond Heights is located on the northwest corner of Usick and Indiana Avenue. It's the perfect spot for multifamily development, as it's directly adjacent to the Caldwell YMCA, Brothers Park, and Heritage Community School, and it's a quarter of a mile away from Caldwell High School. This 8.51 acre property is currently located in Canyon County with an existing zoning designation of county low density residential. We request to annex this parcel into the city of Caldwell with a zoning designation of R3 high density residential. This project proposes 156 units with 39% total open space, or 22% qualifying open space. The residential area is 1.68 acres with a residential gross density of 18.3 units per acre. So this is kind of what we have going on with this development. This is just a nice little rendering. So let's see here. my mind is going around me. So vehicular access will be provided to all areas of the site. Emergency and fire access will be located on the southwest corner of the development. There is only one vehicular access for this development, as the city wants us to refrain from taking second access off USIC. The site will have adequate parking for 156 residents and their guests. The site will include 172 standard stalls, 60 covered parking spaces, and 10 ADU stalls, 6 electric vehicle stalls, and 78 bicycle parking stalls. Richmond Heights will be developed into 2 phases. Phase 1 will include all site improvements, including clubhouse, pool, playground, and mailbox clusters. The crossing over the Dixie Drain will also be included as a part of Phase 1. Phase 2 will include the remaining Plex buildings and off-site, and any off-site roadway improvements necessary. So as you can see, this project is located in Canyon County with a zoning designation of county low-density residential and is just outside the city limits. This property has a future land use map designation of R3 and is surrounded by R3 to the west, C1 neighborhood commercial to the north, and community open space to the east. This infill development will add connectivity, extend city services, and help expand EMS services. The proposed R3 will also provide a nice buffer and transition to the lower land uses to the south. This development fully complies with the City of Caldwell's comprehensive plan to grow the city as a premier place to live, work, and play. This development's location allows this concept to become a reality as it is so close to everything, schools, parks, and businesses. This development will also enhance the quality and character of the surrounding community by incorporating articulation and visual interest in the exteriors of buildings via balconies, pop-outs, and material types. So now I'd like to take you on a virtual tour of this development so you can understand how it'll look and feel. So just over there on the left side, that's going to be the clubhouse. Some more. So that's that emergency access only right there off USIC. All right. So this development is intended to be visually pleasing and purposeful in design, as the landscaping has been well placed to help minimize the visual impact of the buildings. Our goal is to soften and embellish areas between buildings and the adjacent properties with trees and plants of various heights and scales. We have used trees to provide shade and grass as means of heat mitigation. The design will consist of water-wise plants, meaning the selected trees and shrubs are more suited for our climate, thus requiring less water to maintain. We have adopted the Dixie Drain as a part of our site design and have included it as a natural feature. We'll be working with Pioneer Irrigation District to clean up the drain banks and add native plants and terrain features to help make this development a part of the local environment. We are also proposing a robust internal pedestrian network that will serve as a primary means of circulation within the site. There will also be a developed pathway along the west side of the canal connecting to the existing YMCA pathway to the north. Other amenities in this development include a community pool, fitness facility, clubhouse, and playground. Richmond Heights will be a positive addition to the Caldwell community and the residents living in the area as it increases the livability and vitality of the area. This development's location will increase residents' quality of life by making it easier for them to access activities, goods, and services. It'll also create a wide variety of housing options for various demographics and stages of life. And we've kind of already went over this. We would like that number 8 be stricken from the conditions and the DA. And then we also just kind of wanted to go over and discuss how we'll handle the out parcels access as it is currently on our property. The developer and the property owner have agreed to work together to relocate the driveway to a more suitable location. As a property owner and developer want to keep their access private. We will accommodate a 20-foot access easement for future development. So, as you can see, we've been thoughtful with this design. I've made it a point to work with the neighbor and staff to develop a project that will work for the Caldwell community. We thank you so much for your time and hope to make this development a part of the community.
Good. So I'm just gonna ask a couple quick questions and turn over to council. So do you mind going back to the site plan? Okay, right there. So, you just, because you said about the emergency only access, was that the one on Indiana or Ustick?
On Ustick, that's south, and then so the one on Indiana is going to be the only access, yes.
Is that condition coming from engineering?
I believe so.
I have to say I disagree. I mean, I get it that we're trying to limit access and things like that and want distances and things of that nature. And I know we have separations. I was a transportation planner for a while. But I would heavily favor, and I hate to go against our wonderful engineering department and our public works director, but I would highly recommend both accesses be allowed, on that. And that's just my take. I will have more testimony and things like that, but where they're so divided, I mean, you've got, people are gonna be coming in from there for that portion and then from Ustick for that portion, and the cross traffic you're gonna get if you only have the one, to me, just creates more issues internal than what you're trying to solve on the outside. So I think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we have proposed going in with the two accesses.
So maybe some more discussion on that. And then, I forgot my other question, so I guess we'll go to, yeah, go for it, yeah, Councilor Doty.
So I'm just a little confused on, we want to exempt number 8, I believe, I think it was second to last slide or something, but then you mentioned clubhouse, so I'm just not following where it says you want to get rid of number 8, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But yet you mentioned there's a clubhouse, but that says you want to get, if you get rid of number 8, you get rid of the clubhouse, so I'm not quite following.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Doty, thank you. It's just the timing that's the problem. They're proposing all those amenities. It's just the idea of having to have those complete before they can even submit other construction drawings is the challenge. That's what they're asking to not have to apply.
Just submitting the drawing, but it's still, all of those things will still be there.
Yeah, it just means they can concurrently work on their building drawings and building plans, which could be nice because if they're gonna get a builder there, he's gonna build the buildings and the clubhouse. So we don't want them to have to build the clubhouse and then have to come back later and build the building.
Okay, thank you.
I remembered my other quick question. I know Mr. Swanson's here, and I'm excited to hear from him. Any discussion you had with him in regards to providing, curb gutter sidewalk along his front edge over there, so we have a complete street section?
Yes. I just got a head nod before I came up here from the developer, and yes, we are willing to do that.
Okay, I'll see we'll work with him and get his take on that and his understanding, but that'd be good. I think, just clean it up and make it just where you've got sidewalk all the way up and down and nice, clean cut thing. Okay. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yes.
A couple questions, and let me just say, I like this project, especially because where it's located,
Yeah.
the YMCA, Brothers and Sisters Park, the school, but that Heritage Community Charter School already has a congestion problem with pickup and drop-off, and the traffic backs all the way up into the roundabout. And I'm concerned with the entrance on both sides there because it slows the whole roundabout down. Hence, the double lane in there is going to solve some of that, but maybe this is a time almost to get a turn lane in there on both Indiana and on Ustick for the school at the same time, because that's a problem. And I don't know how involved that would be. I know roads are really expensive, but it's a problem that needs to be addressed for this development to be at this location. Even though I'm fully in love with the placement of this apartment development. And then the only other thing I thought of as I looked at it, and I really appreciate the 3-color elevation, because colors can do so much. It changes everything. I'd like you to add rock or brick or something as well to that three color. It just dresses it up so much more, and it turns it into more of an A-grade development, and it's easier to do it in construction rather than in reconstruction. And so that would be my preference. Make it more beautiful. You've done a great job. I want a little more, and that's my 2 cents.
Okay, you're good. Any other discussion, questions?
I have some
Yes,
questions.
question.
How many, units is this again?
I believe it's like 156. 156.
106 or
156.
156. And so there were apartments that were just put in on Ustick, like just west of there. Do you know how many units that was?
I don't know. That's Lenity Apartments, right? Across
Okay.
from Lenity Living Center, I
So,
think.
well, I mean,
don't know
let's
how
say
many.
100. There's numerous buildings. So we're talking about putting in 250, 300 apartments on Ustick, very close to each other. So I'm not in love with the area. Because of that, because of the traffic from the high school, from the Y, from the, soccer games at Brothers Park, from the school. And I'm very concerned, about having only, if it got approved, having only one access point. But I'm more concerned that we just put in all those apartments, not even like half a mile away. You know what I'm talking about on Ustick?
The ones that were built a couple years ago, or?
No, they've been building them. They
Okay,
don't
right there.
have
Are they
people.
right next to the retirement?
Yeah, they don't have people in them yet.
Mhm.
Although I think they just recently finished them, so I don't know when they're gonna start renting them, but I would be interested to know how many units there are, because we're not just talking about your 156, we're talking about their 156.
I think those are senior units, if I'm not mistaken.
Still, a lot of people, a lot of traffic right in the same area, so, especially, and with that roundabout, it seems kind of, I don't know.
Okay, and just so you can allow both those accesses. That's what was
Yeah.
proposed by engineering, but you could allow for both of
Yeah,
them.
and I get that. I just,
So,
I think there's a lot going on right there.
other,
Whenever,
Councilman
I
McGee.
wanted to get back just very quickly to a comment Councilman Williams was making, because I think we skipped over it a little bit, and Brent understands this as well, is, what Councilman Williams was saying is absolutely correct. In the hours of 7:45 to 8:05, and then from 2:45 to 3:05, the roundabout literally, stops rounding about because of the in and out at Heritage, and I'm obviously a contributor to that, because my son goes there. But I'm wondering, and I don't want to get off of that. You know, the mayor, from a development point of view, is correct in that, boy, you sure don't want to get rid of that access on Ustick. But I can assure you, if we do open that access on Ustick, it's going to be even more of an issue, right? But I do agree, you know, we probably want to keep it open. And Brent, maybe you've had this conversation with Rob already. Maybe it's something you know you've talked about, but that's going to be an even bigger issue once we put this in. I'm supportive of the project. I think it's great, but I'm very concerned about that right-hand turn going in and out of the school, which is already dangerous. And I know our police officer is here. I mean, it creates a public safety issue too, because it literally, the roundabout doesn't move for, 10 or 15 minutes. So, and maybe I'm looking at you, Brent, to see if that is something specifically that we've addressed in this proposal, or if it's something we need to do in addition to that.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman McGee, what'll happen with this, probably the biggest relief that'll be achieved right off the bat with the frontage improvements this development would make if it was approved, is adding, Ustick is destined to be a 5-lane road under the Transportation Master Plan. And so that 5-lane road, though, ends at the end of Heritage, at the Heritage lot, right? So what's going to happen is it's going to de facto become a right turn lane for the Heritage entrances between now and the time when we're able to further widen Ustick Road to 5 lanes to the west. So it probably will have a strong mitigating factor there. It'll probably solve that problem
Okay, so if
until,
all right, I think that makes sense to me, Brent. I just want to make sure that I understand, because I will be getting lots of questions about this, I can assure you. So, as this development goes in, that road will widen. It'll be, I'm not an engineer, it'll be not a dashed line, but it's going to be a straight line on that side, but there will be enough room on the shoulder of that road that it then becomes a de facto turn lane into that first driveway at Heritage. Is that accurate?
that's exactly right. Yeah, this is my grotesque artistic rendering of that. Theirs look way better. This, once the roundabout is widened to 2 lanes, I wouldn't see that, honestly, being something that's gonna solve that problem with stacking traffic back into the roundabout. It still causes a lot of problems even in the 2-lane roundabout. That's not gonna, but having these frontage improvements completed means that the through traffic's gonna be able to circulate around the right turning traffic. And also, it's also very important that we be able to stripe in a left turn lane, which
Yeah,
I'm trying to
middle
remember. Yeah, I think we did already, but that's really important to be able to stack that traffic out of the way of through traffic. That's really your problem, is getting the turning movements away from the through traffic. So.
Okay, all right, that seems to make a lot of sense. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Scott?
I noticed on your list of people that you contact, but I didn't see any school districts at all.
Yeah, I mean, the city, I believe, notifies the school district.
But did they have a comment at all? Caldwell School
They-
District or Valley View?
They did not. Caldwell School
Caldwell.
District,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. No concern whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Zane Craddock. If you want to please state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes if you need them all.
Zane Craddock, 332 North Broadmoor Way, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. And I'm the engineer on this project, and I just kind of wanted to clarify a few things. First, the architectural drawings, they do have a rock facade already. I don't know if it showed up in the coloring quite well enough, but it is there. We can provide you, I guess, some more detailed drawings. As far as off-site improvements, the way the phasing lines out, we'll be required to do basically how we have the phasing going down the Dixie Drain. Everything on U-Stick would be required in phase 2, and everything on Indiana would be required in phase 1 as far as that widening goes. And we've been working with Rob, because they are working on designing that to 2 lanes, so that changes a lot of what we need to incorporate in our design. Let's see. As far as the driveway relocation, Becky touched on it, that we have been working with that homeowner to the north. He's here to, I think he's gonna talk as well tonight. So we are looking to relocate his driveway, so he still has his own private access. The city has requested that we leave a 20-foot easement for ingress egress for future development. So if for whatever reason he wants to develop that 1 acre in the future, he can utilize our access point, and his driveway in essence would go away at that point. With that, we're also being asked to bring services, so PI, water, and sewer to him, and we're all in agreement with that. That's something that we're performing. Another question that was brought up in his letter was the stormwater runoff. City code, we're still following that, where we need to maintain all of our storm runoff on our property. What's the other one that I'm missing here? I think, pathway extension. So currently, you had asked about access. So currently, there's a crossing up, can you go back to like just the aerial? If you go up just a little bit north of there, the pathway currently crosses between the back of the charter school and a little bit further, where those 2 canals meet there. So the pathway currently crosses there and then heads to the west of the school and then south of U-Stick. So we'll just be having like a split pathway there and bringing that back to U-Stick as well, and that'll tie right into the sidewalk on U-Stick. That's the intent. And as far as it was brought up as a drive access, that drive access is for the irrigation district to maintain the ditch. So that's just one of their requirements, that we maintain their driveways. So if you see like our crossing there on the On the Dixie Drain, we have 4 driveways shown. That's just so they can drive down both sides of the canal and maintain it. I think the other aspect is we have been working with the BOR and Pioneer Irrigation District. We've had meetings. I've submitted an official set of plans to them for approval, and it's in their process. But as far as we're aware, everybody's on board with the crossing and how we're planning to bring that traffic across.
And real quick,
facilities.
Thatcher Lane, that's the one that's proposed to be emergency only, is that correct?
Thatcher Lane's the one on the
The
left?
one on Indiana?
No, that would be the main access point
okay.
per the city's request.
Okay.
It was the developer's intent for both of those to be access points. We were told because of the school issue and because of the roundabout, they would prefer us not to take access off of U-Stick. Permanent access off U-Stick.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. Craddock? Sorry. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have one other person signed up to testify, that is Mr. Sorensen. So if you'll please come forward. And if you don't mind your name and address for the record, and then 5 minutes.
I'm Sorensen, 3904 South Indiana, and as everyone's, I'm sure, aware, we're the little residence that's just to the north and east. Wow, it's like, I want to just say that I've never been to a meeting like this, so I had no idea what to expect. And now that I'm here at this moment, in this hour, my appreciation and respect for all of you is off the charts. Thank you for doing this, what must be, you know, in an endless and ongoing way. I just want to say that. So these guys have been awesome from the beginning. I was in contact with them before they even had purchased that property. The minute I saw that someone was interested, I wanted to find out what they were doing. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that they've been very good to communicate and to show up at my property and talk with me about what our concerns were. And I think that's really important. The concerns that I have brought up, they've gone out of their way, I feel, to try to address our concerns to the best that they can, still understanding they have a big agenda, you know, a business agenda. We would certainly rather see a big sprawling park. We'd like to see all the parks around there just expand, but that's just a fantasy. We support their project. I think it is a fit for that area. And there's a lot of little things, you know, I could bring up, like the fence and the lighting and the dumpster locations and all of these good things. But I've actually talked with them about these things, and I feel good about what they're doing. So assuming that everyone does what they say they're going to do, et cetera, I'm feeling really good about all those things, and I don't want to waste a lot of time here talking about it. I also wanted, the thing I was interrupting before about, and I'm sorry for doing that out of turn, but I just wanted to give the information that Rob McDonald has been in touch with me, and we're in negotiations right now. They just need to send over whatever they want to do to acquire the right-of-way there. And what he's told me is that that will be 5 lanes right there, two roads in each direction plus a center lane, but only from YMCA South. The roundabout will get doubled and then doubled in every direction off of that roundabout. And just as he was saying, phase 1 being Indiana, phase 2 being the widening of U-Stick. That's my understanding, not official, of course. What concerns do I have that I want to bring up that haven't already been put to rest? I would say on a personal level, none of these drawings really show where our property is exactly, but if you look at this picture here, you'll see there's kind of a black line going from the left to the right. That's our true border. Our driveway right now is on their property and a recorded easement. When they put their northmost building up, it'll be 15 feet away from our boundary, as I understand it, and 3 stories tall, making that whole back half of our property into just a major shadow box of everybody who's living there. There's only going to be one thing to look at, and it's whatever we're doing in our yard. I don't think it's realistic to ask them to not have a building there. I've been thinking about just what I might suggest, and one thought I have is that the building that is there is a 24-unit building, which is half adjacent to our property and half to the west next to YMCA. It strikes me that if the east half of that 24-unit building was brought down 1 story, they only lose 4 doors out of 156, and it would just be slightly less imposing, maybe only whatever that is, 25 or 30 feet instead of 40, 45 feet. Well, I don't know what the heights are. So I might make that suggestion that just that half, not even the whole building there, but just the east half of that building in that location, the northmost building, isn't 3 stories tall, maybe just 2, just for a little less imposition and a little more sky, that kind of thing. I have a question about our southwest corner of the property. It is the low point by a long ways for our whole property. And when we do our flood irrigation and irrigation, right there, yeah, the water naturally runs off of that into a ditch that's on their property now. And it's not a lot of runoff, but there is some. And this is more of just a question of, are they building that up such that we're going to end up with a pond there, or are they accounting for whatever will run off of our property naturally, or do we need to put in a pond intentionally to capture it? It's kind of a question. Just quickly look at my notes here. I really feel like that's the only thing that we haven't already kind of come to peace to, but I also want to speak to the traffic point, because we see that traffic 24/7.
Go ahead and take a minute to just wrap
Okay.
up on that traffic.
Yeah, and so I just want to say that traffic there already is a major problem. There's no question about it. And it's not just the Heritage School, it's also the high school when they get out. And it's not just that, it's also the soccer games. And, and I feel like it's part of the reality of a developing city. I'm not really that worried about it, given the fact that I know already the city has intention to double the traffic that can come into that roundabout and go out of it. I'm not an expert in traffic by any means, and that traffic will impact us very personally. But I do see that there's a plan in place for both Ustick and Indiana. And I'm okay, I guess, with knowing that the traffic there is probably going to get kind of hellish at times. To me, that's maybe just part of the progress. That's all I have to say. I'll take questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stravik.
You're in the former Henderson property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, next to Eldridge.
One way that we did solve the problem with having, 3 or 4 story apartments next to people's yards, on the project at Cedar Crossing, the apartments on South Florida and Karcher, we actually asked the developer to put duplexes in there along the property line instead of the tall buildings. They did it, and everybody was satisfied. So whether they agree to that or not, but it's something you might want to talk about.
Well, sure, yeah.
So, I mean, I know it's a matter of cost and how many people you can get in square footage and all
Well,
that kind of stuff,
I can imagine.
Yeah.
That I don't have any power in that negotiation.
Yeah.
I don't see what bargaining chip I have.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that as your bargaining chip. But I also didn't want to ask you to say, oh, you can't put anything there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tried to come up with the most,
See, that way, we
unimposing.
wanted a buffer zone between those,
Yeah.
4-story apartments on South Florida and the existing Cedar Crossing
Yeah.
subdivision. That's how we solved the problem.
Yeah,
with
I
duplexes
appreciate
and that,
those
so.
kind of solutions very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're sure welcome. Thank you, guys.
Becky, if you want to come up for your closing statement and maybe to address any of those questions that just came up and potential on that, so if that works or not, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for your testimony.
Oh, hold on one second. There is somebody, I think maybe part of your team, Garrett Scott, I guess that's on Zoom in favor.
Yeah,
Does he
'cause
want to testify before?
he is our traffic engineer, and
Okay.
so he's the one that conducts the TIS. So I don't, we could ask him if he wants to speak.
Garrett, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you all hear me?
We can. So, sorry, we almost forgot about you. Anything that you wanted to add regarding traffic or anything else?
No worries, and thank you, Mayor and Council, and for the record, Garrett Scott, address is 502 33rd Street in Cody, Wyoming, 82414. As Becky mentioned, I worked for geoengineers alongside Becky and Zane. I completed the traffic impact study on this site. In interest of being brief, given the time, I mean, I think there's been a lot of good discussion and points brought up with regards to traffic. Just briefly, I do think that the one access point in this case is actually superior, given the issues with the traffic around the Heritage Charter School along U Stick Road. And then additionally, I just also wanted to note that through our traffic impact study, we collected traffic counts in March of this year over an extended period of time that captured the school drop-off and pickup times for both Heritage and Caldwell Senior High to the north to get to capture that school traffic. And certainly, you all are there and experience these traffic, patterns and issues, and you can see those spikes in the traffic volumes, particularly at the roundabout. But generally, they only last about 15 to maybe 30 minutes before substantially dropping off. So in general, I think the traffic impacts from this site are very minimal. Happy to answer any specific questions if necessary. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I always defer to the experts, and so I guess you've changed my opinion, so I will defer to you. So, and I think that also, I think that Councilor McGee, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, I know you would have concerns down there. I think we're starting to be alleviated with that turn lane, but knowing that cars can't come out of there, I think even adds more to that. So I appreciate that very much. I'm glad that we woke you up and got you online, so.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So yes, if you want to take some time now for your closing argument.
Yeah. So we have talked to the homeowner, and we have addressed a lot of his concerns, and we'll continue to work with him on any of it. As far as the fencing goes, we'll put up a sand color fence for him, or whatever color of fence that he wants to do. And then the lighting, we're not proposing any sort of obtrusive lighting in that area near his home, as there are apartments. There will be people living there as well, so we won't have any obtrusive lighting. And then the dumpsters, they are located quite a ways away from his parcel. And I'm gonna bring Zane up, and he can kind of discuss the drainage issue coming off that property owner.
Real quick before he comes up, because I know sometimes it can be difficult to change, the construction of a building. If you're going to take a floor off, it actually can affect it a lot more than that. So if that's not a possibility, can you add some additional landscaping, whether that's on your property or even on Mr. Sorensen, if he's amenable to it on his property, putting in some good-sized trees that could grow up and give some visual barrier just from the two?
Yes, absolutely. And we do have some pretty tall, as proposed, we do have, I don't know if I can go back to the landscape plan. Yeah, so we do have quite a bit of trees proposed in that area. We could add additional trees, put some maybe columnar evergreens or something like that up there too.
Evergreens would be great, because then you get the year-round
Yeah.
obscurity rather than when the leaves go away and
Right.
it's open. So.
Could I add insult to injury, Mayor? How difficult would it be to flip that building around so that the back of it is facing inside rather than outside, and just have a walkway so your entrances would be there, and would that even solve the problem for him?
I don't think it would, because you're gonna have windows on both sides.
Okay. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was it for me, so
Okay.
does Zane want to come up and finish it off?
So I just wanted to address, the one question that we had about, gravity irrigation. Can you go to this sheet here? Number one. Just the site plan? Do you have that? Should be in there. There you go. If you, yeah, that'll work there. If you notice right there along the north boundary, I already have that's the drainage dish that's existing, shown there, and then it's connecting to the existing, drain that goes into the Dixie. So we're already planning on collecting his, gravity irrigation and taking that out, as it has done historically. So we've incorporated that, and kind of like what Becky was getting at with the landscaping plan, because of his concern, if you notice, we strategically placed those 4 larger trees, to block the view from that apartment building as much as we could onto his property. That's our intent. Our intent is to be a good neighbor. You know, we're not here trying to do something shady.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
No pun intended.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, and we do appreciate that, and I think that was acknowledged, by Mr. Swanson, so. Okay, that concludes, public testimony. Do I have a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing?
So moved.
In a second? Motion from Counselor Stoddard, second by Counselor Williams to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So that moves us into, so this is again a request for annexation of this property with an R3, high-density residential zoning designation and, special use permit 2214 to allow for the construction of the 106 units plus the clubhouse. So that gets us to discussion. If any questions for staff, you may ask those, and questions of each other. It puts us into that realm of thoughts and discussions. Yes, Counselor Williams.
Thank you. It seems like every time we deal with the apartment buildings and the, high density, there's always a concern for where to put apartment buildings. This one will affect my family directly because we live in the subdivision just behind the YMCA, and so I'm aware of the complexity of it, but there has to be some place where we put apartments in our city. There has to be some place with a high-density residence. And this is a nice project on a good piece of property in a good location. I just think there is gonna be the complexity of growth, as Mr. Sorensen said, and we can't really slow that. But since we already have other apartments in this area, it almost makes it more sense to leave it there rather than spreading them out. And as I said, it's every time we propose apartments, there's always the pushback. We need them somewhere, and this is a nice development with nice amenities, and I think this is worth our approval.
Good. Thank you. Any other discussion or any motions?
Who's gonna make a motion?
Wake somebody up to do it.
Maybe this whole thing?
No, you can just make a motion to approve it.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Doty.
I make a motion to approve, I'm just gonna call it case number ANN 22-000012 and supplemental 22-000014, Richmond Heights.
Very good.
Finish that with any?
Just with the conditions as outlined with the change of condition 8, does that sound amenable?
There it is.
You don't have to.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and order contained herein, the mayor and city council hereby orders that case number ANN 22-000012 and supplemental 22-000014, a request for annexation of parcel R 35723000000, approximately 8.51 acres with a zoning designation of R3 high residential, to include the approval of a development agreement associated with ANN 22-000012 and a special use permit to allow future development of an 8-building apartment complex with 156 residential units be approved, subject to the following conditions. Gotta read all of those?
No, you don't. You can just reference them.
Reference the following conditions that follow.
I think when with the exclusion of condition 8, that had the timing of clubhouse still has to be built, just not before construction drawings are submitted.
With the exclusion of condition 8.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion for approval and a second. Motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor Williams. Discussion on that motion. Okay, very good. So then voting is open. If you want to cast your vote. Williams. There we go. Voting is closed. And the motion passes 4-1. Counselor Register is a no vote, and the other 4 are in favor of that. So that does pass 4-1. That moves us on. Actually, you'd need a motion to close this public hearing item. And a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Stoddard and a second from Counselor Doty to close new business action item number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So that now moves us to the action number adopting bill number 35, ordinance number 3429, with request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. Summary. I've got to read this. Or, I'd love for you to, but.
I just read the last one.
An ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R3 high-density residential zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts that arrive in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. Do we have a sponsor of bill number 35, ordinance number 3429?
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Counselor Stoddard.
I'll sponsor bill number 35, ordinance 3429, case number 8NN 22-12/SUP 22-14, better known as Richmond Heights. Move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Again, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Counselor Stoddard and a second from Counselor Doty for the adoption of bill number 35, ordinance number 3429. Voting is open, if you want to vote. And voting is closed. And that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us on to action item number 3. And real quick, we appreciate everyone that's still here. We know it's been a very long night. It's obviously been a long night for up here as well. So as we go through these, if you could keep your testimony concise and to the point on that, so we can try to get through these as quick as possible and get people home as soon as we can. We still want to hear from you, obviously, but if you could do that, we would appreciate that. Case number ANN 2213, sub 2224. Mr. Alex, you're up. And that includes you too. Be as concise as possible.
Just waiting on Brent.
Yeah, listen to this.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 61 Cleveland Boulevard. Today we have the Banner Ridge Annexation Subdivision request. I'll try to keep this really short. So we're looking at 37.86 acres located east of the Moss Street and Celeste Avenue intersection. This is right above Karcher Road, or Karcher. For annexation proposal, we are looking at the 37.86 acres. This is with 7 different parcels. They are proposing to annex in as R2 medium density residential. For their proposal, we are looking approval for a preliminary plat for Banner Ridge subdivision. It's going to be phased. We're going to have 2 phases with a gross density of 3.94 dwelling units per acre and 9.1% open space. This development would include 186 total lots, which includes 150 single-family residential lots, 34 common lots, 1 common access lot, and 1 right-of-way lot. In the report, it does say that there's going to be 149 residential lots. This is a mistake. It's 150. which doesn't affect their plan or density in any way that would stop this from being approved. The first phase will consist of 59 buildable lots, and the second phase will consist of 90 buildable lots. Okay, here we have the proposed site. The proposed site meets setbacks and landscaping. They are all in compliance with city zoning codes. Landscape plan, as shown before, 9.1%. This meets city requirements. For existing conditions, we have county and R1 to the north and west, R3 to the west, and the south and east are county. This property has frontage on Celeste Avenue and Mons Lane / Street. And here we have some pictures of the site. So this is looking directly at one of the homes on the site. This is north of the site, also single-family homes. And to the west, we have Dakota Crossing number 2, which is also single-family homes. For the 24 comp plan, this is supposed to be medium-density residential. This is what they would annex as. Suitable infill development in transitional district. As said before, this is consistent with the comp plan. Their density of 3.9 dwelling units per acre is less than the maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre in the R2 zone. For agency notification comments, we received comments from city, the engineering department, fire department, Pioneer Irrigation. None of these agencies had any problems with this application. Pioneer just said that they're going to build anywhere near irrigation ditches. They need to get permission from Pioneer. We received no public comments on this development. And for the staff analysis, this is an allowed use with the approval of annexation subdivision. It will meet all required setbacks, parking, and landscape requirements. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's compatible with all the other surrounding land uses of single-family residential, and there are no objections from public agency. Staff recommends approval of the request subject to the 13 conditions as specified in section 9 of the staff report. And here's all the conditions, if you have any questions on those. And it meets all criteria for the subdivision and annexation. I stand for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you so much, Alex. Appreciate it. So our first person is Mr. Matthew Adams, applicant for this request. So if you please come forward, and if you could state your name and your address, and you do have 8 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Matthew Adams, 462 East Shore Drive, Eagle, Idaho. And I do have a presentation coming up. Thank you, Brent. Thanks for having me here tonight. This is an excellent project that is tailor-made for the comp plan. Tonight, I will go quickly through some comp plan alignment, project context, municipal code compliance. I want to talk about the project features. That's where we'll spend most of our time. And then staff report. Ultimately, we are requesting an approval of annexation, zoning, and preliminary plat. The comprehensive plan, 2040 comprehensive plan states the intent of the Caldwell comprehensive plan is to provide a foundation and framework which will promote sound land development, a safe, healthy, and appealing living environment, and prosperous economic climate. In the general assumptions of the plan, it states new development is expected to be heaviest south and east of the city. So that was correct. That's where this project is. This project is exactly what the comp plan anticipated. A couple very specific points. Chapter 2 of the comp plan. Population growth per the plan, I know this sounds odd, but was less from 2010 to 2020 than from 2000 to 2010. It may not feel that way, but growth has actually been slower, dramatically slower in the more recent 10 years. Caldwell is not growing as rapidly. Now, it also, the comp plan, these numbers are from the comp plan, shows that the projections by age of residents in the city, 25% of the population is school age. And the population gains that are anticipated in the future are in the 50 to 70-year-old age groups. 5 to 19 and 20 to 34-year-old age groups are expected to drop in the city in coming years. So the conclusion made in your comp plan was, how do we accommodate the high-end projection of residents, additional residents coming to the city, needing 10,907 additional housing units by the year 2040, and that would be the greatest challenge for the city of Caldwell. This project is, we're going to help you. This is a solution to that. I also want to talk about, from the comp plan, school facilities and transportation. So specific comprehensive plan goals are on the screen. You can read those. But the school district input, we have met with the school district. I contacted Mrs. Boyd, Superintendent Boyd. We met with Joey Palmer and had a great conversation with him. We really wanted to understand the challenges they're up against. Those challenges are clear. They're really not in question. And all developers are proponents of school bond passage. Unfortunately, they do not have any direct control over that. So we have met with them. We are in close contact with them often, and at this time, there is no formal agreement in place with Valley View School District. Connectivity and safe pedestrian routes, sidewalks. Banner Ridge provides additional sidewalk connections and much-needed improvements to Celeste Avenue and Moss Street. I will point out, similar to the last project, there is a condition in the development agreement that states if the city can obtain the right-of-way from the 3 out parcels on Moss, will we construct that full roadway? And the answer is yes. So we fully intend to construct all of Moss. Safe bus pickup and drop-off. We are including in this project a area where school buses will pick up the kids so they can be off the street and have a safe place to stand and be picked up. So interestingly enough, the foresight of the comp plan, it does state very specifically that it's imperative that Valley View School District's leaders work with Caldwell officials to prepare for this new growth and more facilities in the coming years. The last thing about comp plan I want to talk about is annexation policy. Very simple. The city policy is to annex areas based upon the city's ability to orderly extend services to those areas contiguous to the city's municipal boundary. This project is contiguous. There are services to the boundaries of this project, and so this project clearly helps the city reach this goal. This is a context map so you can get an understanding of where the project is. So in the center of the screen, there's a white house with an orange background. That's our project. So that represents the project itself. The circles, the dotted circles, those are they're 1 mile radius. So you can start to get a sense, if I go down Karcher Road, where I can start to get to essential services. If I go up Lake, where can I get to essential services? So we've got healthcare within 1.8 miles of this project. Groceries available within 2.5 miles of this project. Food and entertainment, 2 miles. And then ultimately, the future highway corridor zone, which is directly adjacent and south of us, between Karcher and our project, would be a walking distance of services. I think this is important to point out because this is, as Alex stated, feels like an infill project. This is not out on the edges. This is not leapfrog. This is right where development should be. This is a little bit zoomed in context, and it's more of a look at land use patterns. The specific location, our project is the lighter tan color in the center with the blue outline. Celeste is on the left, Moss Street is on the north. So I want to point out all the green lines, that's existing platted lots, okay? The white to the north, that's an in-progress project. And then Celeste Place is in progress. Now, Karcher Village to the south, I don't know the status of that, but there was an application for that project. and I'm not familiar with the status of it. However, I would just like to show this to demonstrate that this project fits within the pattern that's been established for this area, and it fits well within that pattern. We do have to comply with municipal code, which we agree with, and code is good, even though it can be complicated. Banner Ridge is compliant with all City of Caldwell codes and zoning regulations. So Banner Ridge, what really is it? It's an investment in the community. Banner Ridge subdivision is a positive investment in the Caldwell community, meeting the needs of a growing city through housing choice and affordability. Banner Ridge is a family-friendly community that promotes healthy living through play, walkability. Banner Ridge is connected to the city and adjacent development through safe and efficient transportation. This is not just another housing project coming through. This is actually a solution to a need for housing in the community. So, what does this investment in the community look like? This is an overall view.
Just 1 minute to wrap up.
You got it. Okay. This is an overall view, and we are looking to the north here, Celeste on the left, and Moss on the top. And you can see, this shows you really nicely some of the nicely landscaped end caps that are not done in all communities. Micropath out the southwest corner out to the street for connectivity to the public sidewalk. And then our main feature, which is the park in the center of the development. This is the architectural character for the project. These are nice homes, quality homes. This is a view into the main play feature, playground, tot lot of the park. Another view of that. I mean, you can tell everybody loves it. They're already there. It's important to acknowledge, I said earlier that we anticipate people that are not school age, people that are 50 or older, those people are still important in these communities, and our amenity package addresses that. We are in agreement with every element that's in the staff report. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you. Any questions from any council members?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Stoddard.
Hate to be the Grinch for Thanksgiving here too, but I don't know how you're gonna calculate that only folks above 50 are gonna be in there, because I would have guessed that you're gonna have some younger families in there too, just with the folks that we have in this ag area. There's gotta be some smaller ones in there. And your comment that the city's responsibility to work with Valley View School District, everybody's gotta be a good neighbor. And when housing authorities or subdivision contractors, you know, if they're not a part of that program, being a good neighbor, then, you know, that's not good for the community. And, you know, we've had this problem because, you know, you folks build the houses, you smile all the way to the bank with your profits, and we're left with the problems of we don't have enough schools, we don't have enough buses, we don't have enough bus drivers, and we're all stuck with the problem. So I don't agree with your comment that it's up to us to settle it with the Valley View School District. It's got to be a partnership, so.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Static, the information I was quoting was from the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to make sure we all are working within the same context. And our job is to work very hard to meet the comprehensive plan and to try to deliver a project that is what the city had envisioned. And I completely understand your comments. And we do want to be a good neighbor. That's why we've met with Valley View School District, and we're in contact with them often, so we can see what we can do to help them out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Any other councilors, any questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have a few people signed up in neutral. So that was our only person set up in favor of the project. So we have a couple in neutral. So I invite you to come forward, and you will have up to 5 minutes for your testimony. Again, if you could keep it concise and precise, it would be appreciated by all of us up here this evening. So Mr. Cope, Paul Cope, is the first one signed up. See here? He may have left. And Jackie Cope, she left as well. and I think it says Britt Cope. All of them live at the same address. I'm guessing they all left together, so they were signed up in neutral. So that moves us to, let's sign up in opposition. So the first one signed up, wishing to testify is Judy Barrett. Is it Barrett? Okay, if you please come forward, state your name and address, and you do have up to 5 minutes if you desire to take it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Judy Barrett. I live at 12456 Karcher Road. Our entrance to our property is on Celeste. We're one property down from where this development wants to go in. When we talked about the apartment complexes, we brought up the issues of the roads and the schools and the irrigation. The only one that we have resolved is parking from that whole discussion, because they're not going to have to worry about that. The schools, the bonds failed, as you know. The buses are still a problem. There's still not enough schools. I anticipate if we bring in any more, they're probably going to be going further out than my granddaughter is, who's 4 miles out at Summit View. Moss is not complete. Celeste is still going to be 2 lanes going into Karcher, because it's not going to completely fill this whole thing. Homedale. I anticipate Homedale is going to be pretty close to what Karcher is now because of all the development going in. Brittany Heights is the development going in between Moss and Homedale now. They've got probably 24 houses filled and another 200 coming. So when we get back to schools again, we got those kids that are going to go into that school district also. Buses, we don't have enough buses. The irrigation has not been resolved. We still got 1 pump working for 3 subdivisions, which is probably going to put this one on that one too. Emergency response, we're still 10 to 12 minutes out. We watch pulse point and then we listen for the sirens that are in our area. And it feels like it's taking forever. We've timed it 10 to 12 minutes out. I don't know what kind of strain this is going to put on it, because like we said, Brittany Heights is still forming up over there. Let's see. That pretty much, they didn't do a trip thing per day kind of thing. I don't know what their anticipation is of that. But with Moss not being connected up yet, you put all these construction vehicles in here, plus you've got Brittany Heights going in with their construction vehicles, it's going to overload Celeste. And as we said, Moss is not complete, so they're not going to have that access from Moss to Lake to help take some of that out of there. We have concerns in the area for this project going in. If Brittany Heights wasn't going in, it would be another story, but with Brittany Heights in there, that's going to be, I think, another 250 houses total in that area. And I thank you.
Very good. Yes, well, thank you for sticking with us. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next signed up, wishing to testify is Larry Bell. If you'll state your name and your address, and again, you do have up to 5 minutes for your testimony, but we'd appreciate it to be as concise to the point as possible.
My name's Larry Bell. I live at 12456 Karcher Road, same as Judy. I'm just gonna say this. We've been here before for other developments. Nothing's been changed. The bridge that connects Moss is not even scheduled yet. That was connected over to the lake. You still have a little chunk of Moss that hadn't been dealt with, just say a 30-foot pathway that is owned privately. It's not even considered a road. People that own it are dealing with the county. I'm sure you've dealt with Bruce.
I think Mr. McDonald has been our city engineer.
Over about the 3 years. Nothing's changed. And we've approached you guys before. We had 96 apartments scheduled, 72, same area. Nothing's changed. And now we want to add this many more kids. Well, she said their grandkids used to go to the school right there at Celeste. Now it's about 20-minute drive, and sometimes there's too many, they don't have enough buses. So now she's at school for another half hour, 45 minutes after the first group, because they don't have the bus to support it. So, thank you very much.
Yes, you bet. Any questions? Okay, thank you, appreciate that. The last person signed up to testify is Emily Douglas. If you want to come forward, state your name and address, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Emily Douglas, 12572 Dakota Crossing Street, and I want to thank you guys. This is a tremendously long meeting, and I know it takes a lot of out of your family's time, and we appreciate you being here and doing what you're doing. I do want to just start this by saying that unfortunately, there were quite a few people from our subdivision who are either home with the flu or with COVID or something who were unable to make it, and I have a list of 8 other people who were not able to make it, who are not on your list, obviously, but just know that for those of us that were able to come and able to be here and stay, there are quite a few more back in our subdivision who were not able to be here, who also are against this development for all of the same reasons that you've already heard and the ones that I'm going to bring up. First of all, I wanted to say I thought it was very interesting in his points that he said he's in favor of school bond passage. Of course, any developer is going to be in favor of school bond passage because that means that it's the taxpayers that are footing that bill. I strongly believe that these builders and developers need to be a little more invested, have a little more skin in the game in building our schools, because I can testify to you, I volunteer 1 day a week at the school, and it is so tremendously overcrowded. All of the Valley View School District is tremendously overcrowded, and they are to the point with Lakeview, which is the elementary that would be served by this subdivision. They're to the point that they have closed the doors and they are busing students. They collect there at Lakeview. Even if they're within the district, they are busing them to other schools because they simply cannot take on any more. I think that they need to be getting in the game, and we talked about that the last 2 times we were here about apartments. The gentleman from the school district was actually here saying, hey, why aren't the developers kicking in more so that we can build the schools, so that we can have more of the school need addressed. I thought it was interesting also that he said 25% of the people in his estimation would be school-aged. That out of 200 houses is 50 more students added to the already overcrowded students just from what they are proposing. That doesn't include the subdivisions that have already been approved. Would you mind going back to his presentation where he's showing the developments that are surrounding the one that he's proposed? While he's doing that, talking about irrigation, the pump that services our neighborhood, right now, it is on with, I believe, 3 other subdivisions, and it cannot keep up. It constantly is shutting off. Every few days we are calling and saying, will you please come turn our pump back on? Because the water draw is overrunning the pump to that extent. It's the one where he's showing the other ones that are approved. The Karcher Village, just so you know, that one there, that actually you guys denied here a few times ago. And then also Celeste Place was also denied. So we've been over this and over this and over this, and here we are again going over it some more. We just do not have the capacity. The roads are not in any shape to be taking on any more. The schools, like I've already said. And then, let's see here. The last things, I'm trying to keep it concise here and quick so that we can all go home. I just really think that you know, we really don't need to be doing this anymore. It's unfortunately we all have to be here and keep going through the same thing. I really encourage you guys to say no for all the things that we've already said no for before, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you again probably next month. But with that, thank you for your time and thank you for what you do.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Any questions?
I actually have one thing real quick.
For you, yes.
Yeah, for you.
Yes.
Sorry. No, I appreciate your comments, and we talked about this before. I mean, eventually something's probably gonna go in there, right? So when we talked about the apartments, one of the arguments was that they were apartments, and some of those people said we would support single-family homes. So has that changed?
No, and I'm glad you brought that up. That was actually something that I didn't get written down in my notes. I would much prefer to see single-family homes than I would apartments. Obviously, there's much less density with the homes. I just feel like that we're kind of getting the cart before the horse. You know, let's fix the things that need to be fixed and then put the housing in. Let's make sure the roads are there. Let's make sure that all of the you know, really, if we don't have anywhere for the students to go and we're having to bus them out of district, why are we allowing the housing to be there? You know, let's get this in the right order. And I think that that is part of the obligation of the city council and the planning and zoning and knowing where we're going and having these plans is to be able to say, hey, you know, okay, if this is what we want it to be, let's build the roads that are appropriate for that. Let's plan for that. Then let's let that happen. And so that's my response to that. Yes, I think that single-family homes are much preferable to the apartments, but again, maybe we can address some of the other issues before we get to the point of putting in the residential buildings.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. Okay, appreciate it
you.
very much. And just to note that, in case they are on still listening, Pat and Barbara Gorman did, register virtually, and to notify that, or to state that they are in opposition without, desire to testimony. But Pat and Barbara Gorman registered virtually in opposition of the request. So that moves us back to, so that is all that had indicated that they wish to testify, on this. So it moves us back to Mr. Adams for your rebuttal statement. So you will have 5 minutes for that rebuttal statement.
Thank you. I really appreciate Ms. Barrett's comments, Mr. Bell's comments, and Ms. Douglas's comments. This is real stuff. This affects people, and that is not lost on me. I'm not a developer. I'm a consultant that works for a developer. I'm a father of 2 children, and I have a wife who works in a school. And I have worked with Superintendent George Grant, Superintendent Pat Charlton, and Superintendent Lisa Boyd on every Valley View school project over the last 17 years. And I do understand those challenges. This project, like all projects, does bring houses. It also brings major infrastructure investment into the city of Caldwell, roads and utilities. This is a piece of the solution to the problems that were brought up by the neighbors. We are proposing high-quality homes for people who need homes of multiple sizes to create affordability and choice. I'd also like to point out, I don't think, it's hard to see in this rendering. On this rendering, the lower right corner, that's where we have some neighbors. We're planning single story everywhere we have neighbors around us. So I think I want to make sure to address the comment about being a good neighbor. You know, we did hold the necessary required neighborhood meeting, listened to our neighbors, and we're working hard to address the comments and concerns we heard at that meeting. We have not had any contact or heard anything from anyone since then, so we've reacted as best we could in this plan to address any concerns that were known to us. This is a good project. This brings good investment to the city, investment that is necessary for a city to continue to grow and develop and meet the needs of its citizens. And I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, and with that, that concludes all those that have signed up to testify on this matter. So I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
And a second. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Okay, so then that moves us to council discussion, questions of staff, and for any motions in regards to this. And again, just to review this, so this is a request for, get to my sheet here, annexation and subdivision. So annexation of approximately 37.9 acres with an R2 medium density residential zoning designation, and approval of Banner Ridge subdivision with 150 single-family residential lots. So any discussion from council members, any motions from council members?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Williams.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and order contained herein, the mayor and city council hereby orders the case number NN 22-000013 and sub 22-000024, a request for annexation of parcel R327650111B0, R32765, R327650112, R327650110, R32765010000, R32764011100, and R32764012440, totaling 37.86 acres, within a zoning designation of R2, to include the approval of development agreement associated with ANN 22-000013 and preliminary plat for Banner Ridge subdivision be approved.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval of the request. Do we have a second to that motion? Second. So we have a motion from Counselor Williams and a second from Counselor McGee for approval of the annexation and the subdivision request. Discussion on that motion? Okay, so then voting is open. All votes have been cast. Voting is closed. And that motion dies. So those in favor, so those that are listening that can't see the screen, so Counselor Williams and Counselor McGee voted in favor of the request. Counselor Register, Counselor Stoddard, and Counselor Doty voted against. So that motion fails 2-3. So do we need another motion? Does it stand, because it stands open, or does that automatically deny it? Do we need a motion for denial?
I believe by, not passing and especially with the annexation, I think you're good.
Okay, very good. So then that denies the request for the annexation and for the subdivision request. So with that, get my checks here. So appreciate everybody for sticking around in that regards. And I guess we actually do need to close that. Always good to have any comments in regards to the denial. I hate to put words in mouth. I know I did that earlier, so I don't know if any of the three of you want to just state the concerns on that, or.
I'm still having a really hard time with the schools, especially with Valley View. When we had our workshop last week and Valley View came and talked about just what kind of desperate situation they're in right now as opposed to Caldwell. Even though I don't really supported the apartments at USTIC in Indiana, at least the schools have the ability to house the kids. And here, I just don't think they do. And I'm not saying, like I just said, that there may not be something that goes in there someday, but I think the city needs to get kind of tough on that until we figure out how to get more schools, whether that's with a bond or builders coming in and helping.
Perfect, excellent. Counselor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, again, I think it's a great project. We do need more homes, there's no doubt about that. But again, the difference between this and the project that we approved on the apartment, the Caldwell School District actually has a reduction in students here the last several months, is what we've been told. And in fact, even Napa's had some reductions too, and they were talking about maybe leasing some schools out to Valley View. But we still have to solve this problem that we have with Valley View in the city, and like I say, it's just too many projects have been approved in the past, and the builders don't have any skin in the game relative to students, and that nonsense has got to stop before we proceed on any of this stuff. And our infrastructure is suffering too. I mean, we can't expect to build all these new subdivision apartments without getting the infrastructure fixed first, and that's not necessarily you guys' fault relative to builders and architects and all that, but it's all part of the problem that we have to solve. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, appreciate that, those comments. So we do need a motion to close this public hearing item, this new business action item number 3. In a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor McGee and a second from, I think, pretty much everybody. We're gonna give it to Counselor Williams, to close, public hearing action item number 3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And so with that denial, action item number 4 is a moot point, so that moves us on to action item number 5. And this is for an appeal of special use permit 22-6, request for a animated reader board, electronic reader board of 48 square feet. There was a condition of approval for that and wishes it a 98 square foot electronic reader board rather than the 48 feet is what I see. So we'll turn that over to staff for your abbreviated presentation.
All right. See how fast I can get through this. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 61 Cleveland Boulevard. Today we have the appeal for Canyon Crossing sign. Just to get a general idea, the location here is at 2704 Owyhee Street. This is next to the Canyon Crossing Apartments, right above our highway here. The request is for the appeal of the hearing examiner's condition of approval for SUP 2206, which limited the square footage of the electronic reader board to 48 square feet. So this request would just be to appeal the 48 square foot and let it be 98 square foot, which was the original request. Just a little history. What happened was I was the planner for that case. I was out due to medical reasons, and the focus of the special use permit was not on the reader board, it was on the sign itself. The sign meets all city code and requirements except for the reader board. They wanted a larger reader board due to the frontage and the new wall that they just built there. The hearing examiner approved the SUP with the condition that the reader board had to be 48 square foot, which means he denied the SUP with the approval. So with the details, as said before, it's just turning the reader board from 48 square foot to the 98 square foot, which was the original request. Existing conditions, you have medium density R2 up north, you have C4 to the east and south, and R1 to the west. Just so you see, here's a subject site. The reader board should be going in that lot, as you can see in the picture up front. These are the apartments to the north and to the east. We received comments from engineering, fire. Oh, wait, no. This is from the previous one. We did not receive any comments for this one. No public comments as well. And staff analysis, this is an allowed use with the amendment. As you can tell, I did not fix this last slide. It still meets all the 2040 comp plan and setbacks and everything else. We recommend approval of this amendment, and I stand for questions.
Okay, so real quick, we're gonna pause. We are too long-winded. We've run out of recorder on our thing, so I think we're just gonna record on the phone. Is that what we're thinking? City attorney, is that all right? Sure.
And yeah, Zoom is still recording as well. I don't know if that would be
Does that suffice? Yes. Okay.
great for transcribing, I'm being told. So
Yep.
would a phone be better? Phone would be better.
So we can do it on Zoom, I think. We're getting very close to the end. Is that all right, Debbie?
So I don't
We
need
all
to
owe you some cookies and some red roses. So I actually have a question.
Okay.
So this would be considered a billboard, yes or no?
Could you repeat that again?
Would this be considered a billboard? Would they be advertising for stuff other than what's on the property itself?
No, this will just be for the property itself, just for the storage.
Okay. So, because our code only allows billboards every quarter mile, if I'm not mistaken, on including both sides of the freeway. So if it was a billboard, it wouldn't be allowed because there's a billboard right next to it. So I guess my concern, I don't know if you answer this or if it's the applicant, wherever they are, is how do we, if it's an animated reader board, how do we make sure that they're not advertising for something else or whatever it may be? See, if it's a fake one you put up, right, it's pretty easy because they put it up, it's not going to come down for a week or two. This could change every 30 seconds. So I guess, and maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but just the concern I have is they could easily throw up an ad for Les Schwab or for Albertsons or whatever it may be, where now that becomes a billboard, which would not be an allowed use. So I guess we just need to make sure if it is approved or returned, that there's very strict conditions on, and then understanding that they know that this cannot be a billboard, only can be advertising the use that's on the property. Does that make sense?
Mayor and council, I think that's perfectly appropriate. That might be a condition in the special use. I don't have it in front of me at this moment, but we could also add to this amendment that it would amend that part of the special use with the added condition that it has to be only for the business itself and cannot advertise other businesses. I think that's perfectly reasonable, and I think the applicant should agree.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any questions for your staff from council? Okay, so we have one person signed up in favor, Mr. Baker. If you want to please come forward. And if you just state your name and address for the record, and then you do have up to 8 minutes. We won't make you take all of it if you don't want to, but, and then if you could maybe just address that part of the advertising.
Yes, David Baker, 1976 South Century Way in Boise. So the first slide here just shows the approach on I-84. The sound wall that's constructed there has completely obscured the view of a storage facility that's there. So the sign is very critical for advertising for Mr. Giuliani's property there. The next slide, okay. Closer on the approach, we've got a 48 square foot simulation of a message center and what we're proposing for 98 square foot. Obviously, at a 60-mile-an-hour approach to that sign, the 98 square feet definitely helps. Just looking at this monitor versus something larger, you can kind of see the difference probably that as a better illustration. These are similar signs oriented to I-84 that have been approved in the past. People driving down I-84 can see the price of Maverick, just like they can see an advertised storage unit for this particular business and make a decision. This goes into brightness, and I'm not going to cover any of that. The brightness, by way of the Caldwell code, is these signs are required to be equipped with something that limits their brightness at night. So they are not full brightness. They can't be according to the Caldwell sign ordinance. In regard to billboard usage, we're perfectly fine with any special use designation to say that it can only make advertisements for the on-premise function of that sign, which is storage. Any other questions?
Perfect, that answered my question. Any other questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Stoddard?
does it block anybody's view there at all?
No, the sound wall is so high that the sign is gonna have to be higher, which is still fine in that zone. No, it's high enough where I don't think anyone in the apartments would have an obscured view of the freeway or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. So we do have, nobody signed up in neutral, we do have 2 people signed up in opposition wanting to testify. Sue Cushlan, if you want to come forward, state your name and address, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
I won't take that long. Sue Cushlan, 121 South Louisiana, Caldwell. I am somewhat concerned that this issue is before you again. The city of Caldwell has made codes to the best of their ability for the benefit of all of the residents. All of us as citizens, whether we agree with the code or not, are obligated to follow them. When someone asks for a variance of a code, I feel it opens the door to have people negotiate any or all of the codes the city has put forth. The surrounding residents previously made a good case against allowing the variance. First and foremost, since this project was brought before the Planning and Zoning and Council in 2015, the developer has continually niggled away at the city to change things. Remember, he is an out-of-state developer living in Montana. Also, in the last presentation, Mr. Baker showed an example of what an electric sign could read: RV spaces available. This may only be an example, but the foot is in the door. If this is passed, be expecting before you yet another SUP to allow RV storage to be at this site. According to the development agreement dated August 16th, 2017, under Article 2, Conditions of Approval, Item 12, any uses permitted within the C3 Service Commercial Zone other than the currently approved mini storages shall require approval through a special use permit process. He compares the Sage Stop sign and the Maverick sign to his sign. The difference is that his sign is going to be in a residential area. There are no homes around the Sage Stop or the Maverick or the Flying J. To me, that's a huge difference. This is being plopped in, not in the middle of a residential, but very close. I think that changes things. In closing, I would just like to see him complete the project as he has agreed to do with the city of Caldwell, with no further changes, and let's move on with life and get this. We've been doing this since 2015. It's time to end it somehow. We are tired, really tired tonight. Any questions?
Very good, thank you so much. Any questions from council? And just maybe a real quick, clarification. You'd said variance, and just to clarify with staff, this is not a variance request, a special use permit request, correct, on that?
Okay.
So,
But,
so yeah, I just wanna make sure that was clear on that, so. Okay, and Phyllis Jewett.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council.
I am Phyllis Jewett, 403 Hill Lane. Sorry, somebody should have warned us we'd bring a sleeping bag. Okay, I know that you turned this thing down once before, and nothing has changed. So why can't he understand no means no? We do not want that in my neighborhood. I have lived there since 1965. We don't want it lit up like Las Vegas. It's ridiculous. Come on. Anyway, hope I can read my writing. Everything that they have done up there, they have never finished, did it right. I have taken pictures. The road that they tore up was supposed to be done in a month. It was 2 months. They never finished it. I mean, it's like it's a patchwork. It's ridiculous. And you guys told him to make a play area for the kids. He hasn't done that. They haven't done anything that they were told to do. And it's sad. When they were running their big equipment up there, they bent my fence. I told them, you have bent my fence, please fix it. I didn't do it, and I'm not gonna do it. I just turned around and walked off. Anyway, and I've got pictures of it also. I can't read my writing, it's terrible. I say we need to make sure that he does what he is supposed to be doing. Make him stand by his word. He was standing up here saying about, now, I'm sorry if I don't hear very well, because I do not. So I didn't hear what Sue said. But he stood up here and said that he was going to make that not so bright. If you believe that, I don't believe anything that any of them say. They have never done anything that they were supposed to. And when you were telling about these other people over here, about doing their subdivisions and doing their property lines, why didn't you make him put a fence up? I mean, it's terrible up there. And it's not gonna look any better. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from council?
I'd like to see the pictures.
What's that?
Can we see the pictures?
Yeah, do you mind providing those pictures?
And your pictures too. Oh, can I just bring them up to you?
Yes. So this would be CC 1001. And so these pictures are of the, is this the access road coming in off of Florida? Is that what a lot of these pictures are? Oh, okay. Okay. And then we'll need to make photocopies of these, and can we get them back to you tomorrow? Is that all right? Just so we can get them into the record, so, and have them part of the file.
Mayor, can you restate what number we were on with that?
CC 1001.
I think we're at 1002.
Oh, so.
It was all the way yesterday, but I think we're at 1002.
Yeah, so, but that was for a different case, though. Does that
Yes, that's true.
matter?
Yeah. I think we're fine with that.
Okay.
Well, no, now I gotta
1001.
fly out at noon.
Okay, and maybe if Mr. Baker wants to see those photos when he comes up, he'd be more than welcome to do so. So that is all that have signed up in opposition. So Mr. Baker, you have a chance for a rebuttal testimony. So if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes or less, that would be much appreciated.
I can't comment on anything besides the sign.
Okay.
I'm not privy to that information. I will say that the sound wall was something new that has not been around since 2015 or whenever the project got started. It does create a hardship for that property in that, there's no visibility to it. And I'll stand for any further questions.
Okay, any questions from council? Councilor Doty.
Is there a playground that's supposed to be there, and is it there?
And that would, yeah, that probably actually nothing to do with this SUP, now that I'm thinking about it, because that would be part of the apartments that were constructed, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
On the north.
I just wanted some clarity on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding, based on presentation, that the sign is lit on one side facing the interstate.
It's
correct?
It's double-faced. It's oriented toward both east and west portions of the freeway.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's double-faced. Okay, thank you.
Can you zoom in on that, Brent, to where the sign would be, kind of looking at that area? Within the storm drain easement, I'm guessing, area?
Toward, drag it down to the south there a little bit. And, yep, right in that dirt area where the gray and the storage building meet.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to kind of see if it was like right on the border of the neighboring properties or where it was located on the.
Curious where the houses are in relation to where the sign is.
If you could zoom out one more click, maybe we can see the,
So now you can see more or less where that sign would be located, where that green circle is.
right. And the way it's oriented, it's in the direction of the freeway, not necessarily pointing toward that last row there of apartment homes.
Do you have a sign already, just in the right size?
No,
You do
we
not
have not,
put a sign
we
up,
have
no?
not constructed the sign yet. There's, depending on the outcome here, then we apply for a sign permit. There's guidelines that have to be followed, like landscaping requirements. We can't extend the bounds of what's granted in the sign ordinance at all, so. That's why we're requesting to go from the 48 to the 98 to scale it better at that height to get over the top of the sound wall.
Councilor McGee, did you have a question?
Just very quickly, Brent, can you, the usage on the, kind of green grassy area just west of what we're talking, yeah. Undeveloped parcel.
Yeah, see if we can get an owner. I can't see it, Mayor, can you see?
Actually says Meadow Outdoor Advertising.
Oh, oh, sure, they own the whole section.
Yep. So.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor
So,
Stoddard.
if we don't approve this variance on the sign, will the existing sign that you make on the original, item here, will that still be above the sound wall?
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
However, the message center would not be as functional as it would be at a larger size.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. Do I have a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Motion from Counselor Stoddard, second from Counselor Doty to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So that moves us into, council deliberation and motions in regards to the request. And again, this is an appeal of a condition, that restricted the reader board to 48 square feet. The request is to allow it to go up to 98 square feet. So either you have a motion to uphold the condition as approved originally with the 48 square feet, or to overturn that condition and allowing a square footage of up to 98 square feet. Any discussion on that or any motions?
I was gonna say, I do appreciate the ladies coming to talk, and I do agree that there is a slippery slope once you start approving different things for different people, and I don't know if the sign's so much where, I mean, I think they can figure out a different place to place it that might not affect the neighborhood so much, but I do think once we start making concessions, we're gonna have to continue to do that.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
just
McGee.
very quickly, and this question would be for staff. I'm just going through your initial presentation. You mentioned that you weren't there because of an illness, but that, I just want to make sure that I understand, that didn't really affect the decision-making at that moment, did it? Is that what, I'm trying to understand why this is in front of us right now.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. So with that, the staff who covered for me did not fully understand the application. And so when they were presenting it, they presented it with the idea of the sign itself, not the reader board itself. So the main focus was on the sign from the minutes that I read. So the hearing examiner said, the sign's fine, but the reader board needs to be smaller. But the SUP, the whole reason for the SUP was only for the reader board. And so if he was not okay with the reader board, he should have denied it. But since he approved the special use permit, but added the condition which made it where the special use permit was not valid, that's why we're here.
Okay, so then staff is not necessarily recommending that this take place. Do I understand that right?
It'd be best, we're recommending for it to be looked at properly.
Right. Okay, but the staff is not recommending a variance in this instance?
No, just a proper look at the special use permit.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff or any other discussion? Okay, if not, are there any motions?
Make it.
So again, the request is either, so the motion would be, and it can be as simple as just approving the appeal to allow for 98 square foot or denying it and denying it and it stays at 48 square feet.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Council Register.
I move that we deny the request to allow the installation of a 98 square foot electric reader board.
Very good. And is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Register and a second from Counselor Stodic, to deny the request for the amendment to the condition, which would leave the reader board at a maximum of 48 square feet. What's that? So a vote of yes means it stays at 48 square feet. A vote of no means you're against that motion. Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, then voting is open. All votes have been cast, voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously, so that does deny that request. So, 48 square feet, sounds like, so, for the sign. And that moves us on to action item number 6. Oh, sorry, thank you, yes. Do we have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
So we have a motion from Counselor Stodic, a second from Counselor Register to close public hearing item number 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I've been reminded by Counselor Doty and Counselor Williams that it is no longer my birthday. That is long gone, come and gone. I hope I still get to eat birthday cake when I get home, even though it's not my birthday anymore. But we are, yeah. Yeah. Yes. So we are moving on to action item number 6. Consider bill number 73, ordinance number 3467, amending the Caldwell City Code, Chapter 1, Article 7 by addition of a new section 172 pertaining to the creation of electioneering policies, with request to move for its passage by title only and the summary for publication. Debbie, are you doing this one? Oh, are you doing it, Taylor?
Where do you think we're going?
Mayor and council, so, before you have a new ordinance of electioneering. So what we've done is add to the section, the original section just had a section about elections, not necessarily electioneering. So if you'll recall, back in August, we had a workshop about, it focused around the, ability to electioneer outside of O'Connor Fieldhouse, which is our primary voting station. So, that is in the language of the ordinance. There's also specific language about posting or attaching signs in public right-of-way to fencing or landscape, that type of thing, as well as some additional language that kind of gives more leeway or discretion to mainly the city clerk on making decisions on what's appropriate and what's not as it relates to signage and things of that nature. So I'll stand for any questions you might have about it.
Very good. Any questions? Okay. I had a feeling there might not be any questions. So, thank you so much. So with that, we don't have anybody signed up to testify on this. This is just a legislative matter. So this is for ordinance number 3467, bill number 73, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council, amending Chapter 1, Article 7 by the addition of a new section, Section 172 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to the creation of electioneering policies, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. So with that, we have a sponsor of ordinance number 3467, bill number 73.
I lost my computer.
Oh, I got it. Mr. Mayor,
Council Register.
I will, or,
Sponsor.
well, it says moved by or
No,
seconded?
I will sponsor.
Okay, I will sponsor bill number 73, ordinance 3467, and move for its passage by title only, and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. So we have a motion from Council Register. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council Register, second from Councilor Stodic for passage of ordinance number 3467, bill number 73 by title only. Any discussion on that? Okay, voting is open. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us to consider acceptance of the finance report. The end is near. In more ways than one, yes. What's that? Oh, did we move an item down? Okay, I guess we're not there. never mind. So this is approved resolution authorizing the purchase of a discounted bucket truck pursuant to Idaho Code 67-2807 in the amount of $223,331 for use by the street department. That's right. That was yesterday.
I'm over it now.
Okay, Mr. Orton, where's your PowerPoint?
No PowerPoint.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and members of council, so this item, typically equipment's taking a long time to come in. This is a bucket truck that was budgeted for, but I gotta show you a couple things about that. Someone ordered this truck, they then canceled their order, the order fell through, and so we have an opportunity to buy it and receive it more or less right away. I don't know exactly what that means, but the alternative to that would be that it would take till next fall, probably run us into the next fiscal year. That's happening with lots of equipment, we get that, but it would be good to have we do have a bucket truck right now in the street department. It's used for putting up banners. I saw the guys out, took a picture of them when I came to pick up my laptop to come to the meeting tonight. They were using it to put up Christmas lights on the street lights. We really need to have the electrical department be able to have a dedicated bucket truck. The one we have now is a 2007, and it's still functional. We're still maintaining it. We get it serviced. They have to be certified regularly anyhow. So that's kind of the explanation of why it's needed. We had only budgeted $170,000 for it, and this is $223,000, I believe, if I'm remembering right. And I believe the numbers are before the council on the resolution. So what we're gonna have to do is reconcile. We don't want the council to have to appropriate from fund balance or anything like that. Instead, we have an electrician van that was also budgeted for this year. That will be delayed or eliminated. I don't know which. We'll have to see if the guys can make this work without it. So that would, and then we have another few thousand to make up, which we'll do in the same manner from the street fund, and probably with a contribution from the street light fund, which is the new electrical department. And so we'll reconcile that so that it is accommodated within the budget. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Very good. Any questions from council? Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Orton. With that, do we have, let's see, this is a bill and order, no, this is, oh yeah, brought down procurement. So do we have any discussion or any motions in regards to the request for this resolution? Okay, so we have a motion for approval of the resolution from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Doty. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, voting is open.
Councilor Williams would want to know where it came from, the money.
Very good. And voting is closed, then it passes unanimously. Okay, that moves us on now to acceptance of the finance report.
Mayor.
Go for it.
Okay, if I can read it slowly. The Finance Committee has reviewed. Yeah, it's a little early. Current accounts payable in the amount of $2,294,619.38 for the period ending November 8th, 2022, a net payroll of $531,592.41. I move that accounts payable in the amount of $2,294,619.38, represented by check numbers 165,716 through 166,022, and payroll for the amount of $531,592.41, represented by check numbers 37727 through 37774, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. A motion from Councilor Doty, a second from Councilor Williams for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any council reports?
Well, I wanted to be the first one to say happy birthday, but Jeff stole my thunder, so we won't do that anymore.
No, it's not my birthday anymore,
anyway.
so.
And I kind of wish we had done this in the beginning because nobody's watching us anymore. But I really wanted to extend my, I don't know, my heart's kind of broken about the whole U of I thing, and I wanted to extend our support as a city to, our, can't even talk anymore, but our, cities up north and what they must be going through and their law enforcement and medical professionals, their city council, mayor, all of those all of them, so I feel very bad about that.
Yeah, and we could definitely do some type of, whether it's an official press release or just something that we send to them.
I feel like we
that are-
should probably put something together to send, I don't know who, I guess the city or the mayor's office or from our city council to their city council, just letting them know that we're thinking about them.
Yeah, no, we can do that for sure. So Debbie, does that sound, okay, so she's on it, so, okay. Any other comments at all?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just also, agree with Counselor Register. Again, it's late, but I spent many years working in that area, and so my same thoughts are out to the city of Moscow.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking situation, so regardless.
Well,
on that,
especially
so.
we're a college town too,
Mhm.
you know, with a lot of off-campus housing and I just think it's very, when my daughter was away at college, there was something very similar. And it's incredibly terrifying for the kids, but also for the parents who have kids that are far away.
Mhm.
So I hope everybody gets home safe. I know a lot of Caldwell kids that go there that are coming home.
Yeah, yep, no, it's a very sad situation, so, yeah, we'll put something together and get it sent up to them, so. I will be really quick, and just wanna touch on that item that was removed, number 7 regarding the pool. So if you do get questions, and if you want to give me direction on this, we can. So the reason we removed that, so as you know, the pool has got incredibly expensive, and so we basically cut everything back, said, let's just do a remodel of the swimming pool, what we currently have, and we're hoping that would come in the low $2 million range. And it ended up coming in just under $4 million. And so an extreme cost to remodel a 60, 70-year-old pool. So that's why I said we need let's take it off. If you're like, no, come hell or high water, we need a pool next summer, we can do a special meeting of get it back on there, but that just seems like a lot of money, taxpayer dollars, to be going to, like I said, a remodel of a 70-year-old pool. And so, and we'll talk more, I don't wanna get into too much because it's so late, but thoughts that I've had is, the potential of, maybe prices come down and next year or the year after, we can do it, or potential of throw it out to the public as a bond and let them decide. Okay, if you want a pool, I think we need a pool, but if you want a pool, this is the cost, tell us yes or no, and allow them to decide on that. So that way we're not, pushing it down, we're letting the people decide. If they wanna spend the $6 million or $12 million or whatever it is, power to them. And I think it'd be great to have a pool. We need one way or the other, but that's something that we could look at. So I don't wanna get into too much, but just let you know where our thoughts are at. And next meeting, or we can get a workshop sometime to really sit down and figure out which direction y'all wanna go, but.
How about a diving fee?
Yeah, we do diving and a landing fee, so.
I'm just kidding, by the way.
So, but anyway, so that's why that's gone, just that cost. I mean, it was just crazy high what it came in, so that's our thought, but we'll discuss it more when it's not 1 o'clock in the morning, so. With that, I stand for, yes, second, all in favor? We are adjourned.
Goodbye.
Yeah, say that again.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's still a little humor at 1 in the morning, but people will take it literally and post about it on Facebook tomorrow, but that's okay. That won't even be about the landing fees now, you know that in the paper. Councilman Doty wants diving fees at the local pool.
We'll spread the word.
Just go home and go to bed. So usually I'll go home and veg out to a movie because my mind's always, but we've got a thing in our house, there's no TV or Xbox this week. So I'm trying to keep legit.
Happy birthday anyway, even though it's over.
Thank you. Thank you for the song. So,
Yeah, I was already that was my last, presentation, but since they brought it up, let's do it.
No, it's not advisable, so.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Alex, see you later. Nobody's gonna resign tomorrow, are they?
Angie, you got where to go. Go.
For this?
I'll clean up. Go. Yeah, go. Just go. Yeah, longer to go tonight.
So,
Can I come in a little late?
because I was afraid of this,
Yeah, that's fine.
and then Lisa's surgery Thursday. But I can come in for a little bit,
Can you
sign
come in
stuff.
long enough to sign, and then I can process stuff, since you're gonna be late. I need to get you done as quick as I can.
Well, I took today off, still got a full 8 hours,
And you surely did. When I get to take mine.
Oh my gosh, yeah, hopefully you're taking off Friday or something like that.
Oh, I
this
wish.
week.
I wish I could.
You can't? You don't think so?
No, because I have to.
No, next week, every day off next week. Yeah. Does anybody serve breakfast right now in Caldwell this time?
Yes, that burrito place across the wall. You can drive
Oh, are they 24/7?
24/7.
Los Betos?
That's what I heard.
I don't know, Andy told me never to go there.
I went one time and saw flies on their little condiment bar, and I said,
Yeah, Andy said that was one of the worst he would ever expect. And I once had ate, and within minutes, my mouth was just buzzing, like, feeling like, you know, cold sore and stuff coming in.
Yep,
And I have not been back since. Such a,
what's that from? No, it's actually probably, hey, Brent? Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know where that's at. We'll just hold on.
Everybody runs off.
Everybody ran, okay.
I don't know why. They're gonna have to redo it in the morning. The orange one? Nancy brought it, I think.
Oh, she brought her computer, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Good night. Thank you, Taylor. I haven't been in one this long since P and Z.
Those were, some of those were.
what else you need?
I think we thought that we have to throw these in there. I liked your comment about the dining board. I was thinking. What charge for dining, just one? You get the dime for free. You wanna land in the water? You wanna jump on the deck? Good. Oh, I think it's good. So I'm just curious, I mean, if the pilots are into that, then. Oh, yeah, they're gonna have a.
but it's still